Chapter 23. At 6:30 p.m., Li Liang invited Old Wang and the others from dormitory 304 to a grilled fish restaurant near the school. There were 8 people in 2 dormitories. They ordered 2 big snakeheads weighing 8 catties, 6 or 7 side dishes, and a beer. This grilled fish restaurant was not far from the school. It was a 15-minute walk away. It was one of the cafeterias in dormitory 303 because the grilled fish here was very authentic. Qin Zhe and Li Liang were from Shanghai, Lu Ziqiang lived in the neighboring JS, and Zhao Baliang was from the northeast. They couldn't tell if it was authentic or not, but it was definitely delicious. Half an hour later, 2 grilled trays were served. The waiter lit the alcohol in the grill and put down the trays. The 80% cooked snakeheads were lying in the boiling red oil soup. They were covered with red peppers, coriander, tofu skin, mushrooms, onions, and other vegetables. Under them was a layer of bean sprouts, luncheon meat, lotus root slices. The steam was rising and the smell of the fish was strong. The guys were very hungry. Wait! Li Liang pressed his hand to stop Zhao Baliang and the others who were about to eat. He took a breath and said, "Today, I want to say thank you to all of you. Zhang Mingyu is a wicked bastard. It doesn't matter if he really came for Qin Zhe or not. In any case, the one who was hit was me. You guys can just swallow your anger. I was hit for nothing. When he said that he wanted to bet with a basketball, even I thought that we had no chance of winning. However, you guys didn't back down. In the end, you guys actually won. But I still don't want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for not accepting the money. I won't say too much. We were brothers in the past and we will still be brothers in the future. If you have any trouble, just call me. I won't hesitate to do anything for my brothers." "You don't have to do anything for me," Old Wang said faintly. "I don't have money to go on a date with a girl. It's a big loss." Li Liang shook his butt and pinched his thumb and middle finger. He said softly, "I'll be waiting for you at any time." Qin Zhe and Zhao Baliang shuddered. They looked at each other and roared in unison, "2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon?" Lu Ziqiang rolled his eyes and said, "Even my Italian cannon would go out of commission if I were to encounter such a monster." Qin Zhe ate until 7:30 p.m. and left early. He did not drink. His roommates knew that he had participated in the work, so they did not force him to drink. Otherwise, with such a hero standing there, they would not stop until he was drunk. Qin Zhe took the time to send a message to Qin Bao Bao. "I won't be coming back for dinner tonight." "Oh." Qin Bao Bao replied concisely. Qin Zhe strolled slowly to the subway station. As soon as he stepped into the platform, he received a message from her. "You eat your food. I'm waiting for my brother to come back and cook." He could smell the strong resentment and anger through the screen. Qin Zhe cursed. He swiped his card and went out of the station. He bought a strawberry butter cake, a tuna sandwich, 2 egg tarts, and a box of yogurt from a nearby Parisian bouillabaisse. He arrived home before 8 p.m. because it was only a 10-minute walk. He opened the door and entered the nearly 90-square-meter house. The porch light was not turned on, and the room light was not turned on. There was only a glass chandelier in the living room, and the sonorous music echoed in the empty and dim space. It was Qin Bao Bao watching a certain anti-Japanese drama. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, wearing casual shorts and a white vest. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her forehead was smooth and clean. Her snow-white slender neck, round and white shoulders were exposed, and her slender waist was suddenly tightened. She glanced sideways at Qin Zhe and continued to watch her anti-Japanese drama without saying a word. Qin Zhe put the cake, egg tarts, and yogurt on the glass coffee table in front of her. "You didn't eat dinner? I brought you cake." Qin Bao Bao snorted. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "I played a game this afternoon and won. My roommates are treating me tonight, so I can't refuse." Qin Bao Bao said disdainfully, "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Zhe said, "Oh." He took out some information, draft paper, and pen from his bag and ran to his room to take out his notebook. He listened to the noise of artillery shells and bullets and focused on his work. He did not pay any attention to her. Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother when she saw his indifference. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm learning how to tear the Japanese apart with my bare hands." "You want to tear me apart, right?" Qin Zhe muttered in his heart and continued to look for information. The siblings had a cold war for a few minutes. Qin Bao Bao could not hold it in anymore. She kicked him lightly with her white and tender foot. "I'm hungry." Qin Zhe pointed to the things on the glass coffee table. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "I want to eat hot food." "It's up to you to eat or not." Qin Bao Bao was furious. She rushed over and strangled his neck. "Watch me tear you apart, you shameless Japanese." "I don't have any opinion if you say that, but you have to ask the Japanese if they agree." Qin Zhe leaned back and pressed Qin Bao Bao under his body. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the suppression of his 5 fingers. Qin Bao Bao's martial arts skills had deteriorated over the years. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao, who had lost the martial arts competition, curled up on the sofa with her arms around her knees. She was eating cake and drinking yogurt. Mathematical modeling was not that difficult, but it was not easy either. It depended on the scale of the model. It was definitely rigorous. It was like building blocks. Each building block had its own specific position. When matched properly, it would form a palace. Where did something go wrong? With a crash, everything collapsed, and everything was for naught. Qin Zhe's employees were modelers. Professor Li was also involved. However, what he did most of the time was checking and modifying to ensure that the mathematical models submitted by the students were flawless. After all, modeling and building blocks were not the same thing. It involved a lot of extended knowledge and formulas, as well as other information. There was no need to worry about the core information. Professor Li had it. As for the general information, Qin Zhe had to look it up on the internet. Time passed, and the anti-Japanese drama entered the commercial break. Qin Bao Bao stretched and rubbed her well-proportioned and strong calves. She could not hide her tiredness. Qin Zhe ran to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He found a clean chicken and a bag of mushrooms in the fridge. He suddenly understood why Qin Bao Bao was so angry just now. She bought the ingredients and was ready to eat her favorite chicken stewed with mushrooms. When she got home, she found that her brother had gone out to drink and did not come back. He had quit. Qin Zhe shook his head and laughed. Why was she still like a child? It was her parents who spoiled her too much. When he returned to the living room, he saw her lying on the sofa. The straps of her vest were slightly loose. She was drowsy. "Are you tired from today's training? Go and rest early." Qin Zhe sat down beside her. Qin Bao Bao was obviously still angry. She ignored him and changed the channel. Qin Zhe asked for a snub. He was used to it. How could he not know his sister's bad temper? When she was good, she hugged and kissed him. She would call him good brother and little sweetheart all the time. When she was angry, she could ignore you for half a month. Marrying this kind of woman was like marrying a Buddha statue. He had to treat her well. Her parents probably knew their daughter's bad temper. Therefore, they asked Qin Zhe to stay here and keep an eye on her sister. They were afraid that she would be cheated by some guy who coveted her beauty. At the same time, they were trying to find a good husband. It could be said that they were worried sick. Qin Zhe felt that his parents were worrying for nothing. Qin Bao Bao was a fool in life. She had a bad temper, but don't forget that her IQ was much higher than her brother's. She also knew how to act cute. She could play the role of an enchanting vixen. She could pretend to be pure and innocent. Obviously, her EQ was not low. The men who wanted to pursue her could line up from Hongqiao to Pudong. It had been 25 years. Have you seen any man who was favored by her? At 8:30 in the evening, Qin remembered that there were still some clothes in the room that had not been washed. He put down the work at hand and rushed to the bathroom with the clothes. He threw them into the washing machine and set the time, 30 minutes. One of the siblings worked without any distractions, while the other focused on studying the magic of "tear the devil with bare hands." It was not until the beep of the washing machine that Qin came back to his senses. He ran to the bathroom to dry the clothes. Walking from the balcony to the living room, he heard Qin Baobao's soft and charming voice, "Qin, help me wash the clothes." Qin knew that his sister was being kind and giving him a way to mend their bad relationship. He hurriedly said, "Where are your clothes?" "In the basket in the bathroom." "Remember to wash the underwear and pants separately." "Oh." Qin quickly left the 2 sets of purple underwear in the basket and washed the clothes and pants first. Anyway, it was just a matter of pouring the detergent. It was not difficult. Half an hour later, the clothes were washed. It was 9:30. Qin Baobao should take a shower and go to the room. She would go to bed on time before 11 o'clock. Qin Baobao rubbed her sore buttocks and ordered Qin to dry the clothes. Qin was angry. "Qin Baobao, do you have no hands or feet? I am not your slave. If you want to go, go by yourself. I am busy." Qin Baobao curled her lips and stepped into the bathroom in her slippers. A few seconds later, she screamed, "Qin, did you put the napkin in your pocket again?" Qin Baobao jumped out like a tiger, one hand on her waist and the other holding her pleated skirt. Qin took a closer look and found that the pleated skirt was covered with fine white paper foam. He had forgotten to take out the napkin in his pocket before putting it in the washing machine. As a result, it mixed with the clothes and rolled into the paper foam. It was all stuck to the clothes and could not be patted away. Qin felt guilty and felt that something was wrong. He got up in a daze and ran to the balcony to check his clothes. They were clean and there was no paper foam. He suddenly understood and glared at Qin Baobao, "Bullshit, come here and look at my clothes. There is no paper foam. So it is my napkin." Qin Baobao stood on the balcony and glanced at it suspiciously. She trotted back to the bathroom and soon found the crumpled napkin in her pocket. Qin followed behind her and snorted, "See? It's your own fault. I'm not going to take the blame." Qin Baobao said angrily, "You washed the clothes. You didn't check the pockets. You should take the blame." Qin naturally would not argue with his sister. Never pester women endlessly. They were always more experienced than you. Qin Baobao found a chance to take revenge. She pinched Qin for a long time and angrily went to dry the clothes. At 22:15, Qin Baobao came out wrapped in a bath towel and sat on the sofa in the living room to dry her hair. The rumbling noise made Qin very annoyed. He said impatiently, "Dry your hair, go inside." Qin Baobao made a face at him, moved her butt to his side, and deliberately turned the hairdryer to the maximum power. Qin rolled his eyes and sang to amuse himself. In turn, he resisted his sister's noise attack. "Only because in the crowd, looking at you more can't forget your face anymore, dream of meeting you one day by chance since then. I have been lonely when I miss you, you are on the horizon when I miss you, you are in front of me when I miss you, you are in my mind when I miss you, you are in my heart. I would rather believe that we had a promise in our previous life. The love story of this life will not change." The noise of the hairdryer disappeared without him noticing. Qin turned his head to look. His sister's seductive face, which was covered in messy hair, was full of intoxication. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but her watery red phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of misty rain. "What song is this?" Qin Baobao asked softly. Qin's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was exposed. But he lied without changing his expression. "I wrote it myself. I just sang it randomly." You wrote it." Qin Baobao's red lips were slightly open. Invisible pretentiousness was the most fatal. Qin was about to look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Unexpectedly, baby Qin, who had been quiet, well-behaved, and intoxicated by the song, suddenly pounced on Qinze like a hungry tiger. She pressed Qinze under the sofa and screamed, "Ah! Are you King epilepsy? Are you crazy? Get up." Qinze's face was stuffed in his sister's arms, and he almost fainted. After a long time, Qin Bao calmed down. She unhurriedly adjusted her bath towel, raised her head, and looked very gentle. "No, good brother, did you really write this song?" Sort of. I haven't finished writing it yet." Qin Bao said pitifully. "Then when will you finish writing it?" "Depends on my mood." "It's none of your business. I'm going to debut as a singer. These days, the company has been asking me if I have any more works. I don't know how to answer, so I can only pretend to be dead." Qin Bao pretended to be pitiful. "Yesterday, a top agent told me that there will be a singing variety show during the summer vacation. If I can produce an original work to participate, it will be the fastest and best way to fame, and he will consider being my agent." Not bad, she was recognized so quickly. It seemed that Qin Bao was one of the best among the backup artists. The further his sister went on this path, the more advantageous it would be for his future plans. But Qinze couldn't agree to her so easily. This woman was giving him a dirty look just now. He needed to let her know what it meant to have a father as the leader of the son, a husband as the leader of the wife, no, a brother as the leader of the sister. So, Qinze was unperturbed. "Teach me. Teach me. Teach me." Qin Bao shook his arm with all her might, acting like a spoiled child. Qinze twisted his neck. "Ayaya, playing basketball today was really tiring. My shoulders are a little sore. I'll help you massage." Qin Bao immediately understood. "My legs are sore too." Qinze enjoyed the massage from his sister's soft hands. "I'll do it." Qin Bao endured the humiliation. "The soles of my feet are also very sore." Qinze took an inch and wanted a mile. Qin Bao's flattering smile froze, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "The soles of my feet also need to be massaged?" Qinze shrugged. "It's fine if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you. It's just that inspiration can't be seen or touched. I can't say for sure. Of course I'll do it. Today, I'm going all out." "Io, don't. You're the young mistress of our family. You're precious. You can't do this." Qin Bao secretly gritted her teeth and said coquettishly, "You're the only male in our family. In ancient times, you're the only child to carry on the family line. It's only right for an elder sister to serve her younger brother." As she said that, she lowered her head and took off Qinze's socks. Qinze rolled his eyes and pushed her hand away. "That's enough. Stop being so sarcastic. I'm sick of you." He would not really let Qin Bao massage his feet. He was reluctant and did not dare to do so. Women are all creatures who hold grudges, especially Qin Bao, who is a highly intelligent person who holds grudges. Obviously, Qin Bao misunderstood him and thought that he was unmoved by force or persuasion. She shouted angrily, "Qinze, don't go too far. If I can't survive in the entertainment industry, don't think that you can stay out of it. Be careful or I'll tell my father that you encouraged me to resign and become a star. Why don't you say that I asked you to film a Japanese film?" Qin Bao's eyes turned red. She was so angry that she reached out to pinch him. "Come on, let's hurt each other." Qinze sighed and said helplessly, Okay. I'll be your personal composer in the future." "Really?" Qin Bao raised her eyebrows. "You can lie to anyone, but you can't lie to your elder sister. Good brother, I really didn't dote on you in vain." Qin Bao changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She was about to pounce on him and kiss his cheek. "Get lost." Qinze reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead, pushing her far away. Qin Bao went to sleep in the room. Before she left, she turned off the LCD TV. Only Qin Zhe was left in the living room. He lit a cigarette and blew out smoke. He closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and exhaled a puff of smoke. He thought of the widely used chicken soup for the soul. The road is long, but I will explore it from top to bottom. Chapter 24. Qin Zhe returned home, sweating profusely. He brought breakfast for Qin Bao Bao. In the bathroom, Qin Bao Bao's soft and magnetic voice came out, practicing monophonic sounds. Her voice was very pleasant, her lung capacity was sufficient, and her ability to control her voice was also very strong. She was indeed a good seedling for singing. Qin Zhe didn't need to envy his sister on this point. His singing voice was even better than Qin Bao Bao's, but his lung capacity was not good. He could only sing some soothing, low, and slow songs. If he sang fast, especially songs that paid attention to long breaths, it was easy to go out of tune or simply stop breathing. After breakfast, the siblings went out together. Qin Bao Bao was dressed in an office lady suit today, the standard model of a goddess in the workplace, especially with a foxy face that most women loathed and vigilant. She was charming, enchanting, and pretty, but she lacked the charm of a mature woman. It was probably a beautiful woman's version of a silver spearhead. In the elevator, Qin Bao Bao tucked her curly hair behind her back, took Qin Zhe's arm, and said softly, "I'll take you to school?" "No need." Qin Zhe shook his head. There were several young men in the elevator who were going to work. From time to time, they peeked at Qin Bao Bao's exquisite makeup. It was difficult to hide the amazement in their eyes. "Didn't you start dancing? Wearing this to work?" Qin Zhe was surprised by her outfit today. Qin Bao Bao threw a look at him as if looking at an idiot. "There's a private wardrobe in the dance practice room. I'll change after I go to work." "Oh. What have you been doing these days?" "Holding a notebook every day. You don't even accompany me." Qin Bao Bao pouted, looking like a sullen woman in her boudoir, making the young men tremble again and again. They couldn't wait to kick Qin Zhe away. "Let go of the girl and let me do it." Qin Zhe was used to his sister's coquettish and cute behavior, so he was indifferent. Ding! When the elevator reached the first floor, the people in the car swarmed out. The elevator door slowly closed. Qin Zhe turned around and saw Qin Bao standing gracefully in the car. She gently smiled and waved her hand. Professor Li arrived at the office classroom on time. He was very satisfied with Qin Zhe's rigorous academic attitude and his ability to be accurate and efficient. He praised him in front of everyone, but Qin Zhe always felt that his praise was empty and somewhat formal. After pondering for a while, he figured it out. From what Professor Li knew, Qin Zhe was his father's gunner. What kind of sincerity was needed to praise a gunner? At noon, she had arranged to meet her roommates at the entrance of the cafeteria for lunch. Qin Zhe arrived a little early and waited at the entrance. Students walked into the cafeteria in groups of 2s and 3s. He stood there for a moment and felt that the surrounding people, regardless of whether they were male or female, were looking at him strangely. He was all too familiar with this kind of prying gaze. In the past, he pretended to be a couple with Qin Bao when they went shopping and ate. Whenever a man passed by, they would look at him with this kind of careful and undisguised gaze. Qin Zhe subconsciously looked to the side. Qin Bao was not there. "Are they looking at me? There's nothing wrong with my face. I'm very normal. Damn, what did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? I'm not Qin Bao, nor am I a giant panda." In the past, when he accompanied the giant panda's sister as a bamboo, other than feeling proud and envious, he did not have any deep feelings. But after he became a giant panda, he felt that these clusters of eyes looking at him from all directions were very awkward. It was as if he was sitting on pins and needles. It's not easy being a giant panda. In the future, I won't say that you're living a happy life just waiting to die. While his thoughts were running wild, the 3 guys arrived late. His roommates were all beaming with joy. Li Liang said as soon as he saw them, "Qin Zhe, you're an internet celebrity." Lu Ziqiang, 666, Zhao Baliang, you have to treat us today. Qin Zhe was confused. What are you guys talking about? Li Liang was stunned and said in astonishment, you don't know? What do I know? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Li Liang said excitedly, you have the Lazy Cat app, right? Go take a look at today's hot topic on the home page. Lazy Cat was the largest video and information website in the country. Qin Zhe naturally had the app on his phone. He took out his phone and opened it in a daze. The exquisite interface paused for a few seconds before he entered. Home page recommendation. Today's hot topic. At a glance, he saw an eye-catching video with the title, Oh My God, the School Ball God Appears. The video's cover was of a guy jumping up and shooting a basketball into the hoop. His back looked a little F***ing familiar. Without thinking, he clicked to watch it. The video was the basketball match between him and Zhang Mingyu yesterday. It was 5 minutes long and had obviously been edited. It included all kinds of highlights such as interceptions, three-pointers, one-handed dunks, and so on. There were also a lot of comments. There were more than 300,000 views. First. Second. Tell Daddy, what's my rank? One-handed dunk, 666. Three-pointers are also very good. That guy who shoots three-pointers is so handsome. What school is this? Lanxiang Excavator School. The one who said Lanxiang, don't leave. Don't leave after school. Ha ha ha, the comments are always more interesting than the video. I give full marks for this block. He jumped so high. He must be wearing Li Ning sneakers. Fake pig trap is the best in the world. Ha ha ha, that guy doesn't dare to shoot three-pointers anymore, 6 flying. Damn, this intercept is so elusive. He intercepted the ball again. His opponent, what happened? Professional intercept for 20 years. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Oh my God, three-pointers? This guy is really good at everything. No one can beat his accuracy. Is this really a competition? It's a one-man show. This guy is really good at everything. Explosive power, speed, shooting. He's at the level of a professional basketball player. College students nowadays only know how to play basketball. Back in the day, we studied hard and improved every day. Studied hard and improved every day? The guy in front didn't go to college, right? Ha, he's strong. 5 minutes soon came to an end. The ball flew high and went straight to the basket from the three-point line. The audience was very focused and nervous. They couldn't help but guess that the basketball game was coming to an end. At this time, more than a dozen comments appeared on the screen. High energy ahead. The basketball hit the basket and bounced up high. Several people under the basket jumped up almost at the same time, fighting to get the ball. But at this time, a figure dashed toward them. He was so fast that they could only see a shadow. Then, he jumped from the free throw line and was above their heads in an instant. His clothes and short hair danced in the wind. There was a kind of wild and shocking beauty of strength. He caught the basketball and bent his body in the air like a big bow. Bang! In the video, the basket shook violently. Full score. The screen was full of 666 words, neat and uniform. The whole screen was like a snowflake. The video ended. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn, that little turtle Zhang Mingyu must hate me. Qin Zhe, you're now a celebrity in school. Did you receive any love letters from girls? I don't think so. But there should be a lot of challenge letters. All the girls in school want to beat you up. Amidst the chatter of their roommates, they entered the cafeteria. The afternoon sun shone through the glass curtain wall. This was a 150 square meter dance studio with a warm-colored elm floor. The girls were wearing slim-fit dance outfits, holding on to the handrails, their long legs without any excess fat moving up and down. The dance teacher, who was over 40 but still had a good figure, walked between them, holding a soft leather whip. Her face was cold as ice as she shouted, "Rise, fall, rise, fall." This was the dance room on the 9th floor of the Star Entertainment building. It trained the new female artists recruited this year. Next door was a singing room with various musical instruments. Next door was a gym. Outside the dance room, many male employees were loitering outside in the name of going to the toilet or pouring tea, admiring the graceful figures and beautiful faces of the girls. Among them, the girl in the corner received the most attention. Most of the male employees were here to see her. Qin Bao Bao was stretching her legs on the handrails. Her sharp oval face was bathed in the sun. Squinting, she looked like a lazy fox. Shanghai was known as the Paris of the East. It was the economic center of the country, with a resident population of 30 million. With such a terrifying population base, things like beautiful women and handsome men were like weeds that grew again and again when the spring breeze blew. Especially Star Entertainment, which was a big investor in the entertainment industry. The quality of the girls in the dance room was definitely the best in Shanghai. If you didn't have the capital, you wouldn't dare to enter the entertainment industry. But Qin Bao Bao was here. She could be said to be invincible. It wasn't that no one in the dance room was prettier than her. There were one or two girls who could compete with her in terms of looks. However, they couldn't compete with their figures. Those who could compete with their figures couldn't compete with their looks. Qin Bao Bao had exquisite facial features like a Greek sculpture. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, and her face was the standard seductive face of a vixen. Everyone was a newcomer, a colleague, and a competitor in the future. They were secretly competing with each other. But she had an innocent attitude that said, "I don't want to fight for love, but I'll let everyone be jealous." This made the female newcomer gnash her teeth in hatred. At 16:30 in the afternoon, the dance training for the day ended. The dance teacher said a few words of encouragement and left. The girls immediately started chatting. Some sat on the elm floor to rest, while others chatted by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Bao Bao unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. She had the key to the wardrobe on her wrist. She opened the wardrobe, took out her phone from her bag, and looked at the time. There was still an hour and a half to go. Amazing, how did he jump so high? A girl sitting cross-legged on the elm floor not far away exclaimed. A few girls immediately gathered around. After a while, they exclaimed and talked about it. "I think the guy who shot the ball is very handsome. He's even more handsome than the male artist next door. Little fresh meat, big sister loves little fresh meat." The little fresh meat got blocked again. The guy who blocked the shot is also not bad. He's quite bright, and he's the main character of the video. He's really amazing. Yeah, if we were in middle school, I'd definitely chase him. I'm obsessed with looks. I only like handsome guys. The girls watched attentively. When the video ended, their originally excited faces were filled with shock. They whispered, "Damn. Slam dunk." No wonder the video was recommended on the homepage. If it was a video of a professional basketball game, it wouldn't be a big deal and wouldn't be worth making a fuss about. But this kind of super slam dunk appeared in the hands of an ordinary college student. The degree of shock was completely different. Qin Bao Bao took a look and smiled. "What are you guys watching?" A girl smiled sweetly. "Nothing much. Today's focus on Lazy Cat is a college basketball game. There's a little fresh meat who's especially good." Although she was jealous of Qin Bao Bao, she definitely wouldn't show it. Her EQ wasn't that low. There weren't that many brainless supporting characters in real life. Qin Bao Bao said, "Oh," and didn't show much interest. A girl bragged. "I know this. I saw it this morning. This is a video from Shanghai University of Finance." University of Finance? Her brother's university. Upon hearing that it was about her brother's university, Qin Bao Bao immediately became interested. She opened the wardrobe and took out her phone. She clicked on the Lazy Cat app and found the video from today's focus. The cover of the video stunned her. The back of the back looked very familiar. She couldn't wait to watch the video. 5 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao looked up from the video. She looked at the golden sun outside the window. Her beautiful face was in a daze. Qinze. I might have seen a fake brother. Chapter 25. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Professor Li announced that the class was dismissed. Qinze carried his backpack and played with his phone as he slowly left the classroom. Qinze, I'll wait for you at the usual place. We'll play first. Come over when you're done. His roommates left him messages in the dorm chat group. It was only 5:00. It was still early. He could play a few games and go home. It wouldn't affect his modeling homework. Thinking of this, Qinze happily ran towards the internet cafe. Working hard required a lot of perseverance. Falling down only required a reason to convince oneself. Smoking in the internet cafe and maneuvering in the virtual world, Qinze fought until 6:30 p.m. Suddenly, he realized that the sky outside the window had turned gray. Again. I don't believe we can lose 3 times in a row. Li Liang cursed as he bit on his cigarette. Aside from the first win, the 4-man team had lost 2 games in a row. This made Li Liang, who had a strong desire to win, extremely frustrated and irritated. Qinze looked at the time and remembered that his sister threw a tantrum last night. He decisively rejected the game invitation from the internet addict Lu Ziqiang and logged out. You guys play. I have a lot of work to do today. I'll go back first. Let's meet another day. If I don't make chicken stew with mushrooms tonight, will Qin Bao Bao break off our sibling relationship? F***ck, can't we play happily? Li Liang rolled his eyes. Qinze patted his shoulder and said, let's go. He took the elevator downstairs and lit a cigarette in front of the internet cafe. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a few young men dressed like hooligans walking towards him. They wore jeans, black t-shirts, and had hair that covered their eyes. They were somewhere between a normal person and a punk. Qinze always kept a respectful distance from these kinds of people. He held his lighter and moved sideways to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the guy with silver earrings who was leading the group provocatively bumped into him with his shoulder. In the end, he didn't knock Qinze down. Instead, he stumbled. Fortunately, his companion behind him supported him. King idiot. The young man with silver earrings cursed. He lifted his foot and kicked towards Qinze's lower abdomen. Qinze quickly retreated a few steps to avoid the kick. Just as he was about to speak, the young man did not give up and shouted, hit him. Several people rushed forward. In the chaos, Qinze didn't know how many times he was kicked and punched. If it was in the past, he would definitely have fallen to the ground, curled up, and let you hit him however you wanted. However, he was different now. His body was strong, and his ability to resist attacks was not the same as before. 5 or 6 people surrounded him, kicking him. Qinze was also fighting back. He kicked a guy over. That guy covered his stomach and curled up, retching. For a moment, he couldn't stand up. Qinze gritted his teeth and endured the attacks that came like raindrops. He fought back with kicks, and as he fought, where is he? With a sweep of his gaze, he saw that they were all lying on the ground. I'm no longer the same as before. Now, I'm a fitness expert who can jump 1 meter high. How strong are my legs to be able to jump 1 meter high? A sense of pride rose in his heart, and he couldn't wait to roar. It was rush hour, and there were many pedestrians on the road. They were all watching. Some people took out their mobile phones to take photos or videos. During the fight, adrenaline was secreted and excited. Now that his blood had cooled down, he felt pain all over his body, especially his face and eyes, which were burning with pain. Damn it, in novels, the protagonists would fight 10 people at a time. It was all a lie. When it came to a real fight, it would be a swarm of bees. You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Fight your ass. F***CKU, a bunch of idiots. Wait to be sent to the police station. Qin Zhe spat a mouthful of blood at the young man with silver earrings and took out his mobile phone to call the police. What year was it now? There was a price to pay for beating people. Perhaps the young man heard that Qin Zhe was going to call the police. He took out a folding knife from his pocket and slammed his body into Qin Zhe. At the same time, Qin Zhe staggered, and the folding knife stabbed into Qin Zhe's abdomen. His abdomen was slightly cold, but it didn't hurt as much as he expected. However, Qin Zhe felt a chill crawl up his spine, and his heart beat violently. His shallow medical knowledge told him that pain came from the flow of blood and the contraction of muscles, which triggered the nerves and caused pain. Most of the time, death and pain weren't related. No pain didn't mean you were fine. I've been stabbed. I might die. Great fear shrouded him. Adrenaline was secreted crazily, and the wildness hidden in his DNA was aroused. He fought back like a beast on the verge of death. He punched the young man with silver earrings in the face with all his might, breaking the bridge of his nose. Murder. Murder. Call the police. Call 120 first. Take a picture and post it on Weibo. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Some were panicking, some were anxious, some were out of their wits, and some were in high spirits. More and more passers-by gathered. In the internet cafe, Li Liang was typing on the keyboard and moving the mouse. He was fighting for his life in the game. There was a hubbub downstairs, and he faintly heard, "Murder, murder." The sensitive word stimulated his instinct, and his heart pounded. The game was insignificant at this time. He threw the mouse away, rushed to the anti-theft window, and looked down. He saw Qin Zhe sitting on the ground immediately. His abdomen was bloody, and there were a few young people lying next to him. Li Liang's pupils shrank instantly, and a chill arose, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He shouted, "Qin Zhe has been stabbed." Zhao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang, who were rushing from behind, felt their hearts sink. Their heads were buzzing, and fear, anger, panic, and many other emotions surged in them. Call 120, call the police. Hey, Professor Qin. Qin Zhe has been stabbed, in Shiyu Internet Cafe not far from the school gate. The incandescent light illuminated a small room of more than 30 square meters. The walls were painted white, and there was a sofa, a TV, and a single bed. A faint smell of alcohol and disinfectant floated in the air. Qin Zhe was lying on the single bed with a pale face. He had changed into a blue and white striped hospital gown, and there was an IV drip in his right hand. He was cooperating with the police comrade to make a statement. Old Master Qin sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Not long ago, he was driving home. On the way, he received a call from a student saying that his son had been stabbed. The old master was furious at that time. He turned the steering wheel in a perfect arc. He didn't care about driving in the opposite direction or running the red light, and went straight to the school. The old master, who had always followed the rules, stepped on the accelerator to the end, and the speed of the highway in the urban area. It took only 5 minutes to reach the scene of the incident and saw his son lying in a pool of blood. At this time, the ambulance just arrived at the scene. There were 2 hospitals near the university town, and it was only a few kilometers away. Qin Zhe was rushed to the emergency room for rescue. The old master was anxious outside. He caught Li Liang, Zhao Baliang, and Lu Ziqiang to ask about the situation. The 3 guys were also confused and said that they didn't know. They were playing games in the internet cafe when they heard someone shouting murder. When they went over to take a look, they found that Qin Zhe had been stabbed. Half an hour later, the doctor in the white coat came out of the suturing room. The old master's heart suddenly rose. He was afraid that he would say, "We have tried our best." His old Qin family would have no descendants. Fortunately, Qin Zhe was not destined to die. The doctor said that fortunately, the folding knife was a 5-centimeter knife. The wound was not deep, and it did not stab into the organs, arteries, or other dangerous places. His life was not safe, but he had lost a lot of blood. He would be fine after a good rest. The old master almost cried tears of joy. He thought that his son had been mediocre and incompetent since he was young. Mediocre people should live a long life. He arranged a private ward for his son. After the nurse gave Qinze a tetanus injection, the old master also sent Li Liang and the others away. He thanked them and said that he would treat them to a meal another day. Not long after, the police came. Do you know them? The police officer who took the statement was in his early 30s. He asked meticulously. I don't know them. Qinze's voice was weak. It was mainly because of the pain. The effect of the anesthetic had worn off, and the wound was so painful that the corner of his mouth kept twitching. Even breathing would pull the wound on his abdomen. The police officer took the statement seriously and asked, How did you get into a conflict? I don't know. He inexplicably bumped into me. I dodged, but he kicked me and called his companions to beat me up. And then? I was just defending myself. I couldn't just stand there and let them beat me up. They couldn't beat me and were lying on the ground. I was just about to call the police when that guy took out a knife and stabbed me. At that time, I thought I was going to die, so I punched him. By the way, police officer, how are those guys? 10 minutes later, the statement was finished. The police officer said, The attacker has been detained at the police station. The person who stabbed you is in this hospital. His nose was broken by you, and now he is also under investigation. We will check the surveillance of the internet cafe. According to the injury report, if he caused minor injuries or more, we will charge him according to the law. The old master sent the police officer away and returned to the ward with a dark face. Qinze said, Dad, where's my sister? I asked her to pick up your mother. I asked her to stay here to take care of you tonight. The old master took out a cigarette. Suddenly, he realized that he was in a ward and put it back in the box. Qinze laughed and said, Dad, if you want to smoke, just smoke. Close the door and open the window. Light one for me too. Why are you smoking? You're already in this state and you're still thinking about cigarettes. The old master was addicted to smoking. Following his son's instigation, he closed the door, opened the window, and stood by the window to smoke. The old master took a few puffs and calmed down a little. However, he was still scared and angrily scolded Qinze, You're lucky this time. Next time, be careful and don't cause trouble everywhere. If you can't beat him, you can run. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Fighting is the most irrational thing. If you win, you'll go to jail. If you lose, you'll go to the hospital. Qinze remained silent. He thought to himself, I'm the modern version of Do-E, okay? Who's causing trouble? The rhythm of the relationship between father and son was basically one side scolding and the other side listening. About the school, I'll help you apply for leave. You'll stay in the hospital for a few days. When your injuries are better, you can go home to recuperate. Don't worry about exams. Next semester, you'll be fine. Oh, okay. The father was the leader. Qinze had always been afraid of his father. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Qin Bao Bao and her mother rushed in. The old master's hand trembled and the cigarette almost fell to the ground. Chapter 26. Qin Bao Bao was wearing an office lady suit, which was what she wore to work. On the way home from work, she received a call from her father, saying that Qinze was injured and was in the hospital. She wanted to come over immediately. But her son's injury was a big deal, so the old man asked her to pick up her mother first and briefly explained the matter. When Qin Bao Bao heard that her brother was stabbed, her little hand trembled, and the little red horse almost hit the guardrail. Fortunately, Qinze was fine. Even so, she suppressed her anger all the way. At this moment, seeing the old man smoking in the ward, her eyebrows furrowed, and her high heels made a crackling sound. She snatched the cigarette butt, threw it on the ground, and stamped it out. Dad, will you die if you don't smoke for a day? You can't smoke in the ward, and Chin Zhe is still lying in bed. You let him breathe in your secondhand smoke. What kind of father are you? Qin Bao Bao found a way to vent her anger, which made the old man very embarrassed. Qin Ma was a charming and beautiful woman. It seemed a bit improper to describe her like this. In short, she was a middle-aged woman, and her beauty did not diminish. Her figure was still well maintained, but there were more fine crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. The mother and daughter did not look alike. The mother was a dignified beauty, while Qin Bao Bao had a foxy face. She was too enchanting and seductive. Mother Qin's eyes were red as she said, "Son, you scared me. If something bad happened to you, I don't want to live anymore." Qin Zhe said, "Mom is the best. Dad just scolded me." Qin Ma said, "Don't pay attention to him. He only knows how to be fierce at home." His son was stabbed, and he still pretended to be a wolf. The old man explained awkwardly, "I was scared too. I wanted to teach him a lesson in the future." Qin Ma ignored him, sat by the bed, and said softly, "Why did you fight with others? You have been well behaved since you were young." Qin Zhe said with grievance, "I don't know. I met a group of hooligans who were looking for trouble. They beat me up without saying anything." Qin Ma said, "This damned redneck deserves to be arrested and put in jail." The mother and son talked endlessly. Qin Bao Bao sat on the side and wiped her tears. "Son, are you hungry? Mom will buy you something to eat." Qin Ma said. "There's a kanji shop opposite the hospital." Her Bao Bao sniffled and said, "Mom, I'll go buy it." Bang! The door of the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged couple came in and looked around the room aggressively. The old man frowned. "You are..." Before he could finish his words, the fat middle-aged woman pointed at Qin Zhe and shouted, "You're the one who hurt my son, you bastard." The old man's face suddenly sank. "You're that hooligan's parents?" "What hooligan?" "Watch your mouth." The middle-aged man pointed at the old man and shouted. The old man said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Qin Ma scolded, "Bastard." The middle-aged woman said loudly, "Just you wait. Don't think that you'll be fine after hitting my son. Just wait to go to jail." Qin Bao Bao was angry. "It's your son who stabbed my brother. We're not done with you." "Bullshit. My son has been well behaved since he was a child. He doesn't know how to fight with others. If it weren't for your redneck, would he have hit people? Don't think that our family is easy to bully. My son's nose was broken by you. If you don't pay for the medical expenses today, I'll go to court and sue you." The middle-aged woman shouted. The old man said in a deep voice, "Your son used a controlled knife to hurt people. If he goes to court, it's your fault." "What controlled knife? Don't talk to me. You hit people and you don't allow my son to fight back." The middle-aged woman scolded. "Such a troublemaker. It's better to stab him to death." Qin Ma was trembling with anger. This family had stabbed his son, and now they were making false accusations against him. The old man was a university professor. He couldn't do things like swearing in the street. It was simply a matter of being hung up and beaten. Qin Ma was educated well since she was a child. When she was young, she was a literary young woman. She couldn't swear. Over and over again, she just said, "Shameless," and "Don't go too far." Qin Bao Bao wanted to directly slap the shrew, but she was stopped by Qin Ma. She glared at her fiercely. While the woman was panting, Qin Zhe said, "Who's your son? Why? Are you pretending? You don't dare to admit that you hit people?" The middle-aged woman looked disdainfully at the crowd and spat. "That's your son? He bites people when he sees them. If I don't know, I'll think that someone's dog is not tied up." Qin Zhe was shocked. "Little bastard, watch your mouth. Old bitch, your mouth is also not clean. Say it again." The middle-aged woman pointed at Qin Zhe and trembled with anger. "I'm not your son. I won't bark when I'm told to. The old man was stunned. Qin Ma opened her mouth slightly. Qin Bao Bao smiled. She knew that Qin Zhe was good at talking. She had never won in a quarrel before. Of course, Qin Zhe was very polite in front of his parents. He wouldn't swear. It was probably the difference between a child at home and a child outside. Qin Zhe was an old hand in all kinds of tieba and forums. He had seen all kinds of comments. There were all kinds of curses that didn't have any vulgarity in them. Come on, let's have a competition of words. I have thousands of netizens behind me. If I don't let you go to jail, write your name upside down. The middle-aged woman shouted. F***ck your mother. What did you say? Joker. Your son is a joker. You're a joker too. Your whole family is jokers. Is your son dead? If he's not dead, why are you crying here? Go back and see if he's dead. If he's dead, I'll prepare the funeral money. I'm too lazy to quarrel with uncivilized animals like you. If you win, you're worse than an animal. If you lose, you're worse than an animal. You're going to jail. The middle-aged woman screamed. Go ahead and sue me. Don't think that I don't dare. Go ahead and sue me. What if my son, go ahead and sue me. Go ahead and sue me. Sue me. Maybe it was a little too loud. The nurse came over from the nurse's desk. She knocked on the door and warned, this is the hospital. Go out and quarrel. The middle-aged woman obviously realized that her verbal skills were a level lower than her opponent's. Moreover, if she made a big scene, it wouldn't feel good to be surrounded by people. She glared at Qin Zhe fiercely. Just you wait. Go ahead and sue me. This sentence again. The middle-aged woman's face turned green. She walked out of the ward angrily. Finally, it was quiet. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. His abdomen was burning with pain. Then, he found that the ward was strangely silent. The old man and his mother looked at him blankly. They gave him the same feedback, so you're this kind of son. Qin Zhe's impression in his parents' hearts was, steady, mature, polite, gentle, but a little useless. But there was always a difference between the children in their parents' eyes and the children outside. For example, some children would laugh and curse with their friends unscrupulously outside. Words like your sister, F***ck off, and F***ck off were endless. When they got home, they would try to say F***ck off to their old man. A big slap flew over. Qin Bao Bao tried hard to hold back her laughter. Her red phoenix eyes narrowed into crescents. Well, Mom, I'm hungry. He couldn't count on his sister. He could only break the awkward atmosphere by himself. Wait, Mom will buy it for you. Qin Ma didn't want to reprimand him here. As soon as his mother left, Qin Bao Bao's pretty face suddenly turned gloomy. Dad, are we going to file a lawsuit first or what? The old man said, we'll file a case at the police station tomorrow. Then, we'll wait for the injury report. Minor injuries and above are criminal cases. The problem is that Qin Zhe also injured someone. It's said that it's a broken nose. It's also a minor injury. In such a situation, it's not suitable to pursue criminal responsibility. It's suitable for public security cases. The siblings looked at each other in dismay, dumbfounded. They only knew a little about the law. After listening to the old man for a long time, they only had one feeling: they didn't understand, but they felt that it was awesome. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet and said angrily, no, he stabbed A's. It's his fault. We must file a lawsuit against him. Qin Zhe was touched. Sister, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Qin Bao Bao made a gesture of patting a dog's head with a smile. I watched you grow up. You're too kind. I took care of you carefully. Bullsh *t, it's your sister who raised you. The siblings started to argue again. The old man frowned and threw a look over. The siblings immediately stopped arguing. The old man's prestige in the family was unshakable. We can file a lawsuit. Isn't there a surveillance camera in the internet cafe? I'll find my colleagues in law school and ask them to help us with the lawsuit. Qin suddenly remembered something. Dad, how did that woman know I was in this ward? When they were taking the statement, the police didn't tell us where the guy was. They only said he was in this hospital. Maybe she groped her way up, Qin Bao said. It wouldn't be that fast. They were taking statements at the same time. It wouldn't take time for her to grope her way here. Moreover, she insisted that I hit her son, Qin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the ward door was pushed open again. A middle-aged policeman walked in, followed by the valiant couple. I'm the sergeant of Hongkou Jiangwan Police Station, Wang Guomin. The middle-aged policeman glanced at Qin Bao and looked at Qin on the bed. You're Qin, right? Qin nodded. That's me. Brother, it's him. He's the one who hurt my son. The middle-aged woman pointed at Qin. Her eyes were burning with anger. Brother? Qin heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged policeman glared at her and said indifferently, I received a report that you injured someone. The previous statement wasn't detailed enough. Now I have to do a new statement. Qin pretended to play with his phone and secretly turned on the recording function. He held the phone in his hand and pointed the camera at the three people. He frowned and said, I want to see your ID. He had watched too many police and spy movies and knew the importance of evidence. Whether it was useful or not, he had to record a video first. The middle-aged policeman impatiently took out his ID and showed it. He didn't care whether Qin saw it or not. Qin said, Sergeant of Hongkou Jiangwan Police Station, Comrade Wang Guomin, right? If you have any questions, just ask. Chapter 27. The middle-aged policeman pulled over the only chair in the ward and sat down in a dignified manner. He went through the normal procedure, asking for the name, gender, age, home address, and what had happened. Qin told the whole story. Qin Bao was so angry that she ground her teeth. The middle-aged couple kept shouting, but the middle-aged policeman did not stop them. When Qin finished speaking, he waved his hand and signaled for them to be quiet. This matter is very obvious. Young people fighting is a civil case, not a criminal case. The middle-aged policeman sorted out the documents and said calmly, it's best for both parties to solve it privately. Our police station is responsible for coordination. We will compensate the money and pay the medical expenses. If it gets out of hand, both parties will be responsible and will bear criminal responsibility. The old man frowned and did not say anything. He knew a thing or two about the law. In this day and age, if one didn't specialize in law, who would be able to understand the messy rules and regulations? Even the judge himself couldn't understand the law of self-defense. Qin's actions, was it legitimate self-defense or excessive self-defense? Therefore, it was not unacceptable to get a sum of compensation. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged policeman said to the old man, let's not talk about the compensation for the time being. Go and settle the hospitalization and medical expenses of the injured first. The woman was already prepared. She immediately handed over a bill and ordered arrogantly, this is the 5,000 yuan that the hospital asked us to pay in advance. You can transfer this money to me first. The next sum is for you to pay for my son's medical expenses. By the way, Alipay or WeChat. Alipay your sister. Qin Bao cursed directly. She was about to explode in anger. The old man's face darkened. Police comrade, what do you mean? It was obvious that their son was stabbed, but they had to bear the medical expenses of the assailant. The middle-aged policeman frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Your son injured someone and has to bear criminal responsibility. Do you want to put him in prison at such a young age? I'm thinking for your sake. Thank you so much. Qin Bao sneered, how did you coordinate? The other party is not guilty for hitting someone? My brother is the victim. That's not for you to decide. You're a family member. Of course, you'll side with your brother, the middle-aged policeman said righteously. The middle-aged couple echoed, just because you say your brother is a victim, does that mean he is? Is there any evidence? Bring out the evidence. My son was even beaten by him. Let me tell you, a broken nose is a minor injury. You don't want to pay for it, right? Fine, I'll lock your brother up in the police station. Qin Bao Bao said loudly, there are surveillance cameras at the entrance of the internet cafe. Don't you police look at the surveillance cameras? It's not up to you to tell the police how to handle a case. The middle-aged policeman was furious. His voice carried a hint of warning. If you accept the mediation, then hurry up and pay the medical fees. If you don't pay, then wait to be arrested. You can do as you see fit. Look at this wretched girl. She looks so seductive. One look and you can tell that she's not a good girl. It was no wonder that she had brought out a baddie who beat people up. Brother, quickly go to the police station. The middle-aged woman urged. You can try. Qin Bao Bao's face was fierce. She was like a vigilant little hen. If the weasel dared to come, she would fight with her life. The old man's face was full of anger. Police comrade, we don't accept this kind of mediation. Let's meet in court. Qin Zhe looked at the old man's face and knew that he was really angry. The old man was indeed boiling with anger. This policeman was obviously taking sides. He pretended to take notes. He didn't even ask about the matter and directly convicted Qin Zhe and made him pay. Qin Zhe felt that if he could move, he would have already rolled up his sleeves and hit someone. The middle-aged policeman in front of him was obviously a relative of the middle-aged couple. He was using his identity as a policeman to distort the truth. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to detain him. If it was an ordinary person, they would really be scared. People don't fight with officials because they control resources and power. If they say you're black, then you're black. He was stabbed for no reason and the old man had to pay for the attacker's medical fees. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Police comrade, you're their relative, right? The middle-aged policeman snorted, which was a silent admission. Qin Zhe threatened. Don't think that the police are so great. We can definitely report you. Before the middle-aged policeman could say anything, his sister sneered. Go ahead. It's as if someone is stopping you. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The old man's face was gloomy and didn't say anything. Qin Zhe said indifferently. Your nephew was looking for trouble and stabbed me. But as a police officer, can you face your conscience? Conscience? The middle-aged policeman, Wang Guomin, sneered. Don't talk to me about this. My nephew stabbed you in self-defense. The few people involved can be witnesses. Do you have any witnesses? Don't talk to me about this. You don't want to pay, right? Just you wait. I'll send you to the police station tomorrow. I'm wearing a police uniform. You think I can't handle you? Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and trembled with anger. She said angrily, we have surveillance. Don't try to deny it. What a joke. The surveillance is evidence. Do you think you can see it whenever you want? Wang Guomin was too lazy to maintain his image as a police officer. He said to his sister, we'll go to the police station to file a case now. Tomorrow, we'll sue them for intentional injury. I have plenty of ways to play you to death. Wang Guomin pointed arrogantly at Qin Bao Bao and then at Qin Zhe. He walked out of the ward without looking back. Soon after, when Qin Ma returned to the ward with a bag of food, she saw her daughter sitting on the sofa and wiping her tears. Her beautiful face looked like a cat's. Her son was comforting her. The head of the family stood by the window and smoked silently. What's wrong? I've only been out for a while. Qin Ma was a little confused. She touched Qin Bao Bao's head. You're 25 years old. Why are you still crying? Mom. Qin Bao Bao burst into tears and hugged her mother's waist. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Bao Bao's grievance, Bao Bao's heart is bitter. It would be perfect. Grandpa Qin sighed and told him what happened just now. Qin Ma gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "We'll sue him tomorrow." "I don't believe that a small policeman can do anything." Qin Bao Bao sniffed. "He's a captain, not a small policeman." "So what if he's a captain? We're not afraid of him." Qin Ma patted her daughter's shoulder and looked at her calm son. She sighed in her heart for no reason. She didn't treat them differently. Why was there such a big difference between them? The older sister was more like the younger sister, while the younger brother was more like the older brother. If Qin Zhe knew what his mother was thinking, he would jump up in indignation and shout, "God! What do you mean by no difference?" The Qin family's law of birth and upbringing, biological daughter and a son given away as a gift. In a certain ward, Shi Qifeng was lying on the bed. He had just had a surgery to correct his nose. The anesthetic was still in effect, so he didn't feel any pain. However, his nose was wrapped in gauze and his face was stiff. When his parents and uncle returned to the ward, he immediately asked, "How is it?" When the middle-aged woman heard this, she was furious. She scolded, "That family is very stubborn. They even said that they want to sue us. They don't even know who they are." The middle-aged policeman, Wang Guomin, snorted. "I think they won't cry until they see the coffin." Shi Qifeng said with hatred, "Uncle, I want that kid to go to jail." Wang Guomin glared at him. Criminal proceedings are very troublesome. The surveillance video of the internet cafe has already been sent to the police station. If you want to sue, the prosecutor's office will ask about the video. It's not certain who will win. The middle-aged woman said, "Brother, your nephew was beaten up like this. I can't take this lying down." Wang Guomin nodded. "I will deal with this matter. It won't be easy for them to sue us. The police station won't give them a chance. In a few days, I will detain that kid. At that time, they will naturally come to us." He was well versed in this. The longer they delayed, the greater their chances of winning. Criminal proceedings had to go through the police station. At the police station, he was in control. He had plenty of ways to play them to death. "You were also in danger this time. If you stabbed someone to death, I won't be able to protect you." Wang Guomin pointed at his nephew. "Luckily, you were also injured. We can turn this into a civil dispute. At that time, I will help you ask for compensation." Shi Qifeng smiled. "Thank you, uncle." The middle-aged couple also smiled. Shi Qifeng was stirring up trouble in his uncle's territory, but he didn't pick a fight. He won more than he lost. If he won, he would just go to the police station and come out unscathed. He wouldn't have a criminal record, and he wouldn't have to bear any criminal responsibility. If he lost, he could even ask for compensation. Wang Guomin was very confident. He had cleaned up his nephew's mess many times. As long as the matter didn't get out of hand, he was confident that he would be able to suppress it. As for reports, complaints, administrative reviews, and going to the prosecutor's office, he wasn't worried at all. Some things were said like that. Some rules were also set like that. However, one shouldn't take it seriously. There were many people who petitioned, but how many succeeded? Chapter 28. 8:00 in the morning, at the University of Finance and Economics. Yang Chen walked into the classroom with his bag on his back. He glanced around and paused at Qin Zhe's empty seat. He sat in his own seat without changing his expression. He opened his bag and sorted out the materials he had completed yesterday. Professor Li had not arrived yet. The atmosphere in the classroom was relaxed. The 8 members greeted each other and chatted. The girls talked about some entertainment news and gossip, while the men talked about current politics, criticizing the news, and national policies. Wang Xiyu, who was wearing glasses, looked around. "Hey, Qin Zhe didn't come today?" "He's late. He's only been here for a few days and he's always late. He's connected. He doesn't care about this." "Who cares? Just do your own thing." Yang Chen did not express his opinion. His face was slightly pale as he nervously typed a message on his phone. Then his face was stiff and he did not say a word. After a while, the phone vibrated slightly and a message popped up. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. The other party replied, "My family has connections. I can settle this. Give me another 5,000. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as if relieved of a burden. He transferred 5,000 to the other party on the spot. 5,000 yuan was gone just like that. It was still very painful to think about it. But if this matter was solved, he was willing to spend 10,000 yuan. Not long after, Professor Li came. He clapped his hands and said, "Qin Zhe won't be coming in the future. Yang Chen, you will continue to be in charge of this group. He didn't do the calculations yesterday. You will be a little tired and help him complete them." Everyone looked at each other. Yang Chen's face could hardly hide his joy. He said loudly, "Professor, don't worry. This is my job. I will make up for Qin Zhe's progress today. I will definitely not drag everyone down." Professor Li nodded with satisfaction. He had a public class this morning. He said a few words and left in a hurry. There were whispers in the classroom. They were talking about Qin Zhe. He's not coming for no reason. Maybe he can't bear it. After all, he's a college student. He can't adapt. He doesn't have the pressure of us freshmen. That's right. Qin Zhe looks pretty good. After a few words, they no longer talked about this junior who gave up halfway. Qin Zhe had only joined the studio for a short time, so he didn't have much interaction with them. Since he left, there was no need to make a fuss. They were freshmen. Most of the students in the same batch had gone out for internships. There weren't many who stayed in school. Even for them, they rarely paid attention to the campus forum. Otherwise, they would have known about Qin Zhe's title of face-smacking king by now. The mentality of the current students and the freshmen were as different as heaven and earth. Qin Zhe woke up early in the morning, brushed his teeth and washed his face. He ate the thick porridge that his mother had prepared for him and brought to the hospital. He could barely get out of bed, but if he moved too much, he would tear his wound. Because his intestines were injured, in order to reduce the burden on his stomach, the doctor said that he could only eat porridge at most once a day. The rest of the time, he could maintain his nutrition through intravenous drips. Qin Ma was a good woman. She brought the porridge to Qin Zhe and said, "Aya, the quilt at home hasn't been dried for a few days. The floor hasn't been mopped for a few days. The express delivery I bought the day before yesterday is about to arrive. Son, you stay in the hospital and recuperate. Mom will go back and take a look." Qin Zhe lay alone on the bed, cold and lonely, watching the TV silently. "Ding, host, please note that the system's energy is insufficient. It will absorb the host's energy after 7 days." In his mind, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded. Qin Zhe was shocked. Didn't it absorb once last week? The system absorbs energy once every half a month on average. The system's voice was emotionless. "Fuck, I'm now a disabled person. You're the system, yet you don't help me. You're even giving me a stab. You're shameless." Qin Zhe panicked. He could never forget the emptiness of masturbating 7 times a night. His current body couldn't withstand a second time. Qin Zhe was proficient in the elementary level of Chinese medicine. After the system gave him a stab, his wound would heal slowly. It might even leave a lasting illness, causing endless trouble in the future. Debts must be repaid. There's no electricity to recharge. It's natural. The system's voice sounded. What a natural. Qin Zhe covered his face. "I'm speechless. You really are a parasite." "Host, don't worry. According to your current physical condition, the injury will be healed in 7 days. "Really? There's no lying function in my program." The phone's ringtone sounded. It was the original ringtone that came with the phone. Qin Zhe ended the conversation with the system and picked up the phone. The caller ID showed, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao asked for leave today to deal with Qin Zai's affairs with the old man. Hello, what's the matter? As expected, the police station didn't file a case. They insisted that it was a civil dispute. That bitch even scolded me and Dad. Qin Bao Bao's voice was filled with grievances. Qin Zai didn't say anything. He listened to her ramble on. For example, the police station didn't issue a power of attorney for injury identification, and the procurator's reply, the complaint has been heard, please wait. Then, it disappeared. In any case, he hit a wall. There's a video of you being stabbed on the internet, but Dad's colleague in law school said, because there's no complete video, it's difficult to use as evidence. It's probably taken by a passerby's mobile phone. It's not complete. The internet cafe's surveillance video has been taken away by the police station. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. The old man only smoked a pack of cigarettes in the morning. After hearing this, Qin Zai was silent for a long time. Then, he laughed. This is the so-called officials protecting each other. I've learned something new. Qin Bao Bao heard his casual tone and said with a sobbing tone, Sister is so angry that she's about to cry. Can't you be more careful? Qin Bao Bao lost her temper. If she was in the ward, she would have grabbed Qin Zai's face. If it's Star Art Entertainment, it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Zai said something that didn't make any sense. Qin Bao Bao didn't understand. What do you mean? In the online water army business, entertainment companies are the best at it. Sister, don't you think so? Qin Zai said, I'll send you a video, and you'll understand. After saying that, he hung up the phone and sent the video he recorded last night to her. He originally wanted to use this video as material to file a complaint or threaten Wang Guomin. Just now, he had an idea and changed his mind. Although we don't have the surveillance video, we have this. 5 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao called. When he picked up, his sister screamed, Ah, good brother, sister loves you the most. Qin Zai thought to himself, love me, but you're ordering me around like a servant. He laughed and said, you understand now. Qin Bao Bao had always been smart and understood immediately. You mean to hire an online water army to blow up the matter on the internet? I'm a professional keyboard warrior. Qin Bao Bao laughed. How about this? Shocking. The police actually did such a thing to a 22-year-old youth. Qin Zai's eyes lit up. That's right, Qin Bao Bao, come to the shocking department tomorrow to sign up. Qin Bao Bao on the other end of the phone, sister will dote on you when I come back. Let's get down to business first. That afternoon, a video went viral on the internet. The hot search index exceeded 1 million, and there were tens of thousands of replies. Qin Zai couldn't help but smile. This was a clickbait. He clicked on the video and saw that it was secretly recorded the other day. It was 13 minutes. Qin Zai swiped his finger and scrolled through the Weibo comments. F***ck, a short video of 13 minutes and 30 seconds gives me goosebumps. I can't wait to rush in and kill that guy and that stupid fat woman. Keyboard warrior upstairs, if you're so good, you can do it. Ding, OP, your takeout is here. Go ahead, I still want to say it. Anyway, I'm very disappointed in this country. I don't want anything. Wang Guomin, you idiots, you dare to overturn the heavens? I have a backer. I even dare to mess with the heavens. I hope that family dies a horrible death. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. Anyway, after watching the video, I only feel disappointed and hopeless. Only when this kind of thing happens to you will know how helpless and powerless you are. A bunch of keyboard warriors, can't it be a fight? Do you know the truth? If you don't, you're just talking nonsense. The person who was stabbed also seems to have beaten the other person to the hospital. If you ask me, none of them are good people. That's amazing. They lost the fight and couldn't use their connections, so they went online to gain sympathy. Both of them should go to jail. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you stupid? It's true. I remember watching the video of the stabbing this morning. It was posted online by the netizens. You guys upstairs are the idiots. Didn't you see the video this morning? A group of people beat up one person and even stabbed him. He was injured in self-defense. If it were me, that person would be dead by now. Am I the only one who found out? That girl who stole the scene is too damn beautiful. I give her body 10 points. Her side profile is perfect and her voice is beautiful. I give this kind of beauty 9 points. There's still one more point. I'll give it after I experience it. Brother-in-law, I'll help you settle this matter. Brother-in-law, which hospital are you in? I plan to come over and propose to your sister. Qin closed Weibo and let out a long breath. He was not worried that this matter would cause any negative consequences. Everything was the truth, not rumors. Chapter 29. The police station has already filed a case and said they'll deal with it immediately. Ah, Zay, do you think it's because of your video? You're so smart. I love you. Let's not talk about this for now. Are you coming tonight? No, I'm too tired from practicing during the day. Why would I come? To serve you. Get lost. His sister hung up the phone. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Even without the video, he believed that with the old man's connections, this matter would be resolved, but it might be troublesome. He didn't understand what Wang Guomin was thinking. Did he think he could do whatever he wanted? But that was how people were. When they had power, they would become arrogant. Plus, it involved his nephew, so he took the risk and did something dangerous. 11:00 in the afternoon, at the University of Finance and Economics. Professor Li had class in the morning and didn't come to the classroom. A girl swiped the screen of her phone. After a long time, she exclaimed, Hey, have you guys seen the video? It's the one that's been causing a lot of trouble recently. The police gate. She named it without permission. I've heard of it, but I've been too busy these days to pay attention. My WeChat moments were flooded yesterday, and it's still the same today. A boy laughed. The girl took a deep breath. Then you definitely haven't seen the video. F***ck, it's Qin. It's Qin. The one who was stabbed is Qin. The whole classroom was silent. The next moment, there was an uproar. Impossible. The one who was stabbed is Qin. So he didn't come because he was injured? Professor Li didn't say anything. Where's the video? Let me see. The girl was also shocked. I'll send it to the group. Take a look. Everyone clicked on it. The video was a little slanted. It should have been taken secretly. The background was a hospital room. A middle-aged policeman walked into the room, followed by a middle-aged man and a woman. I want to see your ID. Police from the Jiangwan police station, Comrade Wang Guomin, right? Ask away if you have any questions. They were sure that the voice in the video was Qin's. Then it was Qin, a student at the University of Finance and Economics. That's right, it really was him. The classroom quietened down. Everyone lowered their heads to watch the video. When they were watching it, they were surprised, curious, and gossipy. But after watching it, everyone felt indignant. It was too much of a bully. So what if they were related? Just because they were related, they could stab others? He even King bit back and asked for medical fees. From a psychological point of view, this was a kind of sympathy of the weak. A little policeman dared to be so arrogant. What if it happened to him? Once they put themselves in his shoes, the anger and fear in their hearts would explode. The classroom was filled with curses. There are so many scum nowadays. This is too much. This is simply unforgivable. The black sheep should be held accountable. Let's complain online. Yang Chen did not participate, and his eyes flickered. In the midst of the discussion, it was already 11:30. Professor Li pushed the door open and came in. His eyes reflected a sharp light as he looked around at the crowd and said seriously, "What's going on? It's so noisy." A girl said sweetly, "Professor, we were discussing Qinzai's matter. We just found out." Professor Lee nodded and sighed along with her topic. The black sheep are always inevitable. Everyone has been doing well these past few days. Sunday is the deadline for work, which means that we won't have much time to spend together. Now, I wish everyone a bright future. Professor Yang gave an emotional speech on the podium. Your group leaders are very outstanding. Yang Chen, your academic level is excellent. I think highly of you. I also hope that you can be down to earth in the future and walk out your own future. Yang Chen stood up and smiled. Thank you, Professor. I will. Yang Chen was happy and his face was flushed. He stayed up late yesterday to complete the progress that Qinzai had left behind. This morning, Professor Lee praised him. Without Qinzai as a stumbling block, his status was restored. Once the modeling was completed, he would be able to get his first bucket of gold during the internship period. According to his estimate, it would be 5,000 to 6,000. It could be considered as making up for the loss of money the day before yesterday. Today was Thursday. There were 3 more days before everyone was dismissed. Everyone applauded. Some were hopeful, some were disappointed. Professor Lee pressed his hand and the teacher suddenly quieted down. He was about to say, "Everyone, go and eat." The door of the classroom banged twice. The lady with glasses, Wang Xiyu, was the closest to the door. She usually acted as the gatekeeper. She got up and opened the door. When she saw 2 comrades in police uniforms, she was stunned. The police said, "Excuse me, is Yang Chen here?" Everyone in the classroom turned to look at him. Police? What are the police doing here? Yes. Yes. Wang Xiyu turned around and looked at Yang Chen, whose face was pale. The 2 policemen walked into the classroom. The slightly older policeman took out his ID and said in a deep voice, "Yang Chen, right? Please show me your ID." Yang Chen took out his ID from his bag. During the whole process, his face was pale, without a trace of blood. "You are now suspected of instigating a crime. Please come with us." The policeman glanced at the ID and returned it to him. At the same time, he kept his own ID. The other policeman took out his handcuffs and was about to handcuff Yang Chen. Yang Chen suddenly leaned back and muttered, "I didn't break the law. I didn't break the law. Why are you arresting me?" His eyes were filled with fear, like a rat at the end of its rope. "Be honest. Come with us." The police officer held his shoulders and handcuffed him. In the classroom, everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What's going on? Just now, they were lamenting about Qinzai's incident. Now, there was another incident in front of them. What did Yang Chen do? Instigating a crime? Everyone in the classroom was a university student. They knew a little about the law. Even the handcuffs were put on, indicating that he had to bear criminal responsibility. Professor Lee's face was gloomy. As a school professor, he certainly couldn't turn a blind eye. 2 comrades, what crime did my classmate commit? The older policeman looked at him with a good attitude and explained, "We suspect that he instigated a crime. Recently, there has been a lot of trouble on the internet. The captain of the Honko police station covered up a murderer. The person who committed the crime with a weapon has already confessed that he was instigated by Yang Chen, a freshman from the finance department of the University of Finance." Professor Lee was stunned. All the students in the classroom were stunned. They couldn't digest the news for a while. Yang Chen instigated someone to stab Qinzai? Just for such a small matter? How narrow-minded could this person be? Although Qinzai and Yang Chen didn't deal with each other, to be honest, there was no actual conflict. They didn't even communicate much. If there was any resentment, it was Qinzai who replaced Yang Chen's work. But Yang Chen himself neglected his duty first. What did it have to do with Qinzai? The students in the classroom all looked at Yang Chen. It was almost the same expression. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yang Chen's heart was like dead ashes. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Qin Bao Bao got off work an hour early. She went home first and put away the change of dance clothes. She didn't dare to bring it to the hospital. It would be troublesome if her mother saw it. She took half an hour to take a shower. She changed into a white short-sleeved shirt with "Brother Funny" printed on the chest. She wore a pair of light white jeans that wrapped around her round and perky buttocks. The lines of her long legs were incisively and vividly outlined. Qin Bao Bao's figure was attractive enough. Coupled with the knowing smile of 9 out of 10 men, the rate of turning heads was even higher. Qin Bao Bao certainly wouldn't buy this t-shirt. It was Qin Zhe who gave it to her. Qin Zhe bought it for her last year. Qin Zhe said, Sister, I saw a t-shirt on the internet. It's definitely tailor-made for you." Qin Bao Bao was very happy to hear it. She said in her heart, "Brother still thinks of me." A few days later, the express delivery arrived. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and said, "What tailor-made? Go to hell." But her brother rarely bought clothes for her. Qin Bao Bao reluctantly accepted it. She took the elevator to the parking lot in the neighborhood. In the reflection of the window of the small BMW, baby Qin saw the "Brother Funny" on her chest that looked even more wretched after being propped up. She spat and regretted wearing this t-shirt out. Qin Bao Bao arrived at the hospital at 6:30. Her mother was washing her brother's underwear in the bathroom. Her brother was lying on the bed playing computer games. He looked up at her and said, "You're here." Qin Bao Bao threw her bag on the sofa and lay down. She stretched and mumbled, "I'm so tired." "What's so tiring about sitting in the office all day?" Her mother's nagging voice came from the bathroom. The sister and brother looked at each other and smiled. This was a secret between them. Qin Zhe felt that the biggest benefit of his sister practicing singing and dancing was that her figure was sexier and more graceful. In the past, although Qin Bao Bao didn't have much fat, her lower abdomen was soft. When she stretched just now, her lower abdomen was firm and well-proportioned. It wouldn't be long before her Apollo's belt could be seen. It was a real slim waist. "Mom, when are we going home?" Qin Bao Bao mumbled in the direction of the bathroom. She came to the hospital to send her mother home. Because it was almost the end of the semester, she couldn't ignore the students' homework. Her son's matter also made the old man mentally and physically exhausted. The task of sending her mother home was naturally handed over to her daughter. "It'll be a while. You talk to your brother first." Qin Ma replied. Chapter 30. Qin Bao Bao nodded and sat on the bed. She leaned over and looked at the computer. "What are you doing?" "Stocks." The screen was filled with red and green lines that gave her a headache. Qin Zhe stared at the computer and moved his body to give her some space. He lowered his voice and said, "Aren't we in an economic crisis? I want to see if I can make some money from the stock market." "That's very thoughtful of you." Qin Bao Bao patted her brother's head happily and laughed. "You want to invest in stocks? Are you cut out for it? If you can be a star, why can't I invest in stocks?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and retorted. He was indeed a little confused. The stock market was too deep. He could have directly exchanged for the skill book, but the system was not charged enough and was sleeping. Qin Zhe did not dare to disturb it. What followed was the daily love and hate of the siblings. "Mom, why don't you wash his hair? It's so dirty." "Mom, Qin Bao Bao is so annoying. Take her home." "Mom, Qin Zhe touched my butt." "Mom, help. Qin Bao Bao pulled my wound." In the bathroom, Qin Ma sighed. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." A cheerful child's voice sounded. It was Qin Bao Bao's ringtone. "Hey, Dad, what's the matter?" Qin Bao Bao threw herself on the sofa and took out her phone from her bag. Her face suddenly turned serious. After listening, she said softly, "Mm." I'll tell him. Okay, bye Dad. What's the matter? Qin Zhe looked at her face and knew something was wrong. Dad has been waiting at the police station. The police just told him that the interrogation results were out. Shi Qifeng, who stabbed you, was ordered by a guy called Yang Chen. I think he's from your school. Qin Zhe was stunned. He did not expect it to be Yang Chen. He even suspected Zhang Mingyu. After all, those hooligans were obviously looking for trouble with him. And he had slapped Zhang Mingyu's face twice. But he didn't have much conflict with Yang Chen. I haven't taken the initiative to hit your face, and you sent someone to play me to death? What kind of enmity did he have with her? Qin Zhe told his sister about the contradiction between him and Yang Chen. His sister was a veteran in the workplace, at least in Qin Zhe, she was a veteran. She curled her lips. This is the so-called conflict of interests. As for that Zhang something you, so what if he lost face? At most, he would be annoyed for a while. He had nothing to lose. But this Yang Chen, you squeezed his position as the team leader, the bonus is less, the real loss of benefits, I will definitely find someone to kill you. Businessmen are all like that. If you slap his left cheek, he'll stick his right cheek over as long as you can give him benefits. But if you encroach on his interests, even if there is no enmity between the two of you, he will torture you to death. Qin Zhe was shocked. You're trying to kill me for a few thousand yuan? Qin Bao analyzed, it should be just to find someone to beat you up. It's best if they can drag down your work. I didn't expect things to get to this point. Qin Zhe noted it down and learned from it. Thinking about how he was stabbed because of this small matter, he felt wronged. He helplessly said, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. Qin Bao patted his head again and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. This matter will be handed over to the country's father-in-law and Qinxia to deal with. We will definitely make those rebels disappear. Qin Zhe said happily, My beloved concubine is considerate. Tonight, I'll flip your sign. Qin Ma just came out of the bathroom, holding his underwear. She coughed and laughed, You guys, how old are you? You're still so childish. Qin Bao stuck out her tongue and made a face. At noon the next day, the Shanghai Public Security Bureau announced the results of the investigation on the official platform. Wang Guomin was expelled from the party and investigated for legal responsibility. As for Shi Qifeng and Yang Chen, after receiving the injury report this morning, the procuratorate determined that they had minor injuries and filed criminal charges against them. Qin Zhe was injured, so he didn't need to appear in court. The old man was the party of the lawsuit. After dinner, the nurse came to apply medicine to Qin Zhe's wound. She said in surprise, Your wound is healing very well. We can remove the stitches in advance. Qin Zhe's spirit was lifted. Can it be removed now? It's only been 3 days. Under normal circumstances, it would take 7 days to remove the stitches. Qin Zhe's wound was estimated to take even longer. The nurse thought for a moment. I'll come again tomorrow. If possible, I'll let the doctor remove the stitches. The wound had already grown bright red and tender flesh. Qin Zhe also didn't feel as painful as yesterday or the day before. As long as he didn't press hard and didn't do strenuous exercise, there was basically no effect. The system said that he could recover in 7 days. It didn't lie to him. The reason why he recovered so quickly was estimated to be the credit of the Energy Cultivation Manual. In the evening, Qin Bao and the old man came to the hospital together. The elder sister wore an office lady suit today. Her hair was bright and the ends were curled. She had the image of a white-collar woman in the workplace. Most likely, she deliberately brushed her presence in front of her parents. The old man told Qin Zhe the progress of the public prosecution case. It should be finished within half a month. Because the public opinion of this matter was too big, and it wasn't a major criminal case, the case progressed quickly. Generally, the procuratorate would make a decision within a month. Major and complex cases would be extended for half a month. In addition, the old man sighed. When Professor Li got off work today, he didn't pay attention to the traffic light when crossing the road. He was injured and is now lying in this hospital. This hospital was the closest to the school. Students who had headaches or fever and were not feeling well usually chose to come here for medical treatment. Qin Zhe was surprised. How could this be? Yang Chen was his student. Because of your matter, he was detained by the police. The school has already decided to expel him. Professor Li felt that it was because of him that you were in the hospital and Yang Chen was detained. It was inevitable that he would be in a trance. The old man said, his calf is fractured, there are many muscle contusions, and his right wrist is fractured. He won't be able to recover without a few months of recuperation. How unfortunate. Before his voice fell, a crisp, ding, sound rang in his mind. The system's voice had not been heard for a long time. Main mission, Divinity Show, 3/5. Take over Professor Li's fund investment analysis and mathematical modeling. Complete it within 4 days. If successful, 250 points will be rewarded. If failed, 250 points will be deducted. Qin Zhe's eyelids twitched. Why don't I visit him? The old man nodded. He is downstairs in room 3014. While the father and son were talking, the door of the ward was pushed open and someone barged in. The family heard the sound and their faces immediately turned gloomy. It was a middle-aged couple. They were Shi Qifeng's parents. Both of them looked slightly haggard and had lost their arrogant posture. However, their tone was still cold. We will settle this matter privately. Tell me, how much money do you want? Although Qin Zhe's knowledge of the law was not deep, he still had some understanding. He frowned. It's a public prosecution case. We can't just not sue. If there is a letter of understanding from the parties involved, my son's sentence can be reduced. The middle-aged woman took out a form from her bag and threw it on the bed. She said lightly, I know you are an ordinary family. How about this, I will pay you 100,000 yuan. You can sign it. The letter of understanding was also called the settlement agreement. With this, the court would consider reducing the sentence. According to the law, the crime of intentional injury was punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or criminal detention. As long as there was a letter of understanding from the plaintiff, her son's sentence would be reduced or even suspended. Once the sentence was suspended, the matter would be reduced from a big to a small one. The old man said unhappily, we will not sign the letter of understanding. Please go back. Previously, the couple used their power to oppress them. Not only did they stab them, but they also made a false accusation and extorted their medical fees. They even threatened to detain Qin Zhe. The 4 members of the Qin family had been holding back their anger. Now that they knew to lower their heads, their attitude was still bad. Did they think that they were great just because they were rich? That money could solve everything? The middle-aged woman's face was furious as she sneered. You don't have enough money, right? All right, 150,000 yuan. Don't even think about it. 150,000 yuan is the limit. This amount is enough for your family to struggle for a year. Furthermore, your son is fine. He will be fine after lying in the hospital for half a month. Isn't it worth it? Qin Baobao was so angry that she laughed and tore the agreement. She said lightly, our family is indeed ordinary, but we don't lack this 100,000 yuan. As for my younger brother, he is the only child in the family. As his elder sister, I can't wait to dote on him. Now that he has been stabbed by your son, I don't want any money from you. I just want your son to obediently go to jail. We can forget about the agreement. If you can't take this lying down, you can try to appeal and see if the court supports you. Now, get out of here. The middle-aged man growled, don't go too far. My son is still young. You have to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Qin Baobao directly cursed, F*CKU and turn over a new leaf, you son of a B*TCH. Although there was no such thing as doting on someone from a young age, Qin Zhe still gave his sister 100 likes in his heart. The middle-aged woman screamed and rushed forward to scratch Qin Baobao's face. My brother has been harmed by you. You won't even let my son go. You bastards, I will fight with you. Seeing that the woman's sharp nails were about to scratch Qin Bao Bao's charming face, Old Master Qin and Qin Ma did not have time to react. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt, jumped up from the bed, and kicked the middle-aged woman. He staggered and sat on the bed, feeling a burning pain in his lower abdomen. Old Master Qin and Qin Ma were such well-mannered people, but they could not help but change their expressions and rush to fight with the two. The movement in the ward alarmed the nurses at the nurses' station. Two sisters in pink nurse uniforms ran in to stop the fight and said loudly, "Don't make trouble in the hospital, or I will call the police." It was not easy to pull the four people apart. Not long after, the police also came. After asking about the reason, they sternly warned the two people and took them away. After such a disturbance, Old Master Qin and Qin Ma were a little dispirited. They were afraid that the couple would come to make trouble again, so they let Qin Bao Bao stay with them in the hospital for the night. Then, the couple returned home. Qin Bao Bao immediately protested, but the protest was ineffective. As soon as her parents left, Qin Bao Bao vented her anger on her brother. See, it's all your fault. I don't want to sleep on the sofa." Chapter 31. Qin Zhe was too lazy to bicker with her. He grimaced and lifted his hospital gown. Blood oozed from the wound. That kick had ruptured the wound. Qin Bao Bao was scared at the sight of blood. She screamed and ran out to call the nurse. The nurse followed and comforted him. "It's okay. It's just a chapped wound. Fortunately, the stitches were not removed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Let me clean the wound for you." The nurse dried the blood with an alcohol swab and applied disinfectant. She also warned Qin Zhe to pay attention to the wound. Qin Bao Bao was relieved. She sat on the bed and complained, "You're so careless. You're still moving around when you're injured." Qin Zhe sternly said, "Let's not talk about the wound cracking. Even if you were stabbed again, you can't let that woman scratch your face." Qin Bao Bao spat. Nonsense. But her face was full of smiles. Her bright and beautiful eyes were shining with joy. Qin Bao Bao was very pretentious. She deliberately said, "Is my face so important? Anyway, I can't get married." Qin Zhe said righteously, "My sister's face is more important than my life." Qin Bao Bao immediately beamed. Qin Zhe was very good at coaxing women. At least, he was very good at coaxing his sister. Qin Bao Bao bought him clothes and a mobile phone. She even paid for his living expenses. Qin Zhe's eloquence definitely made a great contribution. Of course, it was also related to Qin Bao Bao's lack of financial ability. If she had some spare money, she wanted to spend it. She couldn't spend it herself, so she spent it on her brother. Before going to bed at night, Qin Bao Bao accompanied her brother to visit Professor Li downstairs. She didn't enter the ward. Instead, she waited outside. Qin Zhe politely knocked on the door and pushed it in. The ward was exquisitely furnished. It was like a single room in a hotel. There was a desk, a bedside table, a TV, and a comfortable bed. The walls were painted light blue. Professor Li was talking to his wife. His wife grumbled, "Why didn't you pay attention when crossing the road? Didn't you see the red light? If it wasn't for the driver's quick reaction, you would have died." Professor Li explained, "That intersection is a two-way road. There are two traffic lights, and the first one is green. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Wife, I heard from your teacher that the police came to your school today to arrest your student, right?" Professor Li's mood worsened at the mention of this matter. "I accepted a job from a private equity company. You know that. A few days ago, old Qin sent his son to me, saying that he wanted to gain experience. How could I refuse an old colleague of more than 10 years? This child was also smart, he worked seriously and had a good attitude. It happened that Yang Chen was drunk and caused trouble. When I was angry, I let old Qin's son take charge of the work. But who would have thought that he would hold a grudge against him? He turned around and found someone to stab old Chin's son. The matter was quite big, and it's all over the internet. His wife sighed and said, "Children nowadays don't consider the consequences of their actions." "How is old Chin's son?" "It's quite dangerous. I heard that if it went any deeper or damaged the artery, it might be gone." "Old Chin only has one son, right? He has to go all out against you." "That's why I'm depressed. I keep thinking about how such a thing could happen. I wasn't careful and hit him." "You can't do your work like this. The school is fine, but how are you going to explain to the private equity company? You'll have to pay compensation if you're late." Professor Lee's face darkened. He frowned and said, 200,000 yuan in compensation. The project is already at the end stage. Sigh, it's all fate. His wife said angrily, "What fate? More than half a year's income will be lost. How are you going to live?" "Let me tell you, our son is getting married at the end of the year." The hidden income of a university professor was very high. Although 200,000 yuan was not a small amount, it was not too much. The key was that the price of a house in Shanghai was sky high. Seeing that their son was about to buy a wedding house, if they lost 200,000 yuan, I accepted this project because I wanted to save enough money for the down payment of the wedding house at the end of the year. If it doesn't work, we can mortgage the house we live in and borrow some money. There was a knock on the door, and the couple immediately stopped talking. Qin Zhe walked in wearing a hospital gown and said with a smile, "Professor Lee, my dad said you were in a car accident downstairs. I came to visit you." Professor Lee was lying on the hospital bed with his leg in a sling and his right hand in a cast. There were many scratches on his face, and he looked a little dispirited. His wife was sitting by the bed. She was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She took good care of herself, and there were fine crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. At first glance, she looked like a very graceful housewife. Professor Lee was very happy, but he was not surprised. He knew that Qin Zhe was also staying in this hospital. "Qin Zhe, are you feeling better?" "I'm fine. The doctor will remove the stitches and I can go home to rest. I have to apologize to you about this." Professor Lee sighed. "I know that, but I didn't expect him to be so impulsive." Qin Zhe sneered. "His heart is not right, and evil thoughts are easily born." Professor Lee nodded. "That's right. He will be punished by the law. I'm also paying attention to your matter. If you go to court, you have a high chance of winning. Although you also injured someone, it was a legitimate self-defense. My dad said so too." Qin Zhe sat down on the sofa and waved his hand, refusing the banana that Professor Lee's wife handed over. "Auntie, the doctor told me to eat less." The two chatted for a while, and Professor Lee was a little sleepy. Qin Zhe was about to leave when he remembered something. "Oh right, Professor Lee, you are lying in the hospital. What about the modeling?" This was one of the purposes of his visit. He wanted to sound out Professor Lee and think about how to take over the modeling task. He was also afraid that Professor Lee would think that he was too young to take on such a big task. Professor Lee's wife was full of resentment. "What can we do? He looks like this. Do you expect him to get up and work? Pay for it." "How much?" Professor Lee sighed. "When we signed the contract, it was written as 200,000 yuan. Qin Zhe was speechless. 200,000 yuan was not a small amount. In a third-tier city, it was enough for a down payment. "Professor Lee, how about this? My injury is basically not a problem. If you trust me, can you give it to me?" Qin Zhe probed. He had the confidence to say this. After all, he had exchanged for knowledge in this field. It was not a problem for him to complete a complicated mathematical modeling on his own. At most, it would take some time. Moreover, this project was nearing its end. He could complete it on his own. Professor Lee looked at him and his heart skipped a beat. "Okay. It doesn't matter if it works or not. It's always good to try. As he spoke, he asked his wife to pass the USB in his briefcase to Qinzhe. Qinzhe took the USB and left. In the ward, Professor Li let out a long sigh. It was as if he had let go of a big stone in his heart. His wife frowned. Why did you give it to him? He will mess it up and break it. Since we are going to pay for it, so what if I break it? Professor Li stared at her and laughed. You don't know. I am not counting on him. I am counting on old Qin. A university student can't even understand the door. But old Qin can. It is much better for me to give it to him than to ask old Qin directly. Old Qin has been running around these few days. It is useless for me to ask him. But since my son has accepted the job, he will complete it even if he has to grit his teeth. There are only a few professors in the Department of Finance. It is also the end of the semester. Everyone is busy and might not be willing to help me. Also, time is limited. It will take time just to understand it. Then old Qin can understand it. His standard is higher than mine. A while ago, he helped his son as a gunman. He probably knows what I am doing. He will understand it in a day or two. Qinzhe and his sister returned to the ward. It was raining heavily outside. The raindrops hit the windows and blurred their vision. The neon lights shone a dense curtain of water droplets. The world was filled with the sound of rain. Qin Bao Bao wanted to go home, take a shower, and change into her pajamas. But when she saw the heavy rain, she was not happy to go back. She asked the nurse for a thin quilt and a clean hospital gown. Then, she took a shower in the ward's bathroom. Qinzhe was alone in the hospital. He was very lonely. He said hypocritically, "Why don't you go back?" "I am fine alone." Qin Bao Bao felt sorry for her brother. She considered that the middle-aged couple was irrational. If they came back at night to cause trouble, her brother would not be able to withstand the torment. She said, "It is fine. It is fine." Qinzhe lay on the bed and listened to the sound of water in the bathroom. He listened to the sound of the rainstorm outside the window. He turned on the computer, plugged in a USB flash drive, opened a folder, and looked at the abstract. It was dozens of pages long. This was the mathematical analysis of a fund investment. His grandfather was a professor in the Department of Finance. Qinzhe also studied finance. He had a good understanding of some private equity companies in society. Private equity companies of a certain scale had their own professionals to build mathematical models and analyze investment projects. There was no need to find outside help. It could be seen that the private equity company that Professor Li contacted was either small or a newly established company. Time passed. He spent half an hour and finally understood everything. The bathroom door opened. Qin Bao Bao walked out in a hospital gown and Qinzhe's cotton shoes. She was drying her hair. "I thought you were giving birth in the bathroom." Qinzhe glanced at her. It took half an hour to take a shower. He was done in 10 minutes. "Who are you giving birth to?" "Yours?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and continued to dry her hair. She complained, "I don't even have a hairdryer." "Don't use a hairdryer. It is not good for your hair. You are so annoying. You said the same thing when I dyed my hair. I'm too lazy to talk to you." "Oh right, how do you know how to play basketball?" "I saw a video on Lazy Cat a few days ago." "The guy in the video was you, right?" Qin Bao Bao turned to look at him. He had a sharp oval face, bright red phoenix eyes, wet and slightly messy hair. He was so handsome that it made people's hair stand on end. "I forgot. Tell me what happened." "What do you mean what happened? Didn't you see it?" "So what if I know how to play basketball?" "Which guy doesn't know how to play basketball?" Qinzhe tapped on the keyboard. "But your level is not normal. Do you think I don't know what you are?" Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Dunk? Can you jump that high? You have been a sports loser since you were young. Even a loser has dignity. Even a salted fish can turn over a new leaf. Qin Zhe turned his head and glared at his sister. Qin Bao Bao, don't always look down on me. You can enter star art because of me. AI, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. What's with writing songs? Did you really write them? Qin Zhe's heart thumped. He thought to himself, did I really change too much recently? You have 1,000 reasons to deceive your friends, but you can never deceive the people closest to you. Because they know you like the back of their hand. In another 10 days or half a month, you will be able to participate in music variety shows. If you succeed, you will be a star. Wouldn't such a huge change be even more shocking? Compared to that, the songs I wrote are nothing. When Qin Bao Bao heard this, she was in a good mood. She smiled and said, that's true. She succeeded in fooling him. The two chatted casually. When there was nothing to say, Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and played with her phone. Qin Zhe sat on the bed and built a model. Outside the window, the rain poured down. Inside the room, the TV was playing an ancient romance film. 10:30 at night. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her eyes and was about to fall asleep. You sleep first. I still have work tomorrow. I will sleep later. Qin Bao Bao replied, oh. She wrapped herself in the quilt and lay on the sofa to sleep. 11:30 at night. Qin Zhe turned off his computer to relieve his bladder before going to bed. When he came back, he found that Qin Bao Bao had taken over his bed. Why are you lying on my bed? Sleep on your sofa. Hey, don't play dead. Do you believe that I will pick you up and throw you out of the window? Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered her head. She said coquettishly, the sofa is not comfortable. I can't sleep. I am the patient. If I don't rest well, it will affect the recovery of the wound. Qin Bao Bao patted the empty space beside her. This bed can sleep 2 people. Qin Zhe's bed was similar to a single bed in a hotel. There was no problem for 2 people to squeeze in. Then bring your quilt over. Qin Zhe had no choice but to compromise. Qin Bao Bao protested, that quilt smells. It hasn't been washed for a long time. I don't want it. After all, his sister was here to accompany him for the night, and she was slightly obsessed with cleanliness. Qin Zhe thought about it. Anyway, the bed was quite big. He could make do with it for one night. He lifted the quilt and lay down. Chapter 32. The torrential rain gradually stopped. It was already very tough for a summer rainstorm to last for more than 2 hours. It was late at night, and the ward was quiet. The soundproofing effect of the glass was very good. Qin Zhe slept next to his sister, and Qin Bao Bao had her back to him. They were about a finger's length apart, and the faint fragrance of her hair entered his nostrils. After thinking for a while, he finally fell asleep in the middle of the night. The next day, at 7:30, Qin Bao Bao's biological clock woke her up on time. She opened her eyes and glanced at the furnishings in the ward. She remembered that she had spent the night in the hospital to accompany her brother. Her back was pressed against a warm body. It was comfortable and warm. Qin Bao Bao smiled. She had slept very well last night. At the same time, she felt a little embarrassed. They usually laughed and played a lot, but things like sharing a bed had never happened since she was 10 years old. When Qin Zhe slept with her when they were young, she had to tuck him in and stroke his head as if she was taking care of a doll. In order to avoid further embarrassment, Qin Bao Bao moved her body gently and tried not to disturb her sleeping brother. She quietly left the bed and turned to look at her brother's sleeping face. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyelashes were thick. Although his facial features were not particularly handsome, they were very pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao reached out and poked her brother's face. He frowned and did not wake up. She kissed her brother's forehead and gave him a good morning kiss before leaving for work. 2 days later, Qin Zhe changed into a hospital gown and left the hospital with a laptop. He called his mother to explain the situation. The doctor said that his wound was recovering very well. After removing the stitches, he would be almost fully healed in a week. However, he had to remember to not do strenuous exercise for a month. Qinze wanted to wave his hand and say, "That's for ordinary people." "Sir, you have a cheat code." "It's not ordinary." Qinze's wound was not fully healed. It was not suitable for him to sit for too long, so he did not go to school and asked his father to take a long leave. At the end of the semester, he directly took exams. At home, he was tinkering with Professor Li's modeling. Studying and earning money were secondary. Completing missions was his top priority. These days, Qin Bao Bao did not like to talk to him. Perhaps it was because of the embarrassment that morning. No matter how close they were still siblings. If the old man found out that he had used his little brother to poke his sisters, but Qinze would definitely be torn apart. On this day, Qinze got up on time at 6:30 in the morning. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. Because he couldn't do strenuous exercise, he had to stop his morning exercise. He practiced a set of internal training methods in the living room. Qinze had looked up the information on Chinese martial arts and found that the 12 sections of brocade that the system had gifted him was very similar to the internal martial arts. They had a common characteristic, neither too fast nor too slow, and the intention was to cultivate qi. An hour later, he was in high spirits. He went downstairs and bought 2 sets of breakfast. He quietly finished his breakfast. Considering that his sister was in a cold war with him, he did not knock on the door to wake her up. He wrote a note on the table, carried his computer and USB, and left the house. At 8:00, Qin Bao Bao got up. She was wearing pink flip-flops and teddy bear pajamas. She looked around the empty living room and saw Qinze. She whispered, "Where the hell did he go again?" She washed her face and brushed her teeth. When she came back, she found breakfast on the table with a note on it. Qin Bao Bao had bangs on her forehead. She grabbed a steamed dumpling and took a bite. She picked up the note and read it. "Sister, I'm going to the hospital. Eat well and sleep well. Leave early after eating. Don't be late. I'll prepare stewed chicken with mushrooms for you in the evening. Qinze." Qin Bao Bao slightly raised the corners of her mouth, showing her inner joy. At the same time, Professor Li was receiving a leader of a private equity company in the ward. "President Su, we wrote the contract earlier. Before 9:00, please wait," Professor Li said carefully. He could not hide his anxiety. The woman was wearing a black Dior suit and a pair of red high-heeled shoes. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head. She wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, and her fair legs were well-proportioned and straight. She pointed to the 37 Vacheron Constantine watch on her wrist and said expressionlessly, "It's 8:30. The woman was young, but she was beautiful. She was wearing a high-end office suit and her cold and indifferent expression made her look exceptionally powerful. It actually made the experienced Professor Li feel as if there was a knife at his back. After President Su entered the room, his wife poured a cup of tea and sat on the sofa without saying a word. She really could not get a word in. The two sides were in a deadlock. The woman took out a breach of contract from the file bag beside her. She walked to the bed in her high heels and placed it on the bedside table. "A mathematical model is not something that can be built in half an hour, although I'm not a professional." The woman looked down at Professor Li condescendingly. "A breach of contract is a breach of contract. Sign it. I didn't expect to be late at the end of the month. 500 yuan for full attendance." Professor Li's forehead was covered in sweat. He picked up the phone and made a call. "Xiao Wang, is everyone here?" "Yes. Professor, you told us to come to school an hour earlier today. Then hurry up and compile the things. I'm in a hurry to complete the mathematical model. It's being built." "Professor, don't be anxious." "How can I not be anxious? You have to finish it before 9:00. Remember to test it. Don't make any mistakes. It's all in vain." "Understood." Professor Lee hung up the phone and smiled apologetically. President Su, please wait a little longer. The woman did not speak. She crossed her legs. It was great that Professor Lee could complete the modeling because it involved an investment that the company was about to make. The stock market fund was changing every day. If they were one step late, it would be a huge loss. A few days ago, Professor Lee was full of hope and pinned his hopes on Qin Zhe or Old Qin. However, through the WeChat teachers group, he knew that Old Qin was busy with the final exams and his son's lawsuit. He had no time to do his mathematical model at all. At 8:45, Professor Lee's phone rang. Professor Lee hurriedly picked it up. Xiao Wang, hurry up and send the things to my email. Hurry up, the client is waiting here. An anxious and sobbing voice came from the other end of the phone. Professor Lee, I'm sorry. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. The mathematical model was not verified successfully. We don't know what went wrong. Professor Lee's head rumbled and his heart stopped beating. He said anxiously, What's going on? What's going on? Didn't I call you every day to guide you? Why did it go wrong at the last stage of building the combination? We don't know either. Then hurry up and find the problem. Check the links one by one. Is there a mistake in the formula, calculation, or function curve? Professor Lee was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Professor. I'm sorry. We'll try our best, but it's definitely too late before 9. It's already 8:50. Professor Lee hung up the phone and was in a daze. It still didn't work. His wife was a little flustered. Didn't you say that Old Qin would help? Didn't you say that you would? Now, not only did you not make a single cent, but you also lost 100,000 yuan. Professor Lee's heart was dead. He said expressionlessly, Boss Su, we'll pay. The woman nodded and took out another document from her briefcase. This is the compensation contract. Sign it and transfer the money to our company's account. As she spoke, she took out the official seal and ink pad. The woman signed her name and stamped the official seal. She handed the contract to Professor Lee. Pay first, then sign. Professor Lee sighed. He operated his phone with his left hand and entered the other party's company account. Pay the compensation, knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. The woman smiled and got up to open the door. Qin Zhe was standing at the door with his laptop bag on his back. When he saw the woman who opened the door, he was stunned. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of him had a face that was 9 parts perfect. Her hair was as shiny as silk, with small curls at the end. She was wearing an office lady's suit that was a few grades higher than Qin Baobao's. Her waist was slim and her legs were long, so she was wearing 3-inch black heels. Her face was a little worse than Qin Baobao's. Her body wasn't hot enough, but she was well proportioned. The most eye-catching thing was her temperament. For some reason, Qin Zhe thought of a word, elegant and refined. Who was this beautiful lady? Was she Professor Lee's daughter? The woman nodded slightly at him and turned back to the ward. Professor Lee, if there's no problem, please pay. I'm in a hurry to get to work. The woman stood at the foot of the bed and urged. Qin Zhe followed her into the ward and greeted, Professor, I'm here. Professor Lee was about to pay, but he was stunned. Qin Zhe, why are you here? Qin Zhe was stunned by his question. I'm here to hand in the task. The mathematical model is done. Don't you have a client meeting today? I'm not late, am I? Hand in the task. The mathematical model is done. Professor Lee looked at him blankly. The woman looked at him in shock. Chapter 33. The atmosphere in the ward was strangely quiet. Qin Zhe was confused. Is there a problem? Professor Lee, why do you look so confused? You said the mathematical model is done. Professor Lee could not believe it. Yes, I brought it here. Take a look. Your dad is busy, right? He's been busy for the past few days. Does it matter if my dad is free or not? Qinze replied, yes, my dad is quite busy. Then the mathematical model, I did it. Qinze was full of smiles. Another chance to show off. When Professor Lee heard this, his hard-earned hope was instantly shattered. He forced a smile and said, you're too kind, but I've already promised to compensate you. But don't worry, I'll still pay you the salary you deserve. Professor Lee's wife elbowed him. Qinze quickly said, Professor Lee, I really did it. Professor Lee turned his head and said to the woman, President Su, I'll transfer the money to you now. The woman glanced at Qinze and said, take it out and let me see. Qinze could not figure out her identity and looked at Professor Lee. Professor Lee had a carefree attitude. Let's wait and see. Qinze turned on the computer. The computer was not turned off and was in standby mode. The screen lit up a few seconds later. He inserted the USB drive and opened it. Then, he pushed the computer to Professor Lee. Professor Lee did not have much hope at first. He directly flipped to the last page and looked at the final calculation. Then, his eyes widened as he stared at the calculation. The woman asked, is there a problem? Professor Lee did not answer. His left hand trembled as he moved the mouse and looked at the contents of the mathematical model after he was hospitalized. He deduced it over and over again in his heart. His excitement turned into calmness. No problem. It's a perfect answer. Professor Lee laughed. Old Qin was indeed a good friend. Their years of friendship were not in vain. As for Qinze's, I did it, only a fool would believe it. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Okay, I'll verify it. She took the computer, logged into her email, and sent the mathematical files in the USB drive to her email. Then, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Xiao Su, let the people from the investment department test it. The woman hung up the phone. Wait a moment. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the woman's phone rang. She picked it up and nodded. Changing her cold expression, she smiled faintly and said, Professor Lee, there's no problem with the simulation. Thank you for your help. Happy cooperation. His face changed so quickly. Professor Lee's wife rolled her eyes. Then, she smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. The payment will be transferred to your account in 5 minutes. Please check it carefully. After the woman finished speaking, she put the documents, contracts and other items into her briefcase and left in her high heels. Qinze, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Lee's wife said gratefully. Qinze waved his hand and said in his heart, don't forget to give me the money. He received a notification from the system that the mission was completed and the points were in his account. Professor Lee's complexion was much better now that the stone in his heart had been removed. He smiled and said, Qinze, after I recover, I will treat you and old Qin to a meal. By the way, what's your bank account number? I will transfer my salary to you later. Transfer it to Alipay. Just my phone number. Qinze couldn't stand the couple's enthusiasm. He said a few words and left. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the old man talked to the students about the key points of the exam. When the class was over, he walked out of the classroom with the bell. The phone in his trouser pocket rang. The caller ID showed that it was Li Qingren. As soon as the call was connected, Professor Lee thanked him profusely. Old Qin, thanks to you, I owe you a big favor. You know that my son is getting married at the end of the year and didn't have enough money for the down payment. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. If it weren't for you, Sai, you're so busy. I'm sorry to trouble you. When I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll treat you to a meal. This favor is too big. The old man had to interrupt him. Old Lee, what are you talking about? What favor? What trouble? Haha. Professor Lee laughed heartily. You're so particular with me. It's about the mathematical modeling. Qinze took it over a few days ago. Today, I was prepared to pay for the breach of contract. If it weren't for you, my wife would have made a big fuss. Mathematical modeling? I didn't help you. You misunderstood. Hey, stop fooling around. If you didn't do it, did Chinze do it alone? I worked on it for more than a month. It's professional and complicated. Even an ordinary teacher can't do it. I understand. You don't want me to owe you a favor, right? The old man stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes. You mean, your modeling is completed and Chinze did it? What do you mean, Chinze did it? You didn't do it? But I really don't know. A moment later, the old man and Professor Lee said in unison, Chinze did it? My son can't be so good. Qin Bao Bao returned home from work. When she took out the key to open the door, she smelled a rich aroma from the kitchen. The familiar aroma immediately aroused her appetite. Qin Bao Bao loved chicken stewed with mushrooms the most. She was still infatuated with it and never got tired of it. She didn't even change out of her high heels and trotted into the kitchen. She saw her brother's busy figure waving a spatula and cooking chicken stewed with mushrooms in the casserole. She swallowed hard. Little Zay, I'm back. Hurry up and serve the good wine and meat. Qin Zay didn't even look back. He said flatteringly, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Qin Bao Bao changed into her high heels and sat cross-legged on the sofa. She turned on the LCD TV in the living room and watched the news while waiting for dinner. Qin Zay finished cooking and was about to put the dishes on the table. Qin Bao Bao pointed at the glass coffee table and muttered, Put it here, put it here. So the sister and brother sat on the sofa and watched TV while eating. At home, they couldn't be so casual. The old man's rule was that they could only eat at the dining table. Qin Zay hated dinner when he was a child because dinner time often overlapped with the broadcast of cartoons. Every time he ate, he had to show the courage of a warrior and sit on the bench. Over time, he developed an extremely strong willpower. Dinner was relatively simple. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, 2 vegetarian dishes, dry fried green beans, and cabbage with garlic. Qin Bao Bao basically didn't eat. Her chopsticks were flying as she focused on her favorite chicken stewed with mushrooms. She screamed as the food was scalding while stuffing it into her mouth. Qin Bao Bao was watching a rerun of a music variety show. The stage was lit with alternating lights, the mentors were dressed in gothic fashion, and the contestants were singing to their heart's content on the stage while the audience waved wave-like light sticks. This was the most popular variety show at the moment. Its name seemed to be, I Am a Singer. Qin Bao Bao's cheeks puffed up and she said vaguely, Look, this is the talent show I'm going to participate in during the summer vacation. Brother, wait for me to amaze the world with a single feat. Although Qin Zay didn't pay much attention to variety shows, the second season of I Am a Singer was going to be recorded during the summer vacation. These days, the news was overwhelming. It was hard for him not to know. The singers participating in the show have a solid foundation. Can you do it? Qin Zay questioned. Are you looking down on me? Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother. Qin Zay reminded him, You have to be prepared to face the wrath of Dad and Mom if they find out. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were rolling. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Zay looked at his sister's drifting eyes and his heart skipped a beat. Don't try to make me a scapegoat. Their phones rang. The siblings' ringtones were exactly the same. Both of them reached for their phones at the same time. Grandpa. Qin Zay took out his phone and looked at it. The caller ID showed, Grandpa. Qin Bao Bao immediately lowered the volume of the TV and leaned over. The call went through. Ace, have you eaten? I'm eating. Is your sister back? She's back. She's watching TV. Why are you watching TV when you're eating? Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? Grandpa said unhappily. Qin Bao Bao patted Qin Zay. Your injury is better, right? Yes, it's much better. Oh, I have something to ask you. Dad, go ahead. It's like this. Today, Old Lee called me and thanked me for helping him with his mathematical modeling. I told him that I don't know anything about mathematical modeling. I know a little about his modeling. It's very professional and complicated. So I'm wondering how you did it. Qin Bao Bao blinked. She didn't understand, but she felt that it was amazing. Qin Zhe leaned back and avoided his sister. He said calmly, I did it just like that. It took me a long time to understand it. It's quite difficult, don't try to fool me. Do you think I don't know your level? Qin Zhe was angry. Dad, I did it myself. It's up to you to believe it or not. What's with your attitude? You're getting more and more unruly. Qin Zhe cowered when Grandpa got angry. Dad, I did it. Who else could it be? Qin Bao Bao. Do you think it's realistic? You're right, Grandpa muttered. Qin Bao Bao hit Qin Zhe's head with her chopsticks and glared at him angrily. Qin Zhe explained for a long time. Grandpa reluctantly believed him and sighed. Kid, you're getting more and more enlightened recently. A great talent matures slowly. Qin Zhe said in his heart, thank you for the compliment. I'm still young. The father and son ended the call. Qin Zhe patted his head. Sister, let me show you something. He went into the room and came out with a stack of money. This is the money I earned from modeling. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. She stuck out her tongue and licked her fingers. She counted the money. $9,000. It was equivalent to her previous monthly salary. Qin Bao Bao stuffed the thick stack of money into her jeans pocket and said with a smile, Ace is finally a man who can support the family. I'll give you a verbal compliment. This money will be confiscated as our living expenses. Qin Zhe agreed. In fact, Professor Lee gave him a reward of $10,000. But it was a man's nature to hide money. He secretly kept $1,000. After dinner, Qin Bao Bao leaned on the sofa and touched her belly comfortably. Oh, I forgot to wash yesterday's clothes. She said that but had no intention of getting up. She looked at Qin Zhe with a smile. Qin Bao Bao was very sneaky. She knew that her brother was guilty and took the opportunity to let him do all the work. She would slack off whenever she could. Qin Zhe compromised and said helplessly, I'll wash it for you. Anyway, it was just a matter of throwing it into the washing machine. Separate the underwear from the clothes. Qin Bao Bao did not forget to remind him. Got it. Qin Zhe went into the bathroom and through his sister's office where into the washing machine. Then, he took out the pink underwear. At this time, the system's monotonous voice sounded in his mind. Host, 7 days have passed. The system will automatically extract energy. The next moment, Qin Zhe felt his vision go black. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. He could not recover for a long time. Qin Bao Bao in the living room heard the commotion and ran in to check the situation. When she saw Qin Zhe on the ground, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought that his old injury had relapsed. What's wrong? Did the wound open again? Does it hurt? Qin Bao Bao did not help him up for a long time. My legs are weak. Qin Zhe said weakly. It felt like he had done it 8 or 10 times. He was so exhausted that he could not stand up. Why are your legs weak? Your injury is in your stomach. She suddenly stopped talking. Her eyes were fixed on the pink thing on Qin Zhe's body. It was her underwear. Weak legs, Qin Bao Bao's face changed. She quickly grabbed her underwear and scolded with a red face, Don't you think about my things. She chopped Qin Zhe's head with her hand and walked away angrily. Qin Zhe was stunned. The ball is in the sack. Sister, listen to me. Chapter 34. The final exams ended with his sister's Cold War. The students dragged their suitcases and went home one after another for the summer vacation. The bustling campus quickly quieted down within a day or two. The fourth-year students reluctantly bid farewell to campus life. They stepped into society and bid farewell to their school days. Of course, those who did not have enough credits had to stay in school for the next semester. That afternoon, Qin and his roommates sat together at an internet cafe to play games. They also helped their friend, Canton Waste, to rank up. They arranged to have a farewell dinner that night. Qin sent a message to his sister, telling her that he would not be home for dinner and would be having dinner with his roommates. As expected, the message sank into the sea. After the misunderstanding, Qin Bao felt that her brother's thoughts were dangerous and his behavior was despicable. She could not tolerate it and did not want to talk to Qin for the whole summer vacation. "Guru, let's play another round. Invite me." Canton Waste sent a private message to Qin. Qin did not want to talk to her. Canton Waste kept copying and pasting. Her stubbornness could be felt even through the screen. "I have something to do tonight." Qin explained and exited the game. Qin treated them to dinner at a roadside restaurant. There was a table full of dishes and a bottle of draft beer for everyone. Qin could not drink as his wound had not fully recovered. "It's good that you don't drink. When we are all drunk later, remember to carry us back to the dormitory." Li Liang laughed and clinked glasses with Xiao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang. Qin did not have much of an appetite. He lit a cigarette and puffed with his eyes closed. The four of them jested and laughed, but in their hearts, there was a bit of sadness and reluctance to part. There was still a year before graduation. After the internship, there was still a thesis defense period. However, everyone knew that it was short. After the thesis defense, they would go their separate ways. This semester could be seen as the end of their university life. Fortunately, Li Liang and Qin were locals in Shanghai. Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baliang chose to stay in Shanghai during their internship. They did not rule out the possibility of taking root here. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I started my internship. In another blink of an eye, I will graduate. Li Liang patted one shoulder, then the other, and kept saying, "Don't forget me when you're rich." When it was Qin's turn, he changed his words and said, "If your sister still doesn't have a boyfriend, quickly introduce one to your brother." Qin scolded him. Time really flies. University life ended in the blink of an eye, before I had the chance to use the system to show off to my heart's content. Just think about it, if he had gotten the system a few years ago, he would have become the most popular person in the school, the appa in the eyes of the girls, and the brother in the eyes of the boys. The school hunk was not Zhang Mingyu, but Qin. The school hunk, Qin, had hugged countless waists and held countless hands. The school hunk, Qin, had long stood at the pinnacle of life. Why should he suffer Qin Bao's ridicule? Thinking of the system, Qin gnashed his teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for the system extracting energy without any warning, he wouldn't have been misunderstood by Qin Bao. Something like molesting his sister's underwear, just thinking about it is shameful. "Host, you have received a coupon from the store, please check it." Qin was stunned. "System, you finally know your mistake, is this my compensation?" He clicked on the interface of the store, a fluorescent blue 3D projection spread out, and a coupon icon lit up in the upper right corner. "Host, you're the most unambitious host I've ever met." The system's voice was filled with exasperation and helplessness. My previous hosts, after obtaining me, were treated as if they had obtained a treasure. From then on, they worked hard to improve themselves and were reborn in a short period of time, gaining huge benefits. But look at yourself, ask yourself, have you ever made a plan for your future? Have you ever worked hard to hang your head on a beam and pierce your butt? Other than flirting with your sister every day and passively accepting missions, what else have you done? You said that I'm unambitious, I admit, but flirting with Qin Bao is pure slander. Qin pointed at the coupon and cursed, F***CK. His roommates were stunned. Qin waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to pay attention to him, and communicated with the system with his consciousness. Advanced cooking proficiency? What do I want this for? To change my profession to be a chef? Speaking of which, 100 points is too expensive. Are you sure you are not cheating me? Any advanced skill requires 300 points. Host, you have profited. The system replied, please don't misunderstand. Giving you a coupon is definitely not a reward. I hope that you will exchange all your points. No government likes depositors who don't move their funds. High-level skills. Qin Zhe looked at his 500 plus points. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to exchange for the skill. High-level skills. Qin Zhe looked at his 500 plus points. At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Bao drove her little red horse to the arrival level of Hongqiao Airport. She was here to pick up a high school classmate from Beijing, who came all the way to Shanghai to seek refuge with her. The first floor of the arrival level was crowded with people. Most of them were unlicensed taxi drivers and taxi drivers who didn't want to line up. They asked everyone they met, do you want to take a taxi? No need to line up. Qin Bao, with her breasts, long legs, and perky buttocks, stood in the crowd like a moving scenery, attracting the attention of the surrounding men. Not long after, a large wave of people came out, and the drivers heard the news and came forward to solicit customers. Qin Bao stood still, her eyes searching in the crowd, and finally found her beautiful best friend, who stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. She waved her hand, and even the peaks in front of her chest shook and shone brightly. In the crowd, Wang Zijin immediately saw Qin Bao, who was standing on her tiptoes and waving her arms, walking over with an exquisite suitcase. Qin Bao put one hand on her waist and pointed at Wang Zijin with the other. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Wang Zijin smiled gently. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. No, I'll give you one more chance. Qin Bao laughed. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and said helplessly, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Bao hugged her best friend and giggled. Tissue, I missed you so much. Bao, your figure is getting better and better. Wang Zijin pushed Qin Bao away, looked up and down, and said, you found a boyfriend, right? You're moistened by love. Don't tease me, I'm still single right now. Qin Bao drove out of the airport with her best friend and onto the highway. It was rush hour, so the traffic was congested. The little red horse kept stopping and driving. Wang Zijin looked through the car window and looked at the bright night scenery intertwined with the neon lights. She sighed. I haven't been to Shanghai for many years. Qin Bao attacked. After graduating from high school, you followed your family to Beijing. We haven't seen each other for 5 years. Aren't I back now? Wang Zijin smiled. Bao, is it really okay for me to stay at your place? I heard you say that you live with your brother. Qin Bao said with a dark face, don't mention him. Wang Zijin was stunned and glanced at her. Are you angry? You used to praise your brother on WeChat. You even said that you would introduce him to me. I said don't mention him. Qin Bao said impatiently. Okay, I won't mention him. Wang Zijin said helplessly. I'm just afraid that your brother will have a problem. Besides, it's always inconvenient to have a man. Qin Bao thought about it seriously and felt that it was indeed inconvenient. If she was not careful, her underwear would be used by Qin Zhe to do evil things. That's my house. What can he say? If you think it's inconvenient, I'll ask him to move back home. It's summer vacation anyway. Don't. If you do that, I'll offend your whole family. What will your parents think? Aya, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll ask A's to go home and cook. I haven't eaten either. Qin Bao took out her phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to her best friend. Help me call them. I only have 6 points left on my driver's license. I can't be caught by the surveillance camera. Wang Zijin took the phone and opened the contact list. She remembered that Qin Bao's brother seemed to be called Qin Zhe. But she couldn't find it. Your brother is called Qin Zhe, right? Yes. Qin Bao paused and suddenly realized. Little Z's. Little Z's. Wang Zijin smiled faintly. She entered the word little in the search box and little Z's immediately popped up. She dialed the phone. A few seconds later, the phone went through. Sister, what's up? The guy on the other end seemed to be flattered. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled. Hello, are you Qinze? I'm your sister's classmate. Bao Bao is driving. It's not convenient to call. Hello. Wang Zijin nodded and looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao muttered, Qinze, my classmate is coming to your house for dinner tonight. Go buy groceries. We'll be there in an hour. Yes, am. Qinze said loudly on the other end of the phone, Sister, what do you want to eat today? Qin Bao Bao said, chicken stewed with mushrooms. What about you? Wang Zijin thought for a moment. I'm used to Shanghai's food. I'm not picky. You can do the rest. The more, the better. The phone hung up. Wang Zijin said with a smile, You two are so close, unlike my family. Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. He wasn't usually so obedient. He was guilty of doing bad things. Actually, we can just eat out. Don't bother. That won't do. A small restaurant won't do. Too much money won't be enough. Let me tell you, I'm so poor now. Qinze had to end the dinner early. Fortunately, his roommates were almost drunk. They were a little tipsy. If they continued to drink, he would have to carry them back to the dormitory. He first went to the market to buy ingredients. He, who had never been picky before, learned the skill of picking vegetables without a teacher. He could easily distinguish vegetables that were no longer fresh even if they were drenched in water. He rushed home at 8:00 in the evening and began to cook. The advanced cooking expertise that he had just exchanged was put to good use so soon. Chapter 35. Qinze didn't buy too many ingredients considering that girls didn't have a big appetite. The list of dishes he was going to make tonight was tofu with vegetables, steamed yellow croaker, chicken stewed with mushrooms, pickled cabbage trotters, and radish bone soup. He even bought 2 casserole pots for this. After rushing home, Qinze got busy. He washed the ingredients, cut the meat, and chopped the vegetables. His knife skills were so good that no one could beat him. Qinze's mind was filled with cooking experience, as if he was a top chef who had been in the industry for 20 years. In his opinion, the most powerful function of the system was enlightenment. In front of this ability, talent and hard work were worthless. As long as he kept exchanging skills, he could climb to the peak of life. The premise was that he could continuously complete missions. At 8:30, Qinze prepared all the ingredients and was ready to show off his newly learned advanced cooking skills. The sound of a key turning came from the door, followed by his sister's voice. Qinze, you haven't made dinner yet, right? Not yet. I'm about to cook, Qinze replied loudly in the kitchen. Then you don't have to cook anymore. We've already eaten. Qin Bao Bao's voice was crisp. Qinze looked at the crushed tofu, minced meat, cleaned yellow croaker, and neatly cut radish. He suddenly had the urge to rush out and beat Qin Bao Bao up. Then I'll eat by myself. It doesn't matter. Qinze wouldn't get angry with his sister, at least not during the Cold War. He walked out of the kitchen. His gaze swept past Qin Bao Bao and landed on the beauty at the entrance. Wang Zijin had a goddess-like long straight black hair, a light blue short-sleeved shirt, and light white slim-fit three-quarter pants. Her figure was well-proportioned, and her butt was very perky. She had a beautiful oval face, and her eyes were gentle and clear. She had the temperament of a lady from a respectable family. What a beautiful sister. Qin Bao Bao seemed to be dissatisfied with Qinze's stunned gaze. She said unhappily, "This is my best friend, Wang Zijin. Her nickname is Tissue. She will be living in our house in the future. I don't know how long she will stay." Wang Zijin stood at the entrance and changed her white canvas shoes into thin cotton slippers. She smiled and said, "Hello, little brother. Please take care of me." When she smiled, she looked especially gentle and dignified. Her temperament was outstanding. "Hello, elder sister." Qin Zhe showed a gentle and humble smile. He searched through Qin Bao Bao's circle of best friends in his mind, but did not match up with Wang Zijin. "I've never seen you before." Qin Bao Bao explained, "She's my best friend from high school. She went back to Beijing after graduation and we haven't seen each other for many years." Okay, you do your own thing. Zijin, let's go inside." Qin Bao Bao originally wanted to entertain Wang Zijin at home, but Wang Zijin had gastric problems and could not bear the hunger. Halfway through, she got off the highway and bought some jianbing to eat. Qin Bao Bao was greedy and bought one as well. In the end, she found that it was quite delicious. Thus, the two of them ate 2 jianbing each, and dinner was settled just like that. Since the two best friends met after a long separation, they had to catch up. They closed the door and chatted in the house. From simple to complicated, Qin Zhe's first dish was vegetable tofu. He crushed the vegetables, blanched them in boiling oil, added a little soy sauce and cooking wine, and stir-fried them for 2 minutes. Then, he poured the boiling oil on top of the bean curd, and a sizzling sound was heard. Qin Zhe mixed it evenly with chopsticks and tasted it. He was touched by his own cooking skills. The pickled cabbage trotters and steamed small yellow croakers were cooked together. One was in the pressure cooker, and the other was in the steamer. The seasoning and other preparations were done. About 15 minutes later, the steamed small yellow croakers were ready. The fragrance of the fish filled the entire kitchen. Opening the lid of the steamer, the small yellow croakers were neatly lying in the wine-red soup. Qin Zhe sprinkled onions and garlic. He carefully picked up one with chopsticks and sucked gently. The small yellow croakers were left with only a skeleton. The unique fragrance of the fish filled his mouth, and the soy sauce and cooking wine removed the fishy smell. It was extremely delicious. Qin Zhe opened the steamer and put chicken stewed with mushrooms on the rack. This was one of Qin Zhe's specialties. Because Qin Bao loved it, he cooked it for her every now and then. But compared to today's chicken stewed with mushrooms, Qin Zhe felt that what he cooked before was not a dish, but garbage. The chicken was stewed until it was soft and tender. The mushrooms absorbed the rich soup, and the soup was soft and bright. The rich fragrance of the chicken was mixed with the fresh fragrance of the mushrooms. Not only was the meat flavorful, even the bone marrow was flavorful. Qin Zhe chewed the bones until they were mushy. At this time, the pickled cabbage trotters were ready. The pressure cooker spat out hot air. He opened the lid and poured the soup into the newly bought casserole. The stewed trotters were mushy. A layer of golden oil floated on the soup. The chopsticks easily poked a hole in the pig skin. Qin Zhe tasted it. It was fatty but not greasy. It melted in his mouth and he felt his taste buds explode. The pickled cabbage's appetizing effect made him salivate crazily. After the 4 dishes were done, the last dish was the radish bone soup. In the room, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin were wearing the same teddy bear pajamas. They were lying on the soft bed, playing with their phones and chatting. Wang Zijin was wearing Qin Bao's pajamas, which were slightly loose. She was a few centimeters shorter than Qin Bao. It was rare to see a woman like Qin Bao who was 1.72 meters tall. Her chest was not as big as Qin Bao's. Her 36D breasts could beat more than 90% of Chinese women. What are your plans for coming to Shanghai this time? How long are you going to be angry with your family? Qin Bao was reading a romance novel. Wang Zijin was binge-watching a drama. She said without looking up, "I'll stay here first. My family has frozen my bank and credit cards. I'll go out and look for a job next time. I'll consider going back at the end of the year." "It's good that you have a plan." Qin Bao rubbed her chest and kicked the quilt restlessly. "I provide food and accommodation here. My brother is very good at cooking." "Your brother graduated from New Oriental?" Wang Zijin joked. Go away. Qin Bao said angrily, don't mock my brother. He's a culinary skill that I've practiced since I was young. Especially the chicken stewed with mushrooms, it's especially fragrant. It's all thanks to my teachings. I'm not a foodie. I'm more casual when it comes to food. It's fine as long as it's not too spicy. Wang Zijin smiled faintly and did not take Qin Bao's words to heart. Firstly, her stomach was not good, so her appetite was limited. Secondly, what kind of delicacies had she not eaten before? However, with her EQ, she definitely would not refute Qin Bao's words of bragging about her brother. You don't have to be like this. In my opinion, you should listen to your family and marry a tall, rich, and handsome man. What's wrong with that? Qin Bao advised her best friend earnestly. Don't give me chicken soup for the soul. Wang Zijin joked. The pot calling the kettle black. I really have high standards and can't find a good man. But Bao, you don't have a boyfriend. I don't understand. You make it sound like I have low standards. Qin Bao was absent-minded for no reason. She whispered, I always feel that if I find a boyfriend, I'll regret it in the future. Regret? Wang Zijin was stunned. Did that mean she had no confidence in men? Was she afraid of meeting a scumbag? You'll regret it if you don't find one. Don't tell me you have a phobia of love. I've only heard of marriage phobia. Qin Bao shook her head. I don't know why. I just feel that I'll lose something. Aren't you lonely? I'm not lonely. I live with my brother. This is different. You know. I don't know. Anyway, I feel very happy living with him. I don't have to cook, clean, or wash clothes. It's so comfortable. When I'm unhappy, Ace will coax me. When I'm angry, I'll vent my anger on him. I like to see his angry but helpless face. Don't tell me you have a brother complex. Get lost. After a moment of silence, Qin Bao gently hummed the song, Invisible Wings. The melodious and ethereal melody was beautiful and pleasant to the ear. Wang Zijin listened for a while. She paused the TV drama on her phone and listened quietly. After Qin Bao finished singing, she couldn't wait to ask, what song is this? It's really nice, but I've never heard it before. When she mentioned this, Qin Bao suddenly felt proud. She laughed and said, of course you haven't heard it. I haven't become a big star yet. How could you have heard it? What do you mean? You don't know. I was able to sign with Star Art Entertainment all because of this song. Qin Bao winked. My brother wrote this song for me. Qin Zhe wrote it? Wang Zijin was shocked. He wrote the lyrics and the music. Your brother is an art school student? He's too talented. He'll be successful in the near future. Wang Zijin was half sincere and half flattering. Unfortunately, the horse hit the horse's leg. Qin Bao's small foot lightly kicked Wang Zijin's perky butt. She said unhappily, what art school student, New Oriental? My brother is a real University of Finance undergraduate. He's studying finance. Can someone who studies finance write such a good song? Why don't I believe it? Wang Zijin wondered. Since he's so talented, why is he studying finance? I remember you always tell me how weak your brother is and how he was criticized by father. I thought he didn't even get into university. Compared to me, of course he's weak. Qin Bao sighed. Maybe he really has talent in this area. It was buried before. You know, my dad is a finance professor at the University of Finance. The major he applied for was decided by my dad. It can be considered as a son inheriting his father's career. Wang Zijin said, I hate it the most when elders plan one's life and arrange marriages. Qin Bao suddenly sniffed and sat up straight. She almost drooled. It smells so good. Where did this fragrance come from? Wang Zijin also sat up and looked around in confusion. She was a little hungry because of the fragrance. Is it your living room? Go out and see. Chapter 36. When Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin excitedly ran into the living room, Qin Zhe was sitting at the dining table and eating heartily. In front of him were red braised pork trotters, vegetable tofu, steamed small yellow croakers, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and steaming hot steam. The rich aroma of the dishes aroused the hunger in his stomach. Qin Bao Bao's first reaction was, "Damn, my brother is eating alone behind my back. Where did you order takeout? It smells so good." Qin Bao Bao's appetite was aroused. She kicked Qin Zhe's calf and said, "Is there any rice? Get me a bowl." Qin Zhe chewed the food in his mouth. He didn't like to serve his sister, so he retorted, "Didn't you already eat? Just do as I say. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Qin Bao Bao reached out and grabbed a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. The tender chicken instantly filled her mouth and activated her taste buds. She narrowed her eyes in intoxication. This is chicken stewed with mushrooms? This taste, this texture, it's simply amazing. Is the chicken stewed with mushrooms I used to eat fake? Qin Zhe got up reluctantly and went to the kitchen to get her rice. Qin Zhe, get me a bowl too. No, half a bowl is enough. Wang Zijin sat down, but her upbringing was obviously much better than Qin Bao Bao's. Although she couldn't move her eyes away from the dishes, she controlled herself and didn't imitate Qin Bao. When Qin Zhe got up to get the rice, Qin Bao Bao kept eating one piece of chicken after another. Wang Zijin slapped her hand away and said, "Bao Bao, you didn't even wash your hands." Wang Zijin was mainly afraid that she would finish all the dishes. Qin Zhe served 2 bowls of rice, and the 3 of them surrounded the dishes and ate heartily. Qin Bao Bao's favorite was chicken stewed with mushrooms. She couldn't wait to hug herself to her. In addition, her favorite was pork trotters stewed with pickled cabbage. The pork trotters melted in her mouth. It was fat but not greasy. It was mushy, but the taste lingered. Especially the pork skin, which was rich in collagen. When sucked into the mouth, it immediately slipped into the stomach. It was simply a pleasure to eat it in the mouth. Huff, huff, Qin Bao Bao was so hot that she kept panting and fanning her mouth. Wang Zijin had gastric problems and didn't like fish and meat, but pickled cabbage was appetizing. After eating the pork trotters, she couldn't stop and started eating. Qin Bao Bao Bao's food. She started eating. "Baby, it's fine if you move the chicken stewed with mushrooms to the front, but don't take up the hoof too. Hooves are rich in collagen. It's perfect for my beauty. Then I want beautification too. You have your natural beauty. You. Then can I have gastric problems? I like to eat appetizers. Then ask Qin Zhe to order another portion for you." Wang Zijin thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. She smiled and said to Qin Zhe, "Brother, help me order another portion." Qin Zhe was stunned. "What do you mean? I only bought this much. What time is it now? The market is closed." Wang Zijin blinked and was very surprised. Was the food on the table all cooked by Qin Zhe? Qin Bao Bao said that he was good at cooking. Was she not bragging? Qin Bao Bao looked up from her bowl and laughed. "Stop fooling around. Which restaurant ordered takeout? It's too delicious. Let's order from this place in the future and treat it as a canteen." Qin Zhe picked up a small yellow croaker, slurped it, and sucked the fish. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Qin Bao Bao made a face. The 3 of them continued to battle with the food. Not long after, the table was cleaned up. Qin Bao Bao leaned against the chair, stroked her bulging belly, and sighed, "It's all your fault, all your fault. I'm practicing my dance, and I need to maintain my figure." Wang Zijin teased. "Don't you know how to diet if you want to practice dancing? You have no self-control at all." Burp. She laughed happily. It had been a long time since she had such a good meal. "Qin Zhe, which restaurant is this? Let's go have a look tomorrow and order something else to try." Wang Zijin handed Qin Zhe a tissue and motioned for him to wipe the oil stains around his mouth. I made it, Qin Zhe said seriously. Stingy. So what if you tell us? Qin Bao Bao said unhappily. Wang Zijin smiled and didn't say anything. Her relationship with Qin Zhe hadn't reached the stage of laughing and joking. At this time, a clear whistle came from the kitchen. It was the sound of the steam in the pot being expelled from the air holes. Qin Zhe pointed toward the kitchen. There's the last soup. Do you want to try it? You really made it? Wang Zijin was beginning to believe it. Hey, don't be fooled by him. He's probably the one who made this soup. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Do you think I don't know how good he is? You can drink it if you want. I can't drink it anyway. Wang Zijin shook her head and smiled. Then I won't drink it either. I'm full. Drink it or leave it. Qin Zhe put on a pair of insulated gloves, took out the radish bone soup, and placed it in front of him. The radish had been stewed to a pulp. The bone was still attached to the meat. The soup was milky white with a layer of glistening oil. Qin Zhe ignored his two sisters and filled a bowl for himself. There was only a little salt in the soup. It was very light, but it was especially suitable to drink after eating a lot of fish and meat. Moreover, it was fragrant and moisturizing. It had the freshness of the radish and the rich aroma of the bone. As a meal soup, Qin Zhe wanted to give it 99 points. 1 point less because he didn't want to be arrogant. Wang Zijin smelled the rich aroma and couldn't help but fill half a bowl for herself. She held the bowl and blew on it before taking a small sip. At this moment, she felt her calm taste buds become active again. The fresh aroma of the radish and the rich aroma of the bone were perfectly intertwined. It was very light, but it gave people the feeling of a big meal. The key was that it came at the perfect time to wash away the grease left in her mouth and stomach. He couldn't help but let her drink a few more mouthfuls. Wang Zijin burped in an unladylike manner and said in surprise, I want to drink another bowl. Is it that good? Qin Zhe's soup cooking skills are just so-so. He's not half as good as my mother. Qin Bao Bao's face was full of, I don't read much, but you can't fool me, expression. She also filled half a bowl for herself and took a small sip. Her almond-shaped eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Zhe, you ordered takeout again, right? Crazy. Qin Zhe muttered and buried his head in the soup. Qin Bao Bao gulped down a mouthful. I'll drink another bowl too. There wasn't much soup, only 4 or 5 bowls. The 3 of them had a bowl each, and the soup was almost empty. Wang Zijin said with a smile, Qin Zhe, I'm the guest. Can you let me drink the rest of the soup? Qin Zhe held the spoon and was about to add more soup for himself. He glanced unhappily at his sister's beautiful best friend. He had only drunk 1 bowl. You have a weak stomach. Eat less. Qin Bao Bao snatched the spoon from his hand, scooped the last bowl of soup into her own bowl, and drank it with a smile. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and glared at her, looking very unhappy. Qin Bao Bao completely ignored her best friend's little eyes. She put on a fake smile and reached out to twist Qin Zhe's ear. Aze, I believe that you cooked all these dishes. Are you happy? Qin Zhe dodged sideways. Happy. Stretch your head over here. Whoever stretches his head out is a fool. Qin Bao Bao was furious and rushed over. I suspect that you have secret culinary skills. You're guilty of a heinous crime. I'm going to twist your ear off to make a dish with wine. Qin Bao Bao screamed after she finished speaking. Qin Zhe grabbed her hands behind her back and turned her body around. She was pressed against his thighs and could not move. Qin Bao Bao, have I given you too much sunshine and too much water these days? You're so bright that you're about to burst into flames. The flood is about to destroy the Oriental Pearl Tower. Qin Zhe, let go of me. My stomach is full. It's so uncomfortable. Say you're wrong. I'd rather die than give in. Spit out what you ate. My good brother, Zijin is watching from the side. Give me some face. Wang Zijin looked at the two siblings making a scene. Her smile was gentle, and her eyes were gentle. At 10:30 p.m., Qin Bao Bao wandered around the living room, taking food for herself. Qin Zhe was sitting on the sofa with the computer in his hands. He was looking at the key points of the class sent by Grandpa Qin via email. They were all topics that might be tested. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin was taking a shower. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Qin Bao Bao walked while raising her legs. What do you think of this bestie of yours? Qin Zhe asked back, what do you mean? Everything. Qin Zhe commented, her external beauty is impeccable. Her internal beauty needs to be examined. To be honest, it's rare to see such a beauty. After saying that, he saw Qin Bao Bao staring at him with her hands on her waist. He hurriedly added, except for you, sis. Qin Bao Bao did a twisting motion and asked, how about I introduce her to you as your girlfriend? Qin Zhe was so shocked that his hands trembled. Are you testing me? I swear that I've never had any thoughts about her. Qin Zhe thought in his heart. She was afraid that he would do something indescribable with her underwear again. Qin Bao Bao said seriously, don't you like this kind of gentle and generous girl? She doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Pausing for a moment, a look of disdain appeared on her face. Sis, I'm trying to divert the trouble so that you won't use my underwear to do that again. Qin Zhe was unable to refute, and he was too lazy to refute. Qin Bao Bao changed the topic. However, Zijin doesn't like you. There are so many people chasing after her, but she doesn't even look at those crazy bees and butterflies. Well, anyway, in your eyes, I'm a good-for-nothing brother who can't get a wife. Qin Zhe was already used to being slandered by her. Qin Bao Bao lost in bickering again and again. She was so angry that she trotted over and kicked Qin Zhe. She quickly retreated to a safe place and looked at him provocatively. What's the background of your bestie? Qin Zhe closed the stock trading software and ignored his sister's provocation. Instead, he started to talk about Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao was still very familiar with her. She was a gentle and generous girl and Qin Zhe's ideal partner. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and pondered. She's from Beijing. Her parents seem to be civil servants. That's all I know. Why, can't you wait to get to know her? I think your bestie must be from a good family. I can't find fault with her speech and behavior. The key is that she asked me to serve her rice just now. What can serving her rice mean? Use the IQ that you're so proud of. Think about it. If you went to someone else's house, would you have a clear conscience and ask them to serve you rice? Qin Zhe analyzed, she's completely used to having food served to her. What does it mean? There must be a nanny at home. It makes sense. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. Then she looks down on you even more. Quickly beg me to help you matchmake. To be honest, Qin Zhe was tempted. But considering that his sister would only hinder him in this aspect, he silently dismissed the idea of roping in Qin Bao Bao. Besides, Wang Zijin was beautiful, but Qin Zhe had a great immunity to beautiful women since he was young. There was no possibility of love at first sight. The character of this beautiful sister from Beijing still needed to be observed. Chapter 37. The next day, 6:00. After the summer vacation, Qin Zhe pushed back his morning exercise schedule from 5:30 to 6:00. Life doesn't need to be so fast. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing and teeth brushing could be heard. The door was half closed. Qin Zhe didn't even need to guess. It was Wang Zijin in the bathroom. Qin Bao Bao was a lazy person who wanted to spend as much time as possible with the quilt. She said, women get old easily if they don't get enough sleep. Sitting in the living room, he opened the points exchange store and flipped through the various categories. His current points were 400 points. It was enough to exchange for some small skills, but it was not enough to exchange for a skill from the system. For example, stock trading was a big subject. It was divided into technical analysis and fundamental analysis. It required a wide range of knowledge and involved the knowledge of many industries. Therefore, there was no stock trading skill in the points exchange store. Some people said that there was no such thing as technical analysis in China's stock market. It was reasonable, but not entirely correct. The stock market was a game. The bankers used all means to eat up the individual investors and their opponents. The individual investors tried to snatch food from the bankers. But the individual investors could never be a match for the bankers. For example, the bankers could buy information and promote good news to attract the individual investors. Then, they would sell their stocks at a high price. The individual investors who fell into the trap were called takers. In addition, there was an invisible mastermind behind the scenes manipulating the stock market. The mastermind was invincible. It dominated the stock market and made a lot of money. In front of it, any organization was an individual investor. In June of this year, the mastermind started to act again. The stock market rose by hundreds of indexes in just 1 month. Therefore, Qin Zhe began to pay attention to the stock market. He hoped to follow the mastermind and get some benefits. Of course, he was also prepared to be cheated by the mastermind. Qin Zhe had a special feeling about the stock market. The Qin family once had a difficult period. They sold a house that was regarded as their lifeblood in Shanghai. Later, the old man maneuvered in the stock market and made a bucket of gold. Only then did the family get through the crisis. His mother and sister worshipped the old man to death. At that time, Qin Zhe happened to be studying history. Looking at his father who was worshipped by the 2 women in his family, he remembered what Xiang Yu said when he saw Qin Shi go on an inspection tour: "I can replace him." Wang Zijin came out of the bathroom and saw Qin Zhe sitting on the sofa in a daze. She was also stunned and greeted with a smile. "Up so early?" "I woke up early to exercise and saw Sister Ziwei washing her face and brushing her teeth, so I sat down and waited." "Are you going out for a run too?" "Also?" Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other and smiled. "Let's go together." Qin Zhe led Wang Zijin to a nearby park. At 6:30, the sky was bright and cars were speeding. The people who got up early for work had already gone out. Wang Zijin was wearing white sportswear. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked energetic and had a towel around her neck. Qin Zhe was wearing cheap sportswear that cost 100 yuan. Qin Bao Bao bought it for him during the store promotion. "We only have an hour." Qin Zhe turned his head and smiled. Wang Zijin stared at him and blinked curiously. "Why?" "Because after 7:30, the park is the square dancing auntie's territory." Wang Zijin couldn't help but laugh. 5 minutes later, they ran into the park and jogged along the winding stone path. Half an hour later, Qin Zhe stopped. Wang Zijin also stopped. She tilted her head and laughed. "Can't?" Qin Zhe smiled. He remembered a saying: "A man can't say no. Even if he can't, he has to do it." Of course, he wouldn't say such old-fashioned and vulgar words. It would make him look bad in the eyes of girls. However, there were many immature men who liked to show off in front of girls. In fact, according to Qin Zhe's rich theoretical knowledge, he concluded that one should never show off in front of girls. It was easy to become a fool. Therefore, Qin Zhe shook his head and smiled. "I'll stay for an hour to practice my boxing." "Practice boxing?" Wang Zijin stared at him suspiciously for a while and said, "Oh. Then I'll run by myself." Qin Zhe watched her slowly run away and touched his nose. It seemed that he had inadvertently failed to show off and became a fool. He retreated to the side of the lawn, closed his eyes, bent his spine slightly, and opened his legs. His body followed his qi, and his qi followed his qi. He wrapped his arms around his dantian. Soon, he felt a heat flow from his dantian. It followed his body movements and flowed to his limbs and bones. It was a bit like the legendary qi circulation. According to the Energy Cultivation Manual, 1 hour of exercise a day was enough. More than that wouldn't be beneficial. The principle was like studying. Studying hard might not be good. There was a limit to a person's ability to learn and exercise. Qin was once again disturbed by the dynamic music of the square dance ante. He opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and clear. On the flagstone road, Wang Zijin stood there and looked at him with curiosity and surprise. Tai Chi? Internal martial arts? Wang Zijin asked. Qin pondered for a moment. It's internal martial arts, not Tai Chi strictly speaking. It's not any school. I'm just fooling around. I don't believe you. Wang Zijin said without giving him face. When I was young, I had a bad stomach. Whenever I exercised, I would vomit. Later, I heard that boxing was good for the body, so I went online and researched various internal martial arts. I pieced together and created this boxing technique. The effect was really good. I never vomited again. My stomach is also not good. Wang Zijin's eyes were shining. Can you teach me? No, you have to pay tuition. Wang Zijin said pitifully, I don't have money. Then I won't teach you. Qin refused. The Energy Cultivation Manual required the system to guide the sense of qi. Even if others learned the moves, it would be in vain. Okay. Wang Zijin said regretfully. Her smile did not diminish. She was not angry because of this. Qin appreciated her very much. This sister was natural and generous. She had a high EQ, getting along with her was like a spring breeze. If it was Qin Bao, she would be rolling on the ground. Qin Bao's principle was, the younger brother's things are the elder sister's, and the elder sister's things are still the elder sister's. Qin and Wang Zijin returned together, bypassing the dancing antes. Wang Zijin was sweating profusely. She wiped with a towel again and again. Her hair was sticking to her cheeks. Her face was flushed, and she looked charming. Qin, I heard from Bao that you're doing an internship now, right? Yes. I'll do an internship for a year and then graduate. Have you submitted your resume? No, I don't want to do an internship for the time being. I'm resting at home. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and said with a smile, Bao said that you're lazy. I didn't believe it. I thought that a person who can write songs and cook delicious dishes can't be lazy. Now I believe it, but I think Bao is wrong. You're not lazy, but you lack motivation. Qin chuckled. You can just say that I don't want to make progress. You don't have to be so tactful. Wang Zijin giggled and said, I'm saving you some face. Actually, I've been ordinary since I was a child, unlike Qin Bao, who has excellent grades. Every parent-teacher meeting, my old man will be proud. So my old man often said to me, if you're half as smart as Bao, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. I also think that I'm very ordinary. There's nothing special about me. I'm a mediocre person. Mediocre people should have a mediocre lifestyle. Being in the limelight has nothing to do with me. I just need to know my place, and that's enough. Anyway, everyone thinks that I'm mediocre and won't put high hopes on me, Qin said with a smile. Wang Zijin nodded with a smile. Qin glanced at her. At this time, shouldn't you be affectionately encouraging me and praising me? Take the opportunity to open my heart. My best friend's younger brother has a crush on me is such an interesting plot. Wang Zijin was so amused by him that she started giggling. She smiled and looked at him with annoyance. I'm not close to you. Qin laughed. From the corner of his eye, he saw an electric scooter speeding towards Wang Zijin. Be careful. He put his palm on Wang Zijin's shoulder and wrapped his other hand around her waist. With a sudden force, Wang Zijin crashed into his arms. The electric scooter sped past, but it still grazed Wang Zijin's calf. It hurt so much that she groaned. The guy riding the electric scooter turned around and saw that nothing serious had happened. He turned around and left. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Qin Zhe cursed at his back. The pace of life in a big city was fast. It was understandable that people were in a hurry to get to work, but they couldn't be reckless and hurt others and themselves. Shanghai's subway had been built for so many years, and there were often accidents because people were in a hurry. Later, safety railings and glass doors were added to the platform to improve the situation. Qin Zhe helped Wang Zijin sit down on the side of the road. Qin Zhe pulled up her trousers, revealing her white and tender calves. Her skin had been scraped and dark red blood was seeping out. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Apply some iodine and it will heal in 3 to 5 days. After that, he scolded, if he hurt you, I'll beat him up. Wang Zijin gently pulled down her pants and smiled. My best friend's younger brother hasn't had a crush on me yet, and you're already thinking of making my sister's best friend fall in love with me? You've seen through it. Qin Zhe laughed. In his heart, his understanding of Wang Zijin went up another level. She was generous, decent, friendly, not shy, not overly reserved, and could take a joke. Why was it said that she was not overly reserved? It was not that she was not reserved. She was still reserved. She did not let Qin Zhe touch her calf. Qin Zhe took a detour and bought a bottle of iodine for Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin paid for it herself and did not give Qin Zhe a chance. They bought soup dumplings, soy milk, and youtiao from the breakfast shop. When they returned home, Qin Bao had already woken up. Seeing the two of them coming back together, she was puzzled. Where did you two go? Jogging. Wang Zijin smiled and put the breakfast on the table. She turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 38. Qin Zhe came out of the shower, bare-chested and wearing a pair of big pants. His body was strong but slightly thin. There was no excess fat. His abdominal muscles were already formed. His hard training in the past half-month had ground out the originally small amount of excess fat. Qin Bao was excitedly admiring her brother's figure. She clicked her tongue and said against her heart, "What's so great about having a few pieces of meat? Who are you showing off to?" Her eyes lingered, looking again and again. It was like a man squatting in the cafeteria to evaluate the girl's long legs and thin waist. Women would also appreciate a man's figure. Qin Zhe held his breath, making his 8 abdominal muscles more obvious. He said proudly, "I'm showing off to you. Do you still remember our agreement?" Qin Bao pretended to be at a loss. What agreement? Did we make an agreement? Damn, I knew you would go back on your words. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes, drying his hair while walking to the room. Wang Zijin smiled and asked, Bao, what agreement? Qin Bao curled her lips and whispered, I made a bet with him. If he has abdominal muscles, I will cook for a month. But I can go back on my words at any time, and he can't do anything to me. You siblings are really interesting. Wang Zijin laughed cheerfully, and immediately said with jealousy, Is good body hereditary in your family? You and Qin Zhe have such good figures. You are also very good. Qin Bao chewed the fried dough sticks. I'm very fat. If I don't exercise, I can gain 5 pounds in a month. I really envy people who don't get fat. When Qin Zhe finished his meal with his 2 sisters, it was already 8:30 p.m. He saw Qin Bao still wearing her pajamas and slippers. She stood there motionless, so he asked, Is today the weekend? No, Friday. Qin Bao replied. Then why don't you go to work? Look at the time. Qin Zhe immediately reminded and urged his sister to hurry up and get ready for work. These years, he was both a brother and a father. If he did not care about Qin Bao, she would sleep until noon. There's no hurry. Qin Bao waved her hand domineeringly. Let's talk about something after we're done eating. It was rare for his sister to be so serious. What is it? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Bao handed the phone over, and there was a message on the screen. the second season of I Am a Singer will start broadcasting on July 13, 2017. So, you don't have the ability to comprehend. Serves you right for being useless for the rest of your life. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes coquettishly. Didn't I say that I wanted to participate in the second season? The contestants on the show are all small-time singers, but to Big Sister, they are genuine big shots. I'm just a newcomer, how can I compete with the singers? Qin Zhe waved his hand and gave his sister a chop on her head. He said impatiently, F***ck, if you have something to say, just say it. For the first time, Qin Bao Bao did not fight with her brother. She pouted and said, so my main promotion is original. I promised the company that I will compose and write songs myself, and the company decided to invest resources to support me. Since I want to write songs, inspiration is very important. It doesn't matter if I'm late or not. You're really looking for trouble. Qin Zhe covered his face. Hey, Qin Bao Bao, where do you get your confidence from? You dare to boast about anything. Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and smiled. Don't I still have you? Besides, I don't have to write all the songs myself. After all, no matter how talented a singer is, it can't be mass-produced. The company's intention is to see my performance after the competition. If I gain a lot of popularity, they will arrange a composer for me. Of course, it will be announced to the public that I will write the songs. Then you can write slowly. Qin Zhe shrugged, got up and walked to the room. Qin Bao Bao grabbed him. You have to write that song today. Wang Zijin listened for a while and interrupted, Invisible Wings. Yes, that song is very nice. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said, not that song. He still has a half-finished song. It's very nice. Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Zhe wanted to refuse because he did not exchange for that song. The system had a rule that songs that were tried out could not be spread in any form or for any reason. And a song was about 30 points. Ding! Main mission, Divinity Show, 4/5 help Qin Bao Bao complete the legend. 70 points will be rewarded for success. The corresponding points will be deducted for failure. So little. Qin Zhe muttered to himself. He was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the mission. The system said that the appearance of the mission depended on the host's inner desire. This mission should be Qin Zhe's desire to show off in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was not Qin Bao Bao, but Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao was a woman that he had known since childhood. Qin Zhe did not have the slightest desire to show off. Get a pen and paper. Qin Zhe put on airs and ordered his sister. Qin Bao Bao ran into the room and found a pen and paper. Qin Zhe wrote the lyrics on the blank paper. He even created a song on the spot, drew a staff, and marked the notes. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were dumbfounded by what they saw. Just because I saw you in the crowd, I could not forget your face. Qin Bao Bao referred to the music score and sang haltingly. After joining Star Art Entertainment for more than half a month, she had received professional training and learning. Now, she could understand half of the music score. I'll sing it once for you. Qin Zhe pressed his hand and signaled his sister to be quiet. When the two beauties looked at him with sparkling eyes, he coughed and sat up straight. He took a deep breath and sang at the top of his lungs, just because I saw you in the crowd can't forget your face no more, dreaming that we could meet again one day by chance. Since then, I started to miss alone when I miss you, you're at the horizon when I miss you, you're in front of me when I miss you, you're in my mind when I miss you, you're in my heart. The clear and low voice floated slowly in the hall, making people feel a faint sense of melancholy and affection. Qin Zhe's singing was not bad. The key was that his voice was pleasant and his breath was long. It was very suitable for singing. Qin Bao Bao was no longer an ignorant person. Comparing the music score, she could tell that he made a few mistakes in the details. However, it did not stop her from being surprised. It was not her brother's singing, but the song. It was too damn good. Wang Zijin clapped. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Subconsciously, she wanted to kiss her brother as usual. Considering that there was an outsider around, she changed it to patting the dog's head with a smile and praised, "Sister didn't dote on you for nothing." Ding, mission completed. Reward, 70 points. Qin Bao Bao was happy to receive a divine song. She went to work in high spirits and took the music score with her. She said that she wanted to hire a professional team to record the accompaniment. Only Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were left at home. Qin Zhe was focused on his stock plan, holding the childhood dream of Peter can replace. Wang Zijin was sitting on the other side of the sofa, wearing headphones and watching a TV series. Qin Zhe did not know when, but when he looked away from the screen and reached for the teacup, he found Wang Zijin sitting next to him, looking at the computer. He did not know how long she had been sitting there. The stock market has been very hot recently. Wang Zijin was the first to speak. That's because our great government is pushing for it. After the bull market in 2014, the stock market index had been stagnant for 3 years. At the beginning of 2017, there was a sudden turnaround. In half a year, the stock market index rose by 50%. If you pay attention to the news, you will notice that whatever industry the news says is good, that industry's stocks will rise steadily. Even a fool will know that the person behind the scenes is promoting. Qin Zhe said with a smile, "These are all my father's words. I'm just offering Buddha with borrowed flowers. Don't laugh if I'm wrong." Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. "You want to take the opportunity to make a fortune? That's an idea, but I don't have the money." Qin Zhe laughed. "Miss Wang, why don't you invest?" Wang Zijin said pitifully, "I'm not a Mississippi. I'm also very poor. I'm here to rely on you and your sister." Qin Zhe smiled. "Bao Bao keeps complaining to me that she doesn't have money. Is she trying to chase me away?" Wang Zijin asked. "If Qin Bao doesn't want you to move in, she has 100 ways to make you give up before you come to Shanghai. We really don't have money. Don't you know her? She spends as much as she earns. When she has a stable job, her situation is still good. But she gave up her bright future and resigned to become an artist. Her monthly salary is 3,000 renminbi. She's miserable. So, to escape poverty and become rich, you have to help your sister." Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood. "Sister Ziwei, you've been talking for so long. So, you're just digging a hole for me to jump into. You're trying to persuade me to support her." "Yes, yes." Wang Zijin was exposed, but she was not embarrassed at all. She went along with the topic. "Bao Bao, you know how to write lyrics and compose music. You're beautiful and good at singing. You're a perfect partner. But why are you so against her entering the entertainment industry?" "It's not me who's against it. It's my family. So, I'm against it. It's called political correctness." Qin Zhe had plans to use his sister as a pawn. At the same time, he was afraid that his grandfather would be furious if he knew the truth. He was in a dilemma and hesitated. Besides, the entertainment industry is very complicated. There are all kinds of unspoken rules. If a small star wants to make a name for herself, she has to sleep her way up. Damn, with Qin Bao Bao's beauty, in less than 2 years, she'll become a black fungus. Go away. Wang Zijin hit Qin Zhe. She was half angry and half angry. How can you talk about your sister like that? At 7:00 in the evening, Qin Bao Bao called. "Qin Zhe, don't burn the stove tonight. Let's go to karaoke." "Karaoke my ass." Qin Zhe said angrily, "You know I don't like to go to that kind of place. I don't have a sister, I only have a brother." Qin Bao Bao said, "I don't like to go either, but Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye want me to go no matter what. They're probably going to introduce me to a boyfriend. I don't want to go alone. You accompany me. Also, call Zijin." Chapter 39. At 8:30 in the evening, Qin Bao Bao drove to the KTV with her best friends and brother. The red BMW was parked in the parking lot in front of the entrance. In front of the KTV door, 2 women and 4 men were waiting. They stood under the changing neon lights and chatted casually. The 2 men were a little far away, talking and smoking. Qin Zhe knew most of Qin Bao Bao's best friends. Chen Qinghong was a cold and elegant beauty. According to Qin Zhe's grading standard, she was 7 points. She was tall, about the same as Qin Bao Bao. Her waist was thin, and her legs were long and straight. Unfortunately, her breasts were in the range of common women in China, which was a B cup. Her boyfriend was a senior from Fudan University. After graduation, they worked in the same company. Zhang Ye, if one had to describe her in one word, it would be coquettish bitch. Her long, wavy chestnut hair was fashionable and novel. With superb makeup skills, she could compete with Qin Bao Bao. She was a coquettish woman with big breasts and a perky butt. Qin Zhe gave her a rating of 8 points. Every time this woman saw Qin Zhe, she liked to tease him, a virgin, whose boyfriend was a university classmate. Zhang Ye waved her hand fiercely and greeted Qin Zhe and the other 2. She trotted over and hugged Qin Bao first. Then, she kissed Qin Bao. While her boyfriend was still far away, she winked at Qin Zhe. "Oh, little brother is also here. Do you want sister to give you a kiss too?" Qin Zhe's peach blossom eyes were electrified. If Zhang Ye was just a coquettish woman who relied on makeup skills, Qin Zhe would not give an 8 points. She had an oval face no less than Wang Zijin's. She was fair and clean. In addition, the most outstanding thing was a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. They were watery and charming. Qin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at her. "Go away. The powder on your face is too thick." Zhang Ye glared and said fiercely, "For the sake of my boyfriend, I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, I'll definitely pull out your little brother and play it 100 times. Hey, who's this pretty girl? Qin Zhe, is this your girlfriend?" Zhang Ye saw Wang Zijin, slightly stunned by her beauty. Qin Zhe was just about to explain when Zhang Ye's peach blossom eyes flashed with tears. She giggled and said, "I'm just kidding. How could you have such a beautiful girlfriend?" Qin Bao Bao laughed. "That's right, he can't have a girlfriend. This is my high school classmate, Wang Zijin." Qin Zhe was so angry that he wanted to beat the 2 women who sang the same tune and buried him. Wang Zijin cast a funny and pitiful look at Qin Zhe and generously reached out her hand. "Hello, my name is Wang Zijin. Zhang Ye." At this time, Chen Qinghong led several men to greet them. Chen Qinghong was fine, but the 4 men stared at Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. "Everyone is here. Let's go in." Zhang Ye took her boyfriend's arm and walked side by side to the door. Her butt swayed in a particularly charming way. Zhang Ye's boyfriend was a top student of Fudan University. He was a classmate of Qin Bao Bao, Zhang Ye, and Chen Qinghong. He was sunny and handsome. He was currently working in a state-owned enterprise. His family had some connections and he was capable. In just 2 years, he became a small leader. The guy who paid for the meal was a man in his early 30s. He was wearing a high-end casual suit that Qin Zhe couldn't recognize. He was well-dressed and handsome. At first glance, Qin Zhe could tell that he was a young and promising career type. He was very interested in Qin Bao Bao. After the waiter served the wine and fruit plates, he sat beside Qin Bao Bao and whispered to her with a warm and gentle smile on his face. The other man was obviously more interested in Wang Zijin. From time to time, he would talk to Wang Zijin. Unfortunately, Wang Zijin didn't like to talk to him and didn't want to drink with him, which made him very embarrassed. After a few times, he went to Chen Qinghong's boyfriend to complain. "Xiao Chu, your friend is not very enthusiastic. I can't talk to her." After the boyfriend heard this, he looked at his girlfriend Chen Qinghong and frowned. "Qinghong, your friend," Chen Qinghong also frowned. "Feng, she is Bao Bao's friend." "I don't know her." Chu Feng nodded helplessly. Boss Sue, if she doesn't talk, you can ask her to sing. He was very dissatisfied with Wang Zijin's attitude. Boss Sue felt that this was a good idea. Beauties were all reserved. The night was long, and he had plenty of chances to win over the beauty. Who would have thought that Zhang Ye would be one step ahead of him and pick up the microphone to sing a love song with her boyfriend? After Zhang Ye finished singing, she gave Qin Zhe a look. The two of them walked out of the private room one after another. Zhang Ye leaned against the wall of the corridor. She had a voluptuous figure and a graceful figure. She was an 8 out of 10 beauty. Wherever she went, she would attract a lot of attention. Qin Zhe, come here and let sister hug you. I haven't seen you for half a month, and you have become more handsome. I regret that I didn't do you on Bao Bao's birthday. Zhang Ye smiled charmingly. I was wondering why you kept forcing me to drink that day. So it was because you were ambitious. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and threw one to her. He also took out a lighter for her and lit one for himself. Where are your cigarettes? Good girl. Zhang Ye puffed. Cheng Yi doesn't allow me to smoke. I have been holding it in for so many days. Who is Cheng Yi? My boyfriend. Oh, if you didn't say it, I would have thought it was some random cat or dog. Zhang Ye was not angry at all. She said coquettishly, he is a cat or dog. You are my heart. Women should smoke less. Qin Zhe flicked the ash with his finger. Who are the two idiots inside? Are they the boyfriends you introduced to my sister? The one pestering your sister is called Li Zemin. He is one of the leaders of Chu Feng's company. He saw your sister at a party and since then, he has been obsessed with her. The singing was organized by Chen Qinghong, or rather, her boyfriend. They are matchmakers for your sister and please the leaders. It is the best of both worlds. Zhang Ye exhaled a smoke ring skillfully. Qin Zhe smiled and did not comment. Sister is old. It is not a bad thing to know more men. Picking men is like picking goods. It is too simple. How can she shop around? I forgot the other name. I think his surname is Su. He is a small leader of a public fund. He has business dealings with Chu Feng's company. The two of them chatted while smoking. Among Qin Bao Bao's close friends, Zhang Ye was the closest to Qin Zhe. To be honest, Qin Zhe used to like her. Later, he found out from Qin Bao Bao that Zhang Ye was taken. Qin Zhe was aggrieved. Damn, you still flirt with me when you have a boyfriend. That was why Zhang Ye was a flirtatious bitch. But she was not a real bitch. At least, she had said countless times that she would hook Qin Zhe to her bed, but her actions were zero. Qin Zhe and Zhang Ye returned to the private room. Chen Qinghong held the microphone and sang. Her voice was not bad. On the other side, the guy called Li Zemin was sitting next to Qin Bao Bao. He was almost sticking to her. Qin Bao Bao drank her wine. She was very bold and did not notice his gradually bold actions. Qin Bao Bao liked to sing karaoke. On one of her birthdays, she pulled Qin Zhe to the karaoke. Just the two of them, she could sing from night to morning. Compared to Li Zemin's irresistible force, Chairman Su was still hitting a wall. Wang Zijin smiled gently. She was neither close nor distant. You talked to her for a long time, but she only replied half a sentence. Bao Bao, let's sing a song together. Li Zemin took advantage of the alcohol and reached out to put his hand on Qin Bao Bao's shoulder. He really liked Qin Bao Bao. Ever since he met her at the party, he was shocked and wanted to hook up with Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe waved his hand and pulled Qin Bao Bao up. You go sing a song. I'll drink. Qin Bao Bao drank until her eyes were blurred. She did not forget to remind him. Don't drink too much. Your body is not good. Qin Zhe said in his heart, my body is good. Li Zemin stared at Qin Bao Bao's hot and graceful figure, especially her round and perky butt. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and glanced at Qin Zhe who was drinking calmly. He laughed and said, "Young man, there's wine and food. Just eat and drink. Don't disturb me." He expressed his dissatisfaction with Qinzai's actions just now. "Singing is singing. Don't touch me." Qinzai rolled his eyes, as if there was a cold light shooting out. Li Zemin looked at Qinzai carefully and said with a slightly disdainful tone, "Qinghong said that Bao Bao does not have a boyfriend. I understand. You are also one of her pursuers. What does your family do? A rich second-generation heir? Looking at your outfit, you don't look like one." "What rich second-generation heir? Allah is an ordinary person." Qinzai replied in local dialect. "A local." Li Zemin's lips twitched. "Have you graduated from university?" "No." Li Zemin sneered. "Young man, when you enter society in the future, you will know how to write the words 'Know your place.' I guarantee that after 3 years in society, you will not even dare to speak to Qin Bao Bao in an occasion like today's." "Why?" Qinzai's interest was piqued. "Inferiority complex?" Li Zemin put on a fake smile and said, "Think about it yourself. Don't think about Qin Bao Bao. I like her very much. Of course, I won't say things like don't pester her in the future. But you really can't do it today. If you don't like it, you can leave." Li Zemin did not know Qinzai's identity because no one introduced him to him. Qinzai's attributes as a passerby were not self-deprecating. Chen Qinghong had a cold personality and would not take the initiative to introduce him. Zhang Ye would not do it either. Li Zemin was not her boss. The two beauties' boyfriends did not know Qinzai either. Everyone thought that he was a friend of either Qin Bao Bao or Wang Zijin. If Li Zemin knew that Qinzai was his brother-in-law, he would kneel down and beg for an alliance. Chapter 40. Qinzai didn't like this Li Zemin very much. He wasn't sure if he was young and promising, but he was full of youthful vigor. A villain holding a weapon and shouting non-stop. This was the kind of person he was referring to. Listen to what he said, "I like Qin Bao Bao very much, don't even think about it. In another 3 years, you won't even dare to say anything in such an occasion." What kind of person was he? A gold collar was already the limit. Did he really think he was the king? Qinzai threw a mocking and disdainful smile at Li Zemin and turned to look for Wang Zijin to drink. Wang Zijin's stomach was not good, so she didn't drink. She poured a cup of black tea and the two talked and laughed. This time, Qinzai offended both Li Zemin and Chairman Su. But Qin Bao Bao's singing attracted everyone's attention. Her voice was soft and magnetic, and she was very talented in singing. She also received professional training for more than half a month. Her singing skills were already at a higher level. Even Qinzai felt that his sister recognized her and looked at her in a new light. Li Zemin only hated that it wasn't a duet with a love song. Otherwise, he would definitely sing with Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao sang a classic old song. There was a line in it, "Love makes me dizzy. You make me fall deeper and deeper." Li Zemin felt that it was talking about him at this moment. After the song, the whole hall applauded. Qin Bao Bao's face was red, and the corner of her mouth was smiling. Her phoenix eyes were shining, and she was very happy. "Well, just treat it as a rehearsal before I go on stage. I'll sing to my heart's content tonight." Chu Feng came over with a beer and handed it to Qin Bao Bao. He smiled and said, "Bao Bao's singing is amazing. Our chairman Li is also good at singing. Why don't you two sing together? Qinghong, quickly sing." Qin Bao Bao took the beer, but refused to sing together. "My voice is tired. I'll take a break." Chen Qinghong looked on coldly. She didn't try to matchmake or object. She had already seen that Qin Bao Bao didn't like Li Zemin at all. It was just that Li Zemin was their boss, so she couldn't refuse. Her boyfriend, Chu Feng, was very eager to cater to his superior's mentality. The first thing to do in the workplace, please your boss. What else could she say? Even if they couldn't date, they could still be friends. Li Zemin said disappointedly, then I'll sing one by myself to get a feel for it. What should we sing? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face. Qin Zhe was immediately disdainful. As a virgin, he knew that whether a woman was the best or not, the most important thing was her figure, followed by her face. Singing Unparalleled Under the Heavens, Chu Feng flattered. CEO Li's Unparalleled Under the Heavens is amazing. The original singer's voice is good, but the momentum is not enough. CEO Li's singing is domineering and full of momentum. When CEO Su heard this, he quickly smiled and said, I'm not bragging. There was once when I went to sing with CEO Li. Once I let go of my voice, it was really good. There was indeed a domineering feeling of the student surpassing the master. Li Zemin was in a good mood. He held the microphone and said modestly, No, don't kill me with your flattery. Chu Feng grabbed the microphone and said, CEO Li, I'm really not trying to kill you with flattery. The last time I heard you sing Unparalleled Under the Heavens, I didn't feel anything when I listened to the original. Your singing level is comparable to a professional. If you don't believe me, you can sing it for everyone. Zhang Ye laughed and said, You two are doing crosstalk. She was glared at by her boyfriend. Unparalleled Under the Heavens was the opening song of a famous historical drama. It was about the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It was the story of Qin Shi Huang unifying the six kingdoms. This song was very famous a few years ago and was now a classic song. It was known as the Emperor's Song, and was very popular with middle-aged men. Then let's have one. Li Zemin turned his head to look at Qin Bao Bao. He saw her rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes. She was smiling like a beautiful fairy. His blood was boiling and his heroic spirit was surging. The sonorous music sounded and the war horses neighed. A magnificent music video of 10,000 people fighting and the confrontation of two armies appeared on the screen. After more than 10 seconds of the opening song, the scene changed and a man wearing a pure black robe embroidered with a golden dragon appeared. He wore a crown on his head. He stood proudly on top of a mountain and looked down at the mountains and rivers. Li Zemin closed his eyes and gathered his momentum. The music started. A great country dominates the West. The whole world is in my hands. Flying swords are like floating clouds, all the feudal lords come to the West. Common people send me tears. Fire beacons and smoke beacons compete for supremacy. Good. Chu Feng shouted and waved his little palms, making paw-paw sounds. Chen Qinghong also cheered. Her beautiful face bloomed with a smile. She was not only supporting her boss but also singing really well. As soon as the song started, his momentum was completely revealed. His voice was deep and full of emotions. It's not bad, Zhang Ye commented. It's really good, her boyfriend also said with a smile. Qin Bao Bao nodded slightly. She had to admit that Li Zemin sang well. This song was actually quite difficult to sing. It required a high lung capacity. While singing with momentum, the voice could not be hoarse. Most people who sang this song were just shouting blindly. The momentum was there, but the details were not on point. While Li Zemin's momentum was strong, his voice was steady. Soon, the song reached the climax. The music suddenly became louder and louder. Li Zemin's voice also became louder and louder. It was loud, domineering, and majestic. Heaven's mandate, I accept. Set the world, saber and sword wild. I, by the mandate of heaven, will live forever. Watch me, sweeping the world with my sword. Chen Qinghong, Zhang Ye, and the others were impassioned. They were affected by the music and felt a sense of pride in their chests. They screamed and shouted. Their emotions were completely driven. It was not bragging. It was domineering and pleasant to the ears. It was not inferior to the original singer. This singing skill, this strength, he could be a microphone hog. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She was listening to the song with a scrutinizing attitude, especially at the climax. It was easy to make mistakes. If she was not careful, her voice would break. Li Zemin did not do that at all. At the end of his speech, Li Zemin sighed with a hint of pride in his tone. Why would I be willing to go to the underworld? Shake off the yellow dust and shock the world. I swear to be the first emperor of all time. Applause, whistles, cheers, everyone was high. Boss Su laughed. I told you, it's not worse than the original singer. Chu Feng immediately said, it's obviously better than the original singer. Boss Su said, I was wrong. It's definitely not worse than the original singer. Li Zemin was in high spirits. He pretended to be humble. I've embarrassed myself. He changed the topic and looked at Qin Bao Bao lovingly. Bao Bao, let's sing a song together. Chu Feng consciously took the role of a pawn. I'll choose a song. What should I sing? Wang Zijin suddenly said, Qin Zhe, you sing a song too. Now that the beauty had spoken, everyone looked over. Me? Qin Zhe was stunned. You sing a song too. It's boring to just sit there. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and smiled. Qin Zhe is amazing. He can write lyrics and compose music. His singing must be good too. Who told you that just because you can write lyrics and compose music, you can sing well? Qin Zhe waved his hand. I won't sing. I'm not interested. I just want to watch you guys show off. Zhang Ye chuckled. Qin Zhe, you can write lyrics and compose music? Don't brag. Qin Zhe glared at her. Qin Bao Bao pounced on the sofa and climbed over. She hugged Qin Zhe's arm tightly. Ace, you sing a song too. Just one song. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Qin Bao Bao had drunk a lot of wine and was excited. She didn't have any scruples when she did things. She didn't care about anything else and gave Qin Zhe a kiss on his cheek. Li Zemin's face darkened. Qin Bao Bao was his goddess. Who could tolerate his goddess kissing another man? Young man, you can write lyrics and compose music? That's rare. Do you want to sing a song now? Qin Zhe did not answer. Forget it. We're just here to sing. Let's just take it as a joke. Young man, what song do you want to sing? Qin Bao Bao said protectively, he can write songs. It would have been better if she did not say anything. Once she opened her mouth, Qin Zhe got even angrier. Bao Bao, I don't believe it. Is your friend also a songwriter? Li Zemin snorted. I don't want him to write lyrics and compose music on the spot. If he can sing, unparalleled under the heavens again, I'll be convinced. Chu Feng immediately said, Mr. Li, you're right. Who would dare to embarrass themselves in front of you? Mr. Su said, that's right. Young man, you should sing your own song. At least it'll be a novelty. Qin Zhe still did not say anything. Wang Zijin gave him a disappointed look. I'm just joking with everyone. I'm just saying that I'm a songwriter. Qin Zhe's calm face suddenly bloomed with a fake smile. I just wrote a song a few days ago. I'll sing it for everyone. A moment ago, the system sounded in his head. Ding. Mission prompt, Divinity Show, May 5th. It's time to show your real skills. Come on, brave host. What bullshit mission prompt? Come on, brave. Come on, there wasn't even the basic details of the mission. But Qin Zhe knew what he was going to, come on, because he did a small experiment. Wasn't the trigger condition of the mission related to the desire in his heart? He didn't say anything just now because he was suppressing himself and increasing the desire to slap his face in his heart. Then, the mission really came. The results of this small experiment showed that Qin Zhe could affect the mission to a certain extent. I can suppress myself and indirectly trigger the mission. Qin Zhe held the microphone and walked in front of the big screen. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao gave each other a high five and revealed a fox-like smile. Bao Bao, my provocation worked right? Not bad, not bad. I'll give you a verbal reward. But what if Qin doesn't sing well? It'll be embarrassing. Who cares? Isn't your brother just a shield for your sister? If you don't like Li Zemin, just say it. It's not good to say it. After all, Qinghong is my sister. I have to give her face. Miss Wang, you don't know the ways of the world. The two of them tacitly set up a trap for Qin. Li Zemin picked, unparalleled under the heavens, again and asked Qin to sing. The sonorous music sounded. Everyone sat on the sofa and listened to Qin sing. Li Zemin was calm and composed. He had put in a lot of effort to sing, unparalleled under the heavens. All these years, whenever he went to karaoke, he would always pick this song. As long as he sang this song, he would immediately become the center of attention and be in the limelight. In his opinion, Qin was simply overestimating himself by competing with him in this song. To use the internet's popular saying, asking for a slap in the face. The prelude music ended. The song began. Qin closed his eyes and sang along with the music. Along the gentle curves of the mountains and rivers. The central plains of love, the north and south of the Yangtze River. In the face of ice and snow, the wind and rain. Cherish the golden years that the heavens have given me. Li Zemin was stunned. Zhang Ye was stunned. Chu Feng was stunned. Chen Qinghong was stunned. Qin Bao was also stunned. Wang Zijin blinked and looked at Qin who was singing at the top of his lungs. As soon as Qin opened his mouth, everyone was confused and shocked. What song was this? This was not unparalleled under the heavens. Chapter 41. Qin Bao suddenly sat up straight and listened to his singing, memorizing the lyrics. She was stunned by Qin. Is this really a new song? My brother, you can even mass-produce it? The song Qin sang was called Borrow 500 More from the Heavens. She had heard it in the song list, in the store. The system said that it was a song collected from a parallel world. The song required 30 points, but listening to it was free. The reason was simple. How would she know if the song was good if she didn't listen to it? Li Zemin provoked him to sing, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin laughed in his heart. So what if it's an emperor's song? You can sing well, so what? I have a song here, so I'll take it out and compare it with you. Qin's voice gradually became louder and louder. A man with courage, why should he be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change, year after year. A man with bitterness and sweetness, good and evil separate. For the tomorrow in my dream. Watch the iron hooves trample over thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Qin turned around and reached out his right hand as if he was holding something. His voice rose again and he sang passionately. I'm standing on the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and moon spinning. Qin Bao shuddered. Wang Zijin's hair stood on end. Zhang Ye's face became abnormally red and she had goosebumps. Li Zemin was dumbfounded and looked at Qin as if he had seen a ghost. This song didn't deliberately promote dominance, but in the lyrics and in Qin's singing, it was everywhere. I'm standing on the cusp of the storm, holding the moon spinning, but as an emperor, was it enough to be domineering? Li Zemin was domineering, but he didn't sing the real charm of unparalleled under the heavens. Blood drowns the world, peace and happiness. I really want to live for another 500 years. A man with courage, why should he be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change, year after year. A man with bitterness and sweetness, good and evil separate. For the tomorrow in my dream. There was also tragedy, pain, tenderness, not just dominance. Do I really want to live for another 500 years? Qin Bao stood up excitedly. Her breathing was rapid and her blood was boiling. Qin was originally facing the screen, but at this moment, he suddenly turned to face everyone and gripped the microphone tightly. Watch the iron hooves trample over the rivers and mountains for thousands of miles. I stand in the eye of the storm, holding the sun and the moon spinning. May the world of fireworks be peaceful and happy. I really want to live for another 500 years. He paused and took a deep breath. It was as if he was roaring at the heavens. I really want to live for another 500 years. Just then, the music ended. The spacious private room was filled with silence. There was only the sound of Qin Zhe panting. Zhang Ye screamed. Qin Bao Bao screamed. She felt like she was going to become her younger brother's fangirl. Wang Zijin applauded with all her might. Chen Qinghong was amazed. After a long while, Li Zemin recovered from his shock. Like a hero in a wuxia novel who was hit by a palm, he spat out blood and asked, "What kind of martial arts is this?" What did you sing?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Borrow another 500 years from the heavens. I wrote the song myself and arranged the music myself." "It's okay." It was more than okay. It was simply amazing. Although Li Zemin thought so, he said, "It's okay. It's quite novel." After he said that, he saw Qin Bao Bao glancing at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of disdain and mockery. He suddenly felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. At 10:00 in the evening, the karaoke ended. Several groups of people said goodbye at the door of the KTV. Zhang Ye looked at Qin Zhe strangely, like a curious cat who saw a cat teaser. Fortunately, her boyfriend was there. Otherwise, this woman would have seduced Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao was drunk and didn't dare to drive. Wang Zijin drove for her. The siblings sat in the back seat. Qin Bao Bao's face was red. Her head was leaning on Qin Zhe's shoulder, and she was a little delirious. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and rested. He recalled the moment of excitement in the private room. The charm of a song was that it could stimulate emotions. It could make people excited, sad, or hot-blooded. Wang Zijin, a gentle and reserved person, was a little high later. She pulled Qin Zhe to sing a few songs together. He received the notification that the mission was completed. The reward was not much, only 70 points. It was the same as the points he was rewarded for writing the legend during the day. The trigger of the mission came from the host's inner desire. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered that the system said that it had been to a xianxia world. Everyone had a heart that suddenly wanted to sing. There were endless opportunities to show off and slap people's faces. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. A certain second-generation immortal with a strong background was slapped in the face by the protagonist. It was terrifying to think about. Fortunately, I was born in the New China, a flower of the motherland growing under the red flag. If I were in the xianxia world, would I be slapped in the face every day? Or would I be hunted down? When Qin Zhe's imagination was running wild, Qin Bao Bao raised her head and said incoherently, "Shangtian, borrow another 500 years. Okay, I'll teach you this song too." Qin Bao Bao said happily, "You're so handsome today." Qin Zhe tilted his head slightly. His eyes flashed. His sister's face was as beautiful as a flower and jade. Her breath was full of the strong smell of alcohol. How did the saying go again? Her eyebrows were green without drawing, and her lips were red without putting on makeup. His heart was moved. He said in a low voice, "Should I reward you with a kiss?" Qin Bao Bao smiled and pouted. Her lips were bright. He drank some wine and was a little excited. His brain was hot. When he was about to lower his head and suck on her lips, Qin Bao Bao's stomach churned. Air rushed up and her throat wriggled. Wow! She vomited. Qin Zhe's reaction was very fast. He pulled away from his sister's lips and turned his head. Fortunately, she didn't vomit into her mouth. However, she vomited all over his trouser leg. Oh, why did she vomit? Wang Zijin, who was focused on driving, was shocked. She checked the situation in the rearview mirror and asked, "Should I pull over and let her vomit for a while?" She was focused on the navigation and didn't notice Qin Zhe's strange actions. Qin Zhe couldn't bear to look at the filth on his lap. He half-hugged Qin Bao Bao and the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't, we're almost home. You can clean it up when we get back. On the other side, Chen Qinghong drove Mr. Su and Li Zemin home. Her boyfriend Xu Feng sat in the passenger seat. Chairman Su came in Li Zemin's car. Li Zemin drank too much and didn't dare to drink and drive. A few years ago, a new traffic law was released. Drunk driving was subject to detention, and drunk driving was even more criminal. Soothing music was playing in the car. Li Zemin took out a cigarette and lit it. The light reflected on his handsome face. Chen Qinghong frowned. Most women hated men smoking. She was no exception. She rolled down the window. Li Zemin exhaled a puff of smoke. He was in a bad mood. If it was anyone else, they would be in a bad mood. He was slapped in the face by a little boy today. A slap in the face was nothing. He was in his early 30s and was a senior executive in a company. His EQ and ability were not bad. His willpower was not so weak. However, it was different to be slapped in the face in front of his goddess. Qin Bao Bao didn't have a good impression of him in the first place. Now, his hope was even slimmer. There was no harm without comparison. Xu Feng looked at his boss's expression from the rearview mirror. He was good at reading people's minds. He comforted him. Mr. Li, Qin Bao Bao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Society is so realistic now. So what if she can write and compose songs? Can she make a living? Li Zemin sneered. She can make a living. Something like talent will be exhausted one day. Moreover, it's not stable. Qin Bao Bao is blind if she doesn't choose an outstanding man like you. Li Zemin smiled bitterly. It was not easy to pursue beauties, especially a beauty like Qin Bao Bao. She had many suitors. It was always the case that the first to act would get something. Xu Feng rolled his eyes and said, "It's the weekend in 2 days. How about this? Let Qinghong ask her out for a meal." Mr. Su clapped his hands and said excitedly, "It's this weekend. Let that Wang Zijin come too. It's my treat, my treat." After a pause, he laughed. "No problem, Qinghong." What else could Chen Qinghong say? Mr. Su was a big client of the company and she was in charge. If she said no, the deal in her hands would be gone. She squeezed out a smile. "I'll try." Li Zemin added, "That Qin Zhe, right? Don't let him come." "Why?" Chen Qinghong was stunned. After saying that, her boyfriend glared at her. Why would he come and disturb Mr. Li and Qin Bao Bao's friendship like today? Chen Qinghong looked at her boyfriend in shock. Qin Zhe is her brother. I can't stop this. Li Zemin was stunned. He flicked the cigarette butt out of the window and closed the window. He asked impatiently, "The wind is too strong." "What did you just say?" "Qin Zhe is Qin Bao Bao's brother." Li Zemin asked again, "Biological brother?" "Yes, they both have the surname Qin." "If they're not biological brothers, then what are they?" Li Zemin only felt that the depression in his chest was swept away. He was filled with joy and rejoiced. His fighting spirit was reignited. "I have to criticize you. Qinghong, he's Bao Bao's brother. You didn't even introduce him to me." "Oh, after drinking for half a day, I don't even know who he is." Li Zemin was beaming with joy. Chen Qinghong asked curiously, "Xu Feng, why didn't you introduce him to Mr. Li?" Xu Feng was stunned. "Qin Zhe is Qin Bao Bao's brother? I don't even know." "I thought you knew." "What do I know? When we were in school, you guys never brought men to your gatherings. How do I know you don't know?" Li Zemin waved his hand with a smile. "Okay, it's not a big deal. It's not worth arguing about." Ha, ha, ha ha ha. A few minutes later, the little red horse drove into the neighborhood. In the underground parking garage, Qin Zhe hugged his sister and got out of the car. Wang Zijin ran out from the driver's seat, locked the car and said, "Let me do it, let me do it. She took Qin Bao Bao and glanced at Qin Zai's filthy lower body. She seemed to be avoiding him. At 11:00 in the evening, Qin Zai took a shower and walked out of the bathroom in pajamas. Wang Zijin went in with the pajamas. Qin Bao Bao looked half dead. She definitely couldn't take a shower. While Wang Zijin was taking a shower, Qin Zai opened the door and came in to see his sister. She was lying on the bed, covered with a thin blanket. Wang Zijin changed her into pajamas. Pain, headache. Qin Bao Bao frowned. He didn't know if she was dreaming or awake. Qin Zai walked to the bed and sat down. He pressed his thumbs on her head and massaged her temples with his middle finger. Not long after, Qin Bao Bao's frowning brows relaxed and her breathing calmed down. He had exchanged for the intermediate, Chinese medicine expert, so he could massage her acupuncture points. You drink so much every time you go to the KTV. You can't hold your liquor, Qin Zai complained softly. He lowered his head and kissed his sister. Qin Zai got up and left, closing the door softly. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and snorted. She cursed in a low voice, shameless. Chapter 42. The next morning, Qin Zai got up to do morning exercises regardless of rain or shine. Unexpectedly, he didn't see Wang Zijin get up. His sister's door was closed. He felt strange, but he didn't want to knock on the door and ask. So he went out to exercise alone. Returning at 7:30, the two sisters still didn't get up. Qin Zai sat in the hall eating breakfast and opened the system interface. Shopping has become his daily entertainment, just like shopping every day in UC. Opening the system interface, he found an exclamation mark flashing in the upper right corner. His finger tapped lightly, and the interface changed. Congratulations to the host for completing 5 missions, please receive the mission reward. Mission reward? What the hell? Behind the prompt, there was an icon of a gift box. Qin Zai was 30% curious and 30% expectant. He clicked on the gift box icon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a live facial micro-adjustment, automatically used. Facial micro-adjustment? Qin Zai was stunned. The next moment, he felt his face burning hot, and his skin itched as if there were ants crawling on it. What the hell is facial adjustment? Is it plastic surgery? Don't make me look like something I don't look like. He jumped up from the chair and plunged into the bathroom. In front of the bathroom's big mirror, Qin Zai stood there like a statue. At this moment, Qin Zai's mind was full of, fuck. The mirror reflected a rather handsome young man. His posture was tall and straight, well-proportioned and vigorous, and the outline of his face was clear. This was Qin Zai's face, but it was a little different from usual. His eyebrows were more sharp, his eyes were bright, his nose was high, his lips were thin, and several acne marks on his face had disappeared. His skin was delicate, and he had to use a word to describe it. His face was like jade. It was still Qin Zai's face, but his facial features were more delicate than before. He used to be a little handsome, but now, he was worthy of the title of the school's most handsome boy. If he and Zhang Mingyu were put together, they wouldn't be inferior at all. His looks had gone up by at least 2 levels. Now, he could be considered baby Qin's biological younger brother. Finally, he didn't need to be laughed at by outsiders, tiger sister and dog brother. Not being handsome had always been Qin Zai's sore point. First, Qin Bao was a gem in front of him. They were born from the same mother, so why was there such a big gap between them? Secondly, his aptitude was mediocre to begin with, and he wasn't handsome either. How could any pretty girl take a fancy to him? In fact, Qin Zai's facial features were very good, and he was the type that was pleasing to the eye. If he had to find a girlfriend, it was impossible that he couldn't find one. However, his taste had long been spoiled by Qin Bao Bao. He didn't like ordinary girls. Thinking about it, if he married a mediocre wife and brought her home for dinner, Qin Bao Bao would sit on the side, and they would be proper ladies and maidservants. Lu Ziqiang's motto was, "A man should strive for self-improvement." Qin Zai's motto was, men don't rely on their looks to make a living. Look, I feel so sad. Qin Zhe stared blankly for more than 10 seconds before his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Joy climbed onto his face as he danced with joy, assuming the posture of a serf turning over to become the master. From now on, I'm also a man with looks. I'm standing on the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and moon spinning. Qin Zhe sang at the top of his voice. Why are you singing so early in the morning? Wang Zijin's soft voice sounded from outside the door. She pushed the door open and came in. Are you done washing up? I'm coming in. Without waiting for Qin Zhe's reply, she pushed the door open and came in. Their eyes met. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her hair was messy, and her complexion was a little pale. Her originally sleepy look was suddenly widened, and she stared straight at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe felt inexplicably guilty, and joked, "What are you looking at?" Wang Zijin opened her mouth, and it took her a long time to react. She rubbed her eyes hard, and stared straight at Qin Zhe again. Rub again, look again. Qin Zhe's thoughts raced, and he thought of an excuse. Wang Zijin turned around, and ran into the room in her slippers. Bow bow bow. Bow bow, get up, get up. Qin Zhe looked at the mirror, and touched his chin, speechless. Did she have to have such a big reaction? A moment later, Wang Zijin dragged a groggy Qin Bao over. Qin Bao Bao followed suit, squinting. Her right sleeve was pulled taut by Wang Zijin, and her snow-white, round right shoulder was exposed. Slow down, slow down. What's so good about Qin Zhe? He's not a handsome guy. He. Wang Zijin was incoherent. Am I seeing things? Am I short-sighted? Your brother has become handsome, so handsome. This doesn't make sense. Are you crazy? Qin Bao Bao mumbled. Stop joking, will you? Qin Zhe is handsome. I think your eyes are really playing tricks on you. Qin Bao Bao shut up, because she saw Qin Zhe standing in front of the mirror. Her hazy eyes were instantly wide open, and her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. She was even more surprised than Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin had only known Qin Zhe for a short period of time. This was her younger brother who had been with her for more than 20 years. She was too familiar with Qin Zhe. She was so familiar with him that she even knew how many acne marks he had on his face. Qin Bao Bao stared hard, and her sharp gaze made Qin Zhe's hair stand. It was no wonder Qin Bao Bao had such a reaction. Anyone would have the same reaction. The family member next to them was still a loser the day before, but after a night, he had become a god. You are Qin Zhe, right? Qin Bao Bao said in a deep voice. What do you want to say? Qin Zhe asked expressionlessly. Qin Bao Bao's gaze was sharp, like a Japanese interrogator, trying to find a flaw in Qin Zhe, but she failed. Qin Zhe was still Qin Zhe. His face was the same as before, but more exquisite and good-looking. What do I like to eat the most? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. My dream? To be a star. The biggest shame in my life. Your name. What color is my underwear? This is a difficult question. When you were in junior high school, your underwear was cartoon, and they were mostly white. When you were in high school, white and yellow were more common. After you went to college, the colors and styles increased, but white and yellow were still the most common. After graduation, except for t-shirts and sexy underwear, you basically have a few pairs of other styles. Oh, you also have sexy underwear. I don't know which man gave it to you on your birthday. Well, it's black. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. What kind of brother was this? He was so familiar with his sister's underwear. Qin Bao Bao heaved a sigh of relief and patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Don't doubt, this is my brother. She took 2 steps forward and held Qin Zhe's face. How did this happen? When you woke up, my loser brother became a god. I feel that you have changed a lot, but also feel that you haven't changed much. This face is still my brother. Wang Zijin was surprised. Qin Zhe, did you secretly go for plastic surgery this morning? *T, plastic surgery also needs a recovery period. Qin Zhe broke away from his sister's hand and complained. What's there to be surprised about? Isn't this how I look? I think it's quite normal. There must be something wrong with your eyes. Qin Bao Bao scratched her head. Could it be that I don't pay enough attention to you? Wang Zijin muttered, from a biological point of view. Forget it, I don't understand biology, but I just feel that it's not scientific. It's said that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, but I've never heard of such a drastic change in appearance overnight. Qin Bao Bao made the deduction action of Detective Conan holding her chin. It's not really a drastic change in appearance. Nose, eyes, mouth, and mouth are still Qin Zhe. It just feels weird. Makeup skills are so good now. Mine is nothing. Qin Zhe jested. I run and exercise every day. My complexion just looks better. I feel refreshed and energetic. I look more handsome. After rambling for a long time, he finally got away with it. The sister reluctantly believed that her brother was a natural beauty, but it had been buried in the past. Wang Zijin also reluctantly believed that she didn't pay enough attention to Qin Zhe in the past. He was so handsome to begin with. Qin Bao Bao had breakfast and had to go to work. Before she left, she held Qin Zhe's face and looked at it for a long time. When she turned around, she muttered something and went out to work. 10:00 in the morning. I'm going to the market. Do you want to go together? No, I'm not feeling well. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Your period is here? Wang Zijin's dignified oval face blushed and threw an angry look. No. But I can smell the faint smell of blood on you. And I can tell by looking at your complexion. Qin Zhe openly talked about her period with her sister's best friend. Bao Bao told you? Wang Zijin was generous and didn't get angry at Qin Zhe's abruptness. I know Chinese medicine. *T, whether you believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Fortunately, you don't have dysmenorrhea, unlike Qin Bao Bao. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Qin Zhe's expression said, you can't fool me even if I don't read much. Besides, you haven't taken a shower. What is it if it's not your period? Wang Zijin blushed and glared at him. Can we not talk about this? Okay, I'm going out. The slight adjustment of the face rewarded by the system had an immediate effect. This could be seen from Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's reactions. Qin Zhe felt this change again as he walked on the road. There was a young woman walking on the sidewalk in front of them. The two of them were still more than 10 meters apart. She stared at Qin Zhe's face fiercely until they brushed past each other. Her gaze never left Qin Zhe's face. Another example was when he was waiting for the traffic lights. Several junior high school girls in school uniforms were talking and laughing. Their watery eyes kept peeking at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was excited all day. He finally enjoyed the treatment of Qin Bao Bao. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. There were always girls and sisters peeking at him. He was tall and well-proportioned, handsome, and looked like a long-legged appa in women's eyes. If one had to pick out a flaw, it would probably be the ordinary temperament that he had cultivated for more than 20 years. It was difficult to change it in a short time. Chapter 43. After eating the lunch made by Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin rubbed her slightly swollen belly. She should have had a poor appetite. Every time her period came, she would be listless and lose her appetite. However, Qin Zhe's cooking changed her from her usual decadence. She ate 2 big bowls of rice. She was energized. On one hand, she complained that Qin Zhe's cooking was too delicious. On the other hand, she envied Qin Bao for having a personal chef. After lunch, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe went out for a walk. Qin Zhe pointed to the shared bicycles that could be seen everywhere on the roadside and suggested, let's ride the bicycles and go shopping. Wang Zijin was immediately tempted. After so many years, she had not been to Shanghai for a long time. How do I use this kind of bike? Use your phone to scan the QR code, download the app, pay the deposit, and you can ride it. The fee is 1 yuan each time. Qin Zhe said, shared bicycles are very popular. Many office workers love them. Every morning, they ride it to the subway station. Occasionally, I ride it to school. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and shook her head. Let's forget it. I don't have money. Qin Zhe was speechless. Are you serious? You don't even have 100 yuan? Wang Zijin nodded pitifully. Qin Zhe did not believe it in his heart, but he did not ask. She had such a low EQ, I'll send you a red packet. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin wanted to say, you can give me a ride. She looked around and saw that the shared bicycle was really a bicycle. It did not have a passenger seat. She pursed her lips. Okay, I'll pay you back when I have money. The two of them rode the bicycle and wandered aimlessly on the streets of the big city. Qin Zhe deliberately slowed down, considering that she was on her period. It took them more than an hour to reach Pudong. Both of them were sweating and stopped by the roadside to drink water. Shanghai was the largest financial center in the country. Pudong was the core of this financial center. Lujiazui was the core of Pudong. The Oriental Pearl Tower was here. When Qin Zhe was in elementary school, the school even organized a spring excursion to the Oriental Pearl Tower. It used to be the city's signature building, but now it was outdated. In 2008, the World Financial Center was completed, replacing it in SH. When foreigners came to Shanghai for tourism, the Oriental Pearl Tower was a must-visit, but the locals did not want to come. Wang Zijin pointed at the tallest building in Shanghai and said excitedly, "What is that building? It didn't even exist when I was in high school in Shanghai." SH Center Building. Qin Zhe squinted his eyes and looked at the towering skyscrapers. It was built in 2016. At that time, Qin Bao was still working at the National Development Bank building. I came here a few times. It was different every day. It was built very quickly. Now, it's the tallest building in Shanghai, ranked second in the world. The Shanghai Center Tower was the tallest building in Shanghai. It stood in a tripartite relationship with the Jean Mao Center and the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. It was very modern and fashionable. Wang Zijin nodded excitedly. Let's go in and have a look. Qin Zhe hesitated. It's very expensive. Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her dark eyes. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Well, I haven't been there. I'll just take it as an eye-opener. It's the highest sightseeing platform in Shanghai. After the completion of the center tower last year, Qin Bao took him to play, but at that time, they only accepted sightseeing tickets for internal tests and were not open to the public. Later, they came again at the end of the year. There was a sea of people, and the endless line made the siblings' scalps numb, so they did not play. Wang Zijin burst into a bright smile. Even if it was not a rest day, there were still a lot of tourists in the center tower. Qin Zhe queued for at least half an hour and finally bought a sightseeing ticket. They sat in a spacious and luxurious elevator with a speed of 18 meters per second. In less than a minute, they arrived at the sightseeing hall on the 121st floor at a height of 561 meters. As they rushed out of the elevator, Wang Zijin whispered in Qin Zhe's ear. The staff's English is really bad. Much better than mine. Qin Zhe laughed. Then, the two of them were shocked by the magnificent scenery in front of them. The entire PDX area was in sight. The Huangpu River flowed quietly, and ships flowed endlessly. Jean Mao, the World Financial Center, and the Oriental Pearl Tower were all under their feet. The skyscrapers that used to be unreachable were like paper toys, extending to the end of their sight. Wang Zijin excitedly took a selfie with Qin Zhe. The two of them leaned their heads together and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin pulled Qin Zhe to the glass wall. Below them was more than 500 meters in the air. She found Qin Zai's face was stiff and his legs were trembling. She blinked. Do you have acrophobia? Qin Zai's face was stiff and he nodded. Sister Wang was convulsing with laughter. Wang Zijin laughed until tears flowed out. She ignored a certain someone's sad and angry eyes and said softly, I want to hear you sing, borrow 500 years from the heavens. Qin Zai said unhappily, I'm not in the mood. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and chuckled. Hold my hand. So Qin Zai held her soft little hand and nervously approached the glass wall. Sing. Qin Zai's voice was slightly trembling. He finished singing Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens. Wang Zijin began to laugh again. Then, they went to the Science and Technology Museum to experience the free VR game. The game genre was only High Sky Single Plank Bridge. It was a single plank bridge that stretched out from a skyscraper hundreds of meters high. When people walked on it, they could experience the thrill of one slip and eternal regret. Qin Zai, who had acrophobia, refused to experience it. Wang Zijin had never played a VR game before. She excitedly put on the game glasses and walked on a plank. Qin Zai stood by and watched. From the perspective of a bystander, it was actually an ordinary plank. But in the eyes of the experiencer, they were hundreds of meters in the air. The 3D effect was particularly realistic. Wang Zijin trembled as if she was walking on a single plank bridge. It was clearly flat ground, but she swayed as if she would fall at any time. She slowly walked to the center of the plank. Then, she carefully knelt down and crawled along the plank. Qin Zai glanced at the screen. At this time, Wang Zijin was slowly crawling to the end of the plank. Below the end was a few hundred meters in the air, surrounded by clouds and fog, and the streets were high and far away. Qin Zai was mischievous. Just as she reached the end, he pushed her from behind. Wang Zijin immediately rolled off the plank. The girl let out a piercing scream. She curled up and didn't dare to move. She only cared about screaming louder and louder. In her vision, she was falling straight down from a few hundred meters in the air. Ha ha ha, the people around laughed. Qin Zai was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. The staff walked over to help Wang Zijin take off the VR glasses. His face was full of joking smiles. Qin Zai, you're so bad. Wang Zijin, a dignified and generous girl, chased Qin Zai all the way from the 121st floor to the 119th floor. I was wrong, I was wrong. Qin Zai begged for mercy. He stood still and let her pinch him a few times. Bao Bao, you're so right. You're so bad. Aren't you not afraid of heights? Ha ha ha, even so, you can't push me down from the top of the stairs. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin recalled the thrilling experience just now. She still had lingering fear. With tears in her eyes, she pinched Qin Zai a few more times. His arm was bruised. Even though his arm was bruised, Qin Zai still had to secretly praise Wang Zijin's good temper. If it were Qin Bao, she would definitely be crying and fighting with him in real life. He forgot to mention that Qin Bao Bao was also afraid of heights. Humph. Wang Zijin glared. As punishment, you're treating. I want to drink coffee. There was a Western restaurant on the 119th floor. The two of them ordered a cup of coffee that cost 30 yuan. They sat by the glass wall, drinking coffee and enjoying the vast and spectacular view. Do you feel like you've just escaped death? Qin Zai asked with a grin. You're still talking about it. Wang Zijin sipped her coffee, indignant. This is called reasonable venting. Don't keep things in your heart. It's not good for your body. You'll get depression. How do you know I have things in my heart? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. You came to Shanghai for no reason and relied on Qin Bao Bao. You don't even have a penny. Sister Tissue, you're a woman with a story. Wang Zijin face-bombed. It's Zijin, not Tissue. Can't you Shanghai people distinguish between flat and raised tongues? Bao Bao gave me the nickname, Tissue, because you can't distinguish. Oh, you're right. Qin Zhe nodded. The accent of the entire coastal area is like this, especially in Zhangjiao. There's no distinction between flat and raised tongues. But we're used to it. Sister, let me tell you something. Wang Zijin pretended to be mysterious. I ran away from home. I believe that Qin Bao Bao ran away from home. But you, it doesn't seem like it. My family forced me to get married. It was that kind of evil arranged marriage. Of course, I didn't agree. So, I had a big fight with my family and packed my things. Wang Zijin's tone was a bit gloomy. They froze my credit cards and bank cards. Wait. Qin Zhe touched his chin. Your family arranged a marriage for you. If you didn't agree, they froze your finances. Sister Tissue, are you sure you're not talking about a plot in a novel? Wang Zijin said gloomily, it's true. Don't joke around. What era is it now? Arranged marriages. It's fine if it's an arranged marriage, but why would they freeze your credit cards and bank cards? Oh, the bank is opened by your family. Your family said to freeze. Qin Zhe was shocked. Wang Zijin nodded. My grandfather fought in the anti-Japanese war. My grandfather fought in the War of Liberation. My dad is an official. Freezing my bank cards and credit cards is just a matter of a phone call from him. He just wants to use despicable methods to force me to submit. Wishful thinking. Qin Zhe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Does your family live in a courtyard house in Beijing? Wang Zijin nodded. I lived there when I was young, but not now. Qin Zhe swallowed again. Zhongnanhai? What? Wang Zijin looked at him, amused. My grandfather still lives in the Sihiyuan. He's an old man, after all. He's nostalgic. We moved out and lived by ourselves long ago. Qin Zhe almost knelt down and said, Heroine, please accept my knees. Sister Ziwei. It's okay for me to call you that, right? It's not offensive. Does Qin Bao Bao know? Wang Zijin rested her chin on her hand. She should know. When my dad was the mayor of Shanghai, I came here to study in high school. She knows, but she didn't ask in detail. I didn't tell her either. Qin Zhe felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head. The elder sister in front of him was a genuine second generation of the Red family. Oh my God. Sister Tissue, is there something like the 4 young masters of Beijing in your capital? Pfft. Wang Zijin almost spat a mouthful of coffee on his face. She laughed and coughed. Qin Zhe, have you read too many novels? Isn't it ugly? Yes. There are also the 4 great beauties of Beijing, the 10 great families, and the 3 great ancient martial arts sects. Now, a young man of unknown origin has appeared out of nowhere and is showing off in Beijing. He slapped the 4 young masters of Beijing in the face and overturned the 3 great ancient martial arts sects. Some of the 10 great families hate him to the core, and some are trying to recruit him. The 4 great beauties are in his harem, and they are having fun every night. In short, the situation is chaotic, and the undercurrents are turbulent. A little girl like me who has been marginalized by the storm is scared witless and ran to Shanghai to avoid the storm. Qin Zhe had a lingering fear. So the capital is so chaotic. Wang Zijin laughed and slid under the table. Chapter 44. The 4 young masters of Beijing, the 4 great beauties, the ancient martial arts sect, and the 10 great clans. Of course, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were just fooling around. China was ruled by the party, not the family. There were no powerful families. In short, the transferability of power was the unspoken rule of the party. Anyone who wanted to rule the world could not succeed. There was an old saying, wealth does not last more than 3 generations. In the same way, power does not last more than 3 generations. The only 3 generations here referred to the gradual decline, not the loss of all power after 3 generations. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin walked out of the SH Center building. It was already 5:30 p.m. Wang Zijin was not feeling well and did not have the strength to ride a bicycle home. Qin Zhe led her to take the bus. After an hour and a half, they finally went home. In the evening, Qin Zhe went online to check what a woman should pay attention to during menstruation. Then, he made a light meal. Of course, Qin Bao's main dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, could not be left out. At the dinner table, Qin Bao's chopsticks were flying. Her cheeks were bulging. It was delicious. Qin Zhe criticized, "Sister, don't eat so unsightly." Qin Bao tilted her head and made a face at him. She ate as usual. After dinner, Wang Zijin went to the bathroom to wipe her body. She could not take a shower, bathe, or wash her hair. Women were so troublesome. Qin Bao hugged her knees and sat on the chair. She picked up the leftovers with her chopsticks and said, "How considerate. Knowing that your sister Tissue is on her period, you put in a lot of effort to prepare this table of dishes." Her tone was teasing, but the expression on her charming face was indifferent. Her beautiful and quick-witted red phoenix eyes were also indifferent. Qin Zhe laughed. "We can't continue to eat fish and meat. Zijin said that you went to the SH Center building today?" "Yes." "Was it fun?" "It was okay. The mountains were small and the scenery was not bad." Qin Bao said sourly, "This is fate. We went there twice but didn't manage to have any fun." Qin Zhe said perfunctorily, "We will go next time." He lowered his head and looked at today's index on his phone. He studied today's trading board. After a long silence, Qin Bao suddenly said, "Do you want to pursue Wang Zijin?" "Not for the time being." Qin Zhe thought to himself. "Don't you know that your best friend is an official from the capital?" She added, "But I quite like you as a bestie." Qin Zhe and his sister had always talked about everything, so he didn't hide his thoughts. "Oh," Qin Bao said in a muffled voice, "do you need me to help you?" Qin Zhe raised his head and looked at her. "Let nature take its course. Next time, you can summarize Sister Xian's hobbies, habits, and so on and send me a guide." In Qin Zhe's heart, wasn't it normal for his sister to help him chase after his girlfriend? After all, her best friend was closer to her younger brother. Qin Bao did not answer. She looked at Qin Zhe quietly. He lowered his head and played with his phone. His eyebrows were sharp and his face was handsome. She felt melancholy for no reason. She always felt a sense of crisis, as if the son, no, brother, that she had raised with great difficulty was going to be snatched away by another woman. Qin Zhe looked up in surprise. "What's wrong?" Qin Bao came back to her senses and said sarcastically, "Your sister Ziwei is a literary and artistic young woman. She will definitely not like you. Although I said I would help you, you should not do such a hopeless thing." Qin Zhe was stunned. He touched his chin and muttered, "A literary and artistic young woman." He was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Bao felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. In the past, he would definitely talk back. But now, his mind and attention were all on Wang Zijin. He even said, "Not for the time being," and "let nature take its course." Full of nonsense. July 13th was the first day of I Am a Singer's broadcast. As one of the most popular variety shows, it had a huge number of fans. At 1:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their food walk. They opened their laptops and went online. Several information software continuously pushed the news of I Am a Singer. The PR team had done enough foreplay. The netizens' comments were also very lively. "Ah, it's broadcasting, it's broadcasting. I'm so looking forward to it. I've waited for a whole year." The singers in the previous episode were all very capable. Although they were not very famous or were outdated, their singing skills were very good. The songs were also adapted very well. I wonder which singers will be invited to participate in this episode. As long as it's a song from I Am a Singer, it will basically be in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart. I haven't heard a song that I like in a long time. I'm looking forward to it. Auditory Feast. Tonight at 9:30 p.m., Dragon TV. Be there or be square. Let's play a few rounds first. After that, we'll watch the show. It's funny. This is AF * King Trashy show. Other than adaptations, it doesn't have any original works. It's really trashy. But it still has so many people chasing after it. The most speechless thing is that the guests are either outdated or third-rate. Can't they invite a pretty girl? Replies, OP is an idiot. Goodbye, OP, if you don't like it, you can get lost. No one is forcing you to watch it. It's because there are trolls like you in China that the quality is so low. Are you looking for a scolding? MDZZ. You need a 250 INT card. It's true that there aren't any pretty girls. After all, not all pretty girls can sing. But do you think it's so easy to create an original work? Do you think classic songs come and go as you please? Adapting a song is already very difficult. Seeing so many people scolding you, I'm relieved. Who says there aren't any pretty girls? Isn't the host, Yin Jia, beautiful? OP, this kind of person deserves a scolding. I don't know if I should say MMP. Qin Zhe looked away from the screen and asked Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao finished filming a few days ago and didn't tell us anything. Did she get eliminated? Wang Zijin only knew how to binge watch her dramas all day long. She reluctantly raised her head and laughed. Don't you know Baobao's temper? If she got eliminated, she would definitely take it out on the two of us. Qin Zhe laughed. That's true. 7:30 p.m. Qin Baobao came home from work. She kicked off her high heels and said hurriedly, Quick, turn on the TV. Wang Zijin said angrily, Put on your slippers first. With that, she got up and turned on the TV. Hey, Baobao, why can't I turn on the TV? Wang Zijin pressed the remote control for a long time, but the LCD screen was blue and there was no picture. Qin Baobao walked over in her slippers and fiddled in front of the TV for a long time. She unplugged it and restarted the signal, but the TV was very stubborn and insisted on a blue screen. What, it was fine a few days ago, but at the critical moment, it's unreliable, just like Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao was angry and raised her eyebrows. Qin Zhe was sitting on the sofa and learning about the stock market. Hearing this, he protested. Hey, the TV's fault is on me? That's too much. Then you fix the TV. Qin Baobao raised her sharp chin. I'm not a mechanical repair student. Qin Zhe expressed that he was powerless. With the system, he was undoubtedly an all-rounder. A skill book could solve the problem. But he would not exchange for a skill book for a reason like fixing the TV for his sister. The task was not easy, and the points were even more difficult. He had to cherish it. Then, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Qin Baobao walked over aggressively and pinched Qin Zhe's arm. The sister and brother started a fierce fight on the sofa. The result was unsurprisingly, Qin Zhe won. He twisted his sister's wrists and pressed her on the sofa. His sister flopped around like a fish, but it was in vain. Qin Zhe, let go, I forgive you. Qin Baobao shouted. Bah, I'm the one who doesn't forgive you. Zijin, come and save me. Wang Zijin watched from the side. She chuckled and waved her hand. I don't care about your family matters. If you don't save me, I'll tell you all your secrets. Qin Baobao threatened. I don't have secrets. Are you sure? Wang Zijin thought carefully. She looked at Qin Zhe and whispered, Why don't you spare your sister's life? Okay. Qin Zhe gave her face and let go of his sister's hand. Qin Baobao rubbed her wrist and glared at him. Then she looked at Wang Zijin and sat alone in the corner of the sofa. She pretended to be sad and said, Father and mother are not as close as daughter-in-law. Brother and sister are not as good as daughter-in-law. Qin Zhe muttered, crazy. Wang Zijin chuckled. The TV was on strike. They could only wait for the online version at 12 o'clock. Although it was 2 hours late, it was not to be underestimated. Who watched TV these days? Qin Zhe was in good spirits. It was not a problem for him to stay up all night. Qin Bao Bao, who lived a regular life, was sleepy. At first, she hugged the pillow and closed her eyes. Then her head kept tilting until it reached Qin Zhe's shoulder. Wang Zijin was in a similar situation. She also wanted to sleep. But it was her best friend's debut show. She couldn't go back to her room to sleep while yawning. She was also sleepy. Several times, she almost leaned her head on Qin Zhe and forced herself to stop. She was not Qin Bao. Qin Bao could openly kiss Qin Zhe. She couldn't do it. Qin Zhe hugged his sister's small waist and sniffed her faint fragrance. He quietly waited for time to pass. At 12 o'clock, the online version began. Wang Zijin's spirit was shaken, and she sat upright. Qin Bao Bao was woken up by her brother. Her eyes were red and reflected the light of the computer screen. It's starting. It's starting. She said happily. Chapter 45. At the beginning of the program, the music started, and then the 15-second special effects picture ended. A beautiful woman dressed up appeared in the camera, holding a microphone in one hand and a cue card in the other. Hello, audience friends. This is I Am a Singer broadcast by Shengji Cosmetics. I'm the host, Yin Jia. The audience cheered and applauded. At the same time, the bullet screen slid. Sofa. My sons, tell me, what's my rank? Fake pig trap is the best in the world. Get the melon seeds ready. I'm so excited that I'm trembling. Yin Jia is still so beautiful. I want to sleep with her. To the one above, you're late. Yin Jia was on my bed last night, Manual funny. I heard that there are many big stars in this episode. Is the promotional video true? I know. Ozawa, Mary, Kurai, Muto, the one who said Ozawa shouldn't leave after school. Damn it. Turn off the bullet screen to save your IQ. Yin Jia didn't appear on the stage, but backstage. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Now, everyone, follow me. Let's meet the first contestant. The camera followed Yin Jia to a room. Yin Jia knocked on the door and pretended to ask, "Is there anyone inside?" The door opened, and a young and handsome face popped out. Ah. It's Li Rongxing. My husband is here. Husband, I love you. Great, great. God, the program group invited Li Rongxing. How generous. The program group's budget is burning. How much will it cost? But I like it. Li Rongxing is nothing. He's not as handsome as me. The bullet screen was full of comments. Out of caution, the guests invited for the last season of I Am a Singer were either has-been singers or singers with little fame. Unexpectedly, the show became popular all over the country. Advertisers invested in it. Now that the program group had enough money, they certainly couldn't invite outdated stars. Li Rongxing was a popular male singer who had just debuted a few years ago. He was still very young, but he was handsome and sang well, so he was very popular with girls. He had countless fans. When Qin Zhe heard the tidal wave of cheers, he turned his head to look at Qin Bao Bao and asked in bewilderment, "I've always been curious. Are these cheers from the audience live or post-production?" When he watched variety shows in the past, he had such doubts. Of course it's post-production. The audience can see what's going on backstage through the big screen. The cheers are real, but they were edited and used here, Qin Bao Bao explained. Qin Zhe nodded and continued watching the show. Hello, Teacher Li, hello, hello. Li Rongxing opened the door and invited the host, Yin Jia, in. I am honored to inform you that you are the first singer to appear. Before you go on stage, I would like to conduct a simple interview with you. Jia paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm sure Teacher Lee has seen our program before. So, why don't you tell us your thoughts? First of all, I would like to thank I Am a Singer for inviting me. Actually, when I received your invitation, I was very hesitant. It feels weird for a singer who has been famous for a long time to come to this stage and compete. If he loses, his reputation will be ruined. Do you have no confidence in yourself? I Am a Singer is a great program. Although the guests in the last season were not famous, their singing was impeccable and very strong. And this season, I think it won't be bad, so I'm still under a lot of pressure. But you still chose to come in the end, didn't you? That's because of your appearance fee. Li Rongxing was a little humorous, and the bullet screen was full of praise. Jia knocked on the second door. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with a square face and gray hair, but he was very energetic. The handsomeness of the past could be faintly seen between his eyebrows. He was once a popular singer, but gradually faded out of the music industry in recent years. It's Hong Jingyao. I grew up listening to his songs. Unchangeable Infatuation, an eternal classic. I'm his fan. When he released an album, I stole my dad's money to buy it. I'm going to call my dad. He's Hong Jingyao's hardcore fan. Is the great god of the past going to return to the music industry? I'm looking forward to the next guests more and more. Qin Zhe, who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, also knew Hong Jingyao. When he was young, Hong Jingyao was already very famous. With Unchangeable Infatuation, he became popular all over the country. He was a little fresh meat of that era. However, times have changed. The new generation has replaced the old, and the little fresh meat has replaced the old. Hong Jingyao hasn't appeared on the screen for several years. In a big room, Li Rongxing saw this scene through the live video and patted his thigh excitedly. Teacher Hong is my idol, one of my favorite singers in the past. I didn't expect to compete with my idol on the same stage today. My God. After a simple interview, Hong Jingyao opened the door and met with Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing was very tactful. He bowed his head and said, Idol, please accept my kneeling. Hello, hello. Hong Jingyao held Li Rongxing and the two shook hands. I didn't expect you to come. I'm nervous and excited. Young man, you have a sweet mouth. Hong Jingyao smiled and said, now it's the world of you young people. The back waves of the Yangtze River replace the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. No, no, no. You're the big tsunami, and I'm the small wave. Who do you think the next singer will be? It's hard to say. Anyway, I don't care if we can't invite the heavenly kings and queens. Ha ha ha. The two of them were very humorous, as if they were doing a crosstalk. There was no doubt that these two singers, who were a generation apart in age, would chat happily and joke with each other. This was because variety shows were aiming for this kind of effect. Who would believe that they didn't rehearse? You rehearsed, right? Qin Zhe asked. I think so. Qin Bao stuttered. What do you mean by, I think so? I didn't. Qin Bao's face was full of resentment. I just went on stage to test the waters. The company didn't expect me to become a hit, so I just went through a symbolic rehearsal. I didn't even get to see these singers. I only saw them during the competition. Speak clearly. Our company had a spot, but it wasn't me. But that singer didn't have the schedule, so I, a top student in the reserves, was sent to take the lead and be the cannon fodder. That's it. I say, how can a rookie like you compete with a famous singer on the same stage? Qin Zhe suddenly realized. The door of the third singer was knocked on. It was a young woman with exquisite makeup. Her looks were above average, but everyone knew who she was. Damn, it's Chen Xiaotong. How could it be her? She's going to defy the heavens. A famous heavenly queen. Oh my God. Didn't she marry a rich man and take care of her husband and children? Why did she come out again? Is she out to make money? That's right, that's right. She hasn't sung in so many years. Her singing is definitely not as good as before. There's nothing to look forward to. Get lost. When Chen Xiaotong was dominating the music industry, you were still nibbling on a pacifier. At her peak, she ranked in the top 3 in album sales for 2 consecutive years. She's a big shot. Chen Xiaotong was a singer from Hong Kong. Her title as a heavenly queen might be a little exaggerated. Everyone knew that Hong Kong was full of heavenly kings and queens. It was as if they didn't need money. They would grab hold of a few experienced artists and make them either heavenly kings or queens. However, Chen Xiaotong was indeed very famous. Although she had retired for a few years, she was not outdated at all. The audience all knew her. The 4th singer appeared. Huang Yudong. The program team must be crazy. They invited a popular heavenly king? Oh my God. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the show. I told her that Huang Yudong was here, so my mother followed suit and knelt. 6666666 idle, hurry up and leave. The program team's funding can't support it anymore. Hurry up and leave. Cult leader Huang is here. There's suddenly no suspense in this season's program. He'll definitely be the champion. That's not necessarily true. If it's a competition of singing skills, none of the singers here are weak. *T. Go and take a look at the top Chinese music chart. 3 of the top 10 songs are his. With his ability, if he doesn't sweep them, I'll livestream myself eating *T. I've taken a screenshot. I'm waiting to eat *T. Huang Yudong's appearance completely ignited the audience's passion. The bullet screen was flooded with comments. Although many people knew that the list of singers for this season's episode was very glamorous through the promotional video, they did not expect that Huang Yudong would appear on the show. He was a godlike figure, on the same level as Chen Xiaotong and Hong Jingyao. However, the latter two's glory days were in the past, while Huang Yudong was at his peak. The 5th singer opened the door. Li Zongda. Xiaoda is here too. As expected. There's news about him online. Xiaoda is not bad. He's quite famous in Hong Kong. It's just that I don't really like Cantonese songs. Li Zongda was a new singer in Hong Kong. His reputation in the mainland was neither high nor low. He walked into the big room where the singers were gathered and shook hands with them in a rather humble manner. Everyone chatted and laughed casually. They were not reserved at all. Huang Yudong looked around at everyone. Is there someone missing? Chen Xiaotong nodded and said, the last one hasn't appeared yet. Li Rongxing laughed and said, in Brother Huang's eyes, he's the finale. Ha ha ha. Li Zongda also laughed. Immediately, he pointed at the screen. The host is knocking on the door. Who's the last contestant? At this moment, the commercial came. The bullet screen was filled with curses. F***ck, they're keeping us in suspense. Who's the last one? The finale? Su Kai? Zhang Qian? Yi Mingsheng? That's impossible. How can they invite 2 heavenly kings at once? Hong Jingyao is the most experienced, and Huang Yudong is the most popular. Based on the rhythm of Xiaoda's appearance, I don't think we can expect much from the last one. It seems to be a newcomer. I've seen the official Weibo of I Am a Singer. Yes. It was also mentioned in the promotional video. A newcomer? Why is a newcomer joining in the fun? Which newcomer? Who the hell knows which newcomer it is? What a joke. At this moment, the screen switched to the host, Yin Jia. She smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, next up is our last guest. Who exactly is she? Let me reveal something to everyone. This is a talented woman. She came with an original song, and in the future, every song she performs on stage will be an original. You don't have to guess. Yin Jia will immediately knock on the door for everyone.